In the morning, when the alarm clock rang, he woke up in a daze. At this moment, his eyes were vacant, pupils slightly dilated, but then his pupils suddenly contracted, reflecting in blood-red color. The man, who was still blurry now, woke up completely, and he got up from bed. Fang Hou looked up at the ceiling, seeing thick blood-red writing on it, looking very bizarre. He felt extremely surprised and confused, his face covered in sweat, mixed with a hint of anger. "What's happening? Who wrote on the ceiling of my house?" At that moment, the bright blood-red writing gradually disappeared. He couldn't believe his eyes and rubbed them hard. Was he dreaming? The writing just now was too clear and real. But just waking up, Fang Hou didn't think much as he got out of bed, unconsciously looking around. Suddenly, his whole body stiffened as if struck by lightning. He couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the unfamiliar room in front of him, trying to find something familiar. But everything was strange to him. Where am I? Why am I sleeping here? What is happening? Last night, I didn't drink alcohol or go to the wrong door. I clearly remember coming home, eating a bowl of instant noodles, watching a movie, and then going to sleep. But now the noodles are on the bedside table, and the tissues used last night are all gone. At the same time, a series of chaotic and unfamiliar memories rushed into his head. They were all orphans of the same age, with similar appearances, but their lives were completely different. At this moment, he was extremely confused and didn't understand what was happening. Even if I really did travel through time, what were those blood-red words just now? He tried to search his memory, but couldn't find any relevant information, which made Fang Hou feel extremely uneasy. The strange blood-red words that he had just seen did not exist in the memories of the previous owner. Could it be that what he had just seen was the truth? At that moment, a gentle voice of a woman echoed, "Honey, wake up for breakfast." She leaned lazily against the door, wearing a two-strap silk nightgown, her figure extremely alluring. She quickly ran to Fang Hou, who stood motionless. Could it be that Fang Hou was already married in this parallel world? The woman was now sitting on the edge of the bed, looking gently at Fang Hou. "Darling, you're awake. Time for breakfast." Fang Hou looked at the food in front of him, suddenly feeling like he couldn't have been transported to a better place. He swallowed his saliva. If he hadn't been transported, how could he have such a beautiful and gentle wife? The woman, seeing that Fang Hou still didn't react, with a gentle face, softly spoke, "Husband, wake up. It's time for breakfast." Fang Hou hurried to respond because when communicating with others, not reacting within 2 seconds would be very rude. But now, he didn't know what to call her. Wife, dear wife, or darling. Then his face turned red. Or should I call her a good little girl? After struggling with his thoughts for a while, he finally decided on the most appropriate name for her. Maybe the memories of the previous owner were still in his brain. Immediately, he cleared his throat, clasped his fingers together, closed his eyes, and began to search, trying to remember the memories of this wife. However, a horrifying thing happened. There was no wife's name, no dating process, no hobbies, no figure posture, nothing, not even a person like that in his memory. At this point, Fang Hou immediately collapsed, feeling the blood in his body freezing. His heart also skipped a beat. At this moment, Fang Hou slightly bowed his head, not daring to look at her, fear evident on his face. "So, what is this woman who claims to be my wife?" The woman stood still, with a big, gentle smile on her face, gazing at him. More than 2.5 seconds had passed, and the woman's smile remained unchanged, as if it were a finely carved white porcelain statue on the face of a beautiful person. For some reason, Fang Hou no longer felt as gentle as before, but rather shivered, and the warmth from earlier started to feel cold. After some thinking, Fang Hou looked at her and spoke with difficulty. "Who are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on the woman's face suddenly changed. An extreme surprise appeared in her eyes. The gentle smile suddenly turned tense. Her once smooth and white skin now cracked with numerous black fissures all over her body, and in an instant, she emitted sounds of ecstatic pleasure. "You see me." Immediately, Fang Hou felt like he had fallen into an icy pit. Cold sweat broke out on his face. His mind was in turmoil. "I'm sorry, my mind is a bit confused. Let me think again." But the woman did not give him a chance. She opened her mouth wide towards Fang Hou, emitting a growling sound not of a human. "Ha ha, you see me." Fang Hou's fear rose like a tide. Tears immediately poured out. His body stiffened in place, and then, as promised, the shadow of death arrived, a wide mouth directly engulfing Fang Hou's head, and he was eaten alive on the spot by the woman. Then unimaginable pain spread throughout his body. He had died many times, and each time he died in a different way. But after death, he would always return to the starting point. However, the next moment, the space around him began to shatter like a broken glass. Everything returned to nothingness. He felt himself horrified, screaming, breathing heavily, and once again woke up on the bed. This time he was covered in sweat, with a horrified look on his face. What just happened? Just now, was he not supposed to have died, or was he dreaming? But right now, he once again noticed the ceiling, on which appeared the blood-soaked words he had just seen. "Don't let them know. You can see." These words were like a wake-up call, also making him realize that just now was not a dream, and these blood-soaked lines under his gaze suddenly slowly disappeared. At this moment, he could not believe it. He couldn't understand it even after thinking about it 100 times. Is this sentence reminding me, telling me to pretend to be asleep? But then he thought, no, the previous owner of this body is not blind. He is just a normal person. Furthermore, in his memory, he never had a wife. He always lived alone, never heard or saw anything unusual. So the meaning of the previous sentence must be to not let his wife know that he can see her, to pretend that he is alone in the house and completely ignore the existence of his wife. Just then, a gentle voice echoed from outside the bedroom, still those words, those phrases. "Darling, wake up, it's time for breakfast." The voice was so gentle, so loving, yet to Fang Hou, it only brought fear. He tried to suppress the fear, constantly thinking in his heart, maybe if I just ignore her like the previous owner of this body, choose to live a normal life, then I won't be killed. Therefore, he tried to suppress the fear in his heart, bowed his head, and pretended not to look at his wife as the bloody words instructed. But unexpectedly, his wife did not follow the usual conventions. She sat directly down and stared at Fang Hou. In an instant, their eyes met, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze. At this moment, Fang Hou appeared calm on the outside, but turmoil raged within him. He tightly grasped the bed rail, trying to remain calm and continuously reminding himself not to move, not to look. But at this moment, his wife used a trick again, directly turning her head 180 degrees. Seeing this, Fang Hou gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down. Damn, how is this possible? Before he could react, his wife extended her 40-meter long tongue and continuously licked his face. This action also immediately made Fang Hou lose his composure, and his ex-wife also noticed that, "You see me." In the next moment, blood splattered and Fang Hou once again died. Not long after, Fang Hou breathed heavily again, waking up from the horror. At this point, he clenched his fist tightly, clenching his jaw. Damn it, damn it. After that, he trembled, holding his head, not knowing what to do. What finally happened? Is this a cycle of death? Or like in a movie where it's an endless loop? No matter how many times you die, you will eventually return to the starting point, like saving files in a single-player game. After a moment of thought, Fang Hou tried to calm himself down, and his brain quickly started working. Just now, he had bowed his head without looking at her. She took the initiative to move closer, which confirmed that she had to make sure that he could only see her when he acted. So he picked up his phone, intending to redirect attention by watching a short video, and at the same time, his wife appeared behind him. "Honey, wake up and have breakfast." Fang Hou's back was already soaked with sweat. Suddenly, his wife slightly bent down and looked at her phone, saying, "Oh, husband, how could you look at other women in front of me? Do you no longer like me?" However, in Fang Hou's heart, he cursed, like that monkey. He tried to overcome the fear in his heart and continued to watch the video insensitively. This time he had experience from before, so intentionally brought the phone closer to his face, almost sticking to it. Suddenly, his wife whispered in his ear, "Honey, you don't have nearsightedness, so why do you have the phone so close? Can't you see me?" Hearing this, Fang Hou was startled and cold sweat ran down his face. Doesn't even doing something out of the ordinary work? But seeing that this time his wife didn't directly confront him, he sighed in relief. Afterwards, he tried once again to calm himself down and then scrolled to the next video, but this time, his vision suddenly froze. It turned out that the young girl in the video was his wife. Seeing this, Fang Hou was both amazed and angry. Damn it. Immediately, he jumped up from the bed and threw the phone away. But at this moment, his wife walked closer. Her face was grotesque, cracked skin, and her mouth kept repeating a phrase, "You see me." After saying that, she screamed loudly with blood dripping from her mouth towards Fang Hou. But this time, Fang Hou didn't just sit and wait to die. He roared, "I see that monkey." At the same time, he tightly clenched his fist and punched towards her. But his wife didn't flinch. She dodged to the side. Immediately afterwards, she screamed loudly with blood streaming from her mouth, savagely biting off his arm. In an instant, the whole room was filled with desperate screams. At this point, his wife used her tongue to wrap around his arm, her face showing a satisfied expression. At this point, Fang Hou seems to have accepted this outcome, with no longer a fearful look on his face, but rather a calm expression. "So this time, I'm going to be eaten, huh? Well, let's see what happens next." Fang Hou has been resurrected 6 times, but still gets surprised and frightened by his wife's sudden attack, and then he gets eaten. Each time, he dies due to poor acting and inability to control his instinctive reactions. After waking up again, he loses all reason, with the horrific scene of his previous death still vivid in his eyes. At this point, he seems to go insane, sticking his head out of the iron bars with a terrified look on his face, shouting, "Damn it, help me, let me out." But his beautiful wife just smiles and steps out. Do you see me? It can be guessed that he will be eaten. After dying 8 times, during which he always wanted to escape, but couldn't, he decides to break the flower vase, for there is no escape, so he chooses to enjoy it. In the countless times of death and resurrection, he also simultaneously received the memories of the owner of this body and understood what kind of world this was. The only difference from the previous life was that this world was clearly more strange and bizarre. After Fang Hou died 18 times, everything around him became unusually quiet. Immediately, he began to think, why can I die and come back to life countless times? Who wrote the blood-red words on the ceiling? Why do the blood-red words disappear after I see them? What are they? Are they all demons? Are they responsible for everything? It seems like my wife is one of them. She is a demon. Thinking this, Fang Hou made a decision. As long as I am alive, my wife must die. At this moment, his wife walked towards the bedroom, her familiar voice echoing. This time, Fang Hou was not hesitant at all. After dying 18 times, he was very clear now that what was called breakfast was not meant for him to eat, but to turn him into breakfast. Suddenly, he discovered something. Every time his wife woke Fang Hou up, she never made physical contact with him. Could it be that she couldn't make physical contact until he confirmed that he could see her? Thinking this, Fang Hou decided to try it once. Immediately, he got up and walked in front of his wife. Seeing this, his wife looked at him gently. Do you want to have breakfast first or me first? So, darling, you can see me, can't you? After speaking, she blushed and waited for Fang Hou's reaction. While Fang Hou experimented with his thoughts just now, he resolutely passed through her body. At this moment, he rejoiced in his heart. Indeed, she can only take action when it's confirmed that I can see her. As for Fang Hou, who was too busy to eat, he went straight to the kitchen and fried eggs. Seeing this, his wife was angry. Darling, I've finished preparing breakfast for you. Hurry up and come to eat. Fang Hou, feeling embarrassed and unexpressive, sighed. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at deceiving people. She explicitly told me to have breakfast, but in reality, she didn't do it at all. Very quickly, he finished making a sandwich and Fang Hou was about to finish his breakfast and leave. He was going outside to look for clues about his wife, to search for anomalies in this world. At that moment, his wife suddenly appeared on the table. She laughed and looked at Fang Hou. Honey, why aren't you eating the breakfast I made for you? Do you not like my cooking skills? This time, Fang Hou was not scared by her sudden appearance, and he continued to eat. After finishing breakfast, Fang Hou went straight to the door of the room. He had to leave. Only by leaving could he have the opportunity for revenge. But as soon as he reached for the doorknob, his beautiful wife's face appeared with a sad look in her eyes. Honey, don't go out. You stay at home with me? Before he could say anything, he heard a click, and the door handle turned. Fang Hou calmly walked out of the room, and then closed the door firmly. At this moment, the flames of hatred in him are burning fiercely. No one can kill me 18 times and still evade the law. It's the hatred towards his wife, the overwhelming hatred of being killed 18 times. After thinking, he decisively walked down the stairs, but then he suddenly found the surroundings eerily quiet. No one in sight, even during the day. But at this moment, he didn't think much. In his mind, he only thought about one thing, that is revenge. He had to find a way to kill the demon and then come back to kill her. Quickly, he passed through the dark, dilapidated staircase, and a green door appeared in front of Fang Hou. He slowly pushed the door open. The sunlight hadn't shone through for a long time. Then he stepped outside, diving into the sunny world outside. But suddenly, Fang Hou's whole body stiffened, his blood almost congealing. At this moment, his entire body was enveloped in sunlight, but he no longer felt any warmth. He looked at the outside world with lifeless eyes, muttering to himself, "Is this hell?" Everywhere on the streets and the sky were grotesque and terrifying creatures, densely packed and rampant. The scene before him was extremely bizarre and frightening, but it was not enough to crush his spirit. On the contrary, it made him burst into laughter. His laughter twisted and bitter, sending chills down people's spines. At this moment, he found this strange world somehow fascinating. At the same time, he realized that his laughter could attract the attention of demonics, so he quickly covered his mouth with his hand. But the twisted laughter couldn't be suppressed, constantly escaping from between his fingers, a resentful laughter, causing him to cough uncontrollably to the point of vomiting. Right after that, he leaned against the pole, continuously vomiting. At the same time, a child's voice rang out, "Mister, are you okay? Are you sick?" This sudden appearance of the little girl caused Fang Hou's pupils to suddenly dilate. She only saw the girl tying 2 pigtails, looking about 40 years old, still with a lollipop in her mouth. Seeing that, he tried to control his smile, trying to make himself look more gentle. "It's okay, little sister. You could call me Big Brother. After saying that, he couldn't help but reach out and stroke the little girl's head. "You're so cute. If only I had a cute daughter like you, that would be great." However, the next second, the cute face of the little girl suddenly turned fierce, sharp, and said a familiar phrase, "You see me." Fang Hou was stunned in place, then he slightly raised his head to look at the girl in front of him, only to see her now becoming immensely large, the lollipop in her hand turning into a bone-white staff. She went crazy screaming, "Look at me." But this time Fang Hou was not afraid, but instead laughed loudly without stopping. "Ha ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting." Then Fang Hou wiped away tears from laughing, then pointed to the girl in front of him. "Compared to before, I like your current look better, because that way when I kill you, I won't have to worry about anything." At the same time, the girl went crazy screaming, at the same time raised the stick in her hand. And the next moment, the darkness of the stick engulfed Fang Hou completely. But Fang Hou still laughed. "How strange, like you. It turns out there are so many. No need to worry that I will kill them all. This is really exciting. Everyone will die." Before the words were finished, a thunderous boom. Fang Hou was directly smashed into pieces. Very quickly, Fang Hou woke up again from sleep. This time, the madness on his face had disappeared, replaced by a calmness like a calm surface of water. This is a beautiful and familiar wife, but strangely, once again came to the bed, woke him up for breakfast, and he repeated his previous actions, then left the house. Only now did he come to sit in a park outside somewhere. Not long after, the cute little girl appeared before him again, the only difference this time being that the girl was not chewing gum, but with a sad, tearful face, she said, "Uncle, I can't find my mommy anymore. Can you take me home?" At this point, Fang Hou didn't answer, but observed his surroundings. Immersed in thought, he realized that this world seemed to be filled with all kinds of demonic, which was divided into two types. One type looked bizarre and irrational. Although it was aggressive, it was like air, unable to affect objects. Another type looked no different from humans. They were next to the target, pretending to be friends or family, talking to the target, and would act when they received a response. Like his beloved wife, but even ordinary people basically do not recognize their existence, but still cling to someone to play the role. After all, why? Thinking about this, Fang Hou was very suspicious. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed in Fang Hou's head. A chilling thought rushed in. Are the demonic creatures trying to integrate into human life? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel dry mouth, so he rode his bike to the store to buy a drink. But after paying, when looking at his phone, he found that he only had a 3-digit amount of money left. Immediately, he felt that he had to quickly find out the truth about this world and then find a way to make money. Right at this moment, there was a faint sound, the sound of a message bell ringing. It turned out that his boss was mentioning him in the work group. "Fang Hou, it's already afternoon. Why haven't you gone to work yet? You've been late several times this month. You still want a reward." Seeing this, Fang Hou suddenly remembered that 6 months ago, the previous owner had sold a villa, and until now, the commission had not been paid. If he could get this commission back, he could hold on for a while. Immediately, he typed on the screen only to see himself composing a message resignation, and at the same time saying that he would go to the sales department to demand the commission. After speaking, he rode his bike to the sales department. Not long after, he stopped at his destination, but just a quick glance made him dizzy. Looking at the gloomy building in front of him, his pupils suddenly contracted, cold sweat dripping. Where is this? Where is the sales department? Immediately, he got off his bike and went straight in, only to see a sign hanging on a pole clearly written with 6 large characters. Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. At this moment, Fang Hou's phone suddenly rang, only to hear a worried and caring voice from the other end. "Fang Hou, why did you just answer the phone? Is everything okay?" Fang Hou told the person on the other end that there was nothing wrong, and then asked, "Are you at the company right now?" As soon as he finished speaking, the person on the other end immediately spoke in an angry tone. "Yes, Wu Nahai has called you several times, and you didn't answer. Now he's taking it out on me and making me work overtime." Fang Hou said, "I'll come there right away. We'll talk more later." After hanging up the phone, Fang Hou looked at the psychiatric hospital in front of him and sank into thought. Clearly, the whole building has turned into a gloomy psychiatric hospital, but according to my colleague, working inside hasn't been affected at all. Could this hospital also be demonic? It's really interesting. At this point, he decided to go inside to investigate, and the only sound around was the footsteps of Fang Hou. However, the next moment, Fang Hou looked puzzled, let out a painful groan, as if he had hit something. He couldn't believe looking at his hands. Could it be that this psychiatric hospital can't be entered or what? But Fang Hou didn't believe in bad luck, immediately reached out his hands again, and then a loud sound followed after. A soft and elastic feeling rushed intensely. Looking closely, 2 round and plump steamed buns, soft and tender, struck his eyes. In a blink of an eye, Fang Hou was extremely shocked, his face slightly red. Then a large heavy arm struck him in the face, Only at this moment, the woman hugged her chest and cursed, "You rotten scoundrel, I'll sue you." At this time, Fang Hou hugged his swollen red face with a bewildered look, and at this time, the security guard at the security checkpoint heard the noise and asked, "Why is it so noisy?" At the same time, pay attention to Fang Hou next to him. "Oh, isn't it Fang Hou? What are you doing here?" At this point, the woman ran up to the front of the guard and began to explain what had just happened in a frantic manner. At this point, Fang Hou didn't pay attention but unconsciously turned its head towards the hospital, only to find that the psychiatric hospital had disappeared and was replaced by the luxurious Liu Academy. Seeing this, Fang Hou was stunned on the spot and then unconsciously blinked. When he opened his eyes again, the psychiatric hospital appeared once again. He looked around, immersed in thought. What is happening? Is it a chaotic time? Overlapping space? Then he reached out to touch, and to his surprise, an unbelievable scene happened. His hand went straight through the wall. Seeing this, he made a judgment in his heart. I can see this psychiatric hospital, but I can't touch the entity. It's like the demonic Kia. I have to receive feedback in order to act. As for the strange hospital room in front of me, it seems that I can only come into contact with it when I meet a certain condition. So what is that condition? Thinking of this, Fang Hou decided to test it once. Then he reached out to the wall, and without hesitation, he ran straight into the wall of the hospital room. At this moment, it felt like he was entering thin air. He went straight inside, only to see the gray walls resembling an abyss. The walls and floor were covered in long-dried blood. He looked at the horrifying scene before him and always felt that there must be a huge secret hidden here. Fang Hou's only thought at this moment was to uncover the secrets of the psychiatric hospital. He didn't walk the normal way, but went straight through the wall. He went through the lobby, dining hall, bathrooms, activity rooms, and all these places were empty. Until he reached a hospital room, he couldn't help but stop. This hospital room looked very special. The main door was dark red, and only in the hospital ward did he smell the strong scent of fresh blood. The room had a very prominent line of text, 104. At this point, Fang Hou had the intention to investigate further. He walked to the front of the hospital room, put his hand in, and without hesitation, he firmly walked through the hospital room door. In the blink of an eye, he was inside the hospital room. A girl in a patient's gown was lying on the bed, shivering and crying. At that moment, Fang Hou looked intently, as if he didn't see the girl. Suddenly, the girl seemed to recognize Fang Hou, then slowly stood up. In the next moment, she abruptly turned around and stared at Fang Hou, her eyes empty, without pupils, even one might say without senses. Her mouth emitted a chilling sound, "Brother, come and play with me." But Fang Hou paid no attention to her and walked straight ahead. The girl stood there blankly. After Fang Hou passed through room 104, just as he walked through the wall, a red-eyed, four-eyed ghost suddenly appeared in front of him. But he was not afraid of this sudden appearance and did not stop, continuing to walk forward. At this point, he showed no emotion at all. The four-eyed ghost looked at Fang Hou with suspicion until he left this hospital room. He continued to explore the hospital wards here, and Fang Hou counted at least a dozen wards like this. Moreover, some wards were wide open, and there was even the possibility of a demonic escape. Although he encountered terrifying ghosts approaching him as he passed through these wards, Fang Hou was able to face them calmly now, all thanks to his wife's 18 consecutive kills. Now he arrived at a doctor's examination room, where there were some medical records and files on the floor. Seeing this, Fang Hou secretly rejoiced. With these documents, I can get some useful information. At that moment, he suddenly saw a medical record, clearly stating experiment no, 128 transforming into demonic. Seeing this, Fang Hou's pupils suddenly contracted. Could it be that demonic are all transformed by humans? Could it be that those demons in the other wards used to be human? After thinking about it, an indescribable shock arose in Fang Hou's heart. Soon after, he sat down to continue reading, but this space was all illusion. He couldn't touch anything, let alone flip through the medical reports. Suddenly, in front of Fang Hou, a few thin strands of hair appeared. These strands were hanging down from above, not connected to anything, but he wouldn't be foolish to look up. Instead, standing up as if nothing had happened, only to see above him a female doctor in a white and blue coat with limbs resembling that of a spider, clinging to the ceiling, her pale face with two fierce red eyes staring at Fang Hou. "You have arrived. Do you want to explore the mystery of life with me?" Fang Hou paid no attention to her, but thought to himself, there must be clues in the doctor's office, so there must be in other places as well. And the answer to all the questions must lie in the center of this psychiatric hospital, that is, the office of the head of the hospital. After thinking, Fang Hou went to find the head of the hospital's office. He quickly identified an office area. Furthermore, this office area coincided with the sales building, but this was not the director's office. Right after that, he went to the second floor, which was where the former owner worked. At that moment, there was a sudden call. "Fang Hou, Why are you only just arriving now? Wu Dahai is about to go crazy. Don't go looking for him so hastily. Before finishing the sentence, Wu Dahai angrily came out, pointing at Fang Hou, who had just arrived on the floor. Are you still daring to come to work? I already fired you. Do you know that? But at this moment, Fang Hou did not show any emotion. Instead, he pushed the two of them away, walking through the middle of them. Seeing this, Zhao looked at Fang Hou with suspicion, while Wu Dahai was both shocked and angry, pointing at Zhao. You little punk, how dare you push me? Are you trying to start a rebellion? What do you intend to do? Who let you go to the third floor? Stand still for me. I already fired you. Get out right now. Don't go upstairs. However, Fang Hou paid no attention to anything and quickly went up to the third floor. His eyes immediately focused on a door not far away, and he silently rejoiced in his heart. Finally found it. Only the words Office of the Institute Director were written on the door. Wu Dahai followed closely behind, breathing heavily. Fang Hao's eyes were fixed on the door, and he quickly stepped forward. In the real world, this was the office of the company's president. As he turned the key to open the door, all three of them stood still, with Wu Dahai's face turning pale. It's over, we're done for this time. In the room, they saw a pair of long legs in black stockings and a seductive figure. A woman wearing a business dress appeared in sight. Hearing the noise, the two quickly stopped their shameful actions. The man pulled up his pants and cursed, while the woman blushed and covered her chest. At this moment, Fang Hou stared at the woman, or more specifically at the desk in the office. Suddenly, Fang Hou stepped forward, heading straight towards them. Then he grabbed the woman's hand and with force pulled her down from the table, only to see Fang Hou lying on the table, staring at a piece of parchment. As soon as he glanced at it, he became extremely excited. Then he quietly expressed his joy. Indeed, this psychiatric hospital hides a shocking secret. There was only a line of words on it. The one destined by the heavens wants to know the truth of this world, wants to know what demonic truly is. If you want to know all the answers, come to room C520. Everything you want to know is there. Fang Hou quickly read through the entire content, feeling weighed down. The person who signed at the end is Zhu Qingfeng, must be the director of the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. So who is this letter written for? Could it be that he already knew I would come? At this moment, Fang Hou turned and walked out. While walking, Fang Hou was thinking to himself, the unresolved old doubts are now joined by new ones. Room C520, perhaps all the answers truly lie there. At that moment, the brightly lit hallway suddenly turned pitch black. Fang Hou took out his phone to use as a flashlight, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was not right. It wasn't just a power outage at this particular location and time. With this in mind, he quickly shone the phone's flashlight towards the second floor, only to find that the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital had disappeared without a trace. He immediately ran up to the second floor, wanting to see if there was any sign of the psychiatric hospital elsewhere. The man behind him was extremely angry, demanding Wu Dahai to hand over his phone. But Wu Dahai hesitantly said, "No signal, I can't make a call right now." At that moment, the confident man spoke up, "With my position, I can access more than you can imagine. When it comes to the secrets of this world, the phone signal being blocked and the light being obscured. If I am not mistaken, all these signs indicate that we may have entered the demon world." Hearing this, Fang Hou let out a chilling smile. Ha ha, demon world, ha. On the other side, the sales staff in the building were also very worried. The report just finished, and then the power went out right before it could be saved. At that moment, Wu Dahai's voice rang out, "Stop complaining here. Quickly send someone to check if there's a power outage." At the same time, the security guard, Uncle Zhao, went up to the next floor and saw the man from earlier. He quickly asked, "The building suddenly lost power. Is everyone okay? I'm going to check if there's a power outage." Upon hearing this, the man looked annoyed. "I'm fine. I'm just irritated at the thought of having to work overtime later." On another side, a female colleague turned on the flashlight on her phone, but suddenly noticed that the light was dimming. The colleague sitting next to her curiously asked, "Is there dust up there? Try wiping it." But she almost wiped through the phone and the light still didn't get brighter. Each of her colleagues took out their phones, turned on the flashlight, but the results were all the same. The light was very weak. At that moment, Fang Hou remembered the words of her superior, Wang Zitang, so she turned to ask him, "Earlier you mentioned Demon World, what is it?" Hearing this, a female colleague nearby became frightened to the point where her heart was pounding and her legs were shaking. Demon World? Are they talking about Demon World? Just as she finished speaking, a male colleague looked at the girl with disdain. "How could there be a demon world in this world? Don't scare yourself here." At this point, the colleagues began to whisper and gossip, while Wang Zitang looked gloomy. Suddenly, he looked at the noisy colleagues and shouted loudly, "Shut up, all of you." Then he looked at them seriously. "Now, everyone be silent. The words I'm about to say are very important, related to whether we can survive or not. As he finished speaking, all the colleagues looked horrified and the atmosphere became tense. At that moment, Wang Zitang took a deep breath. Simply put, this world has demonic. Demon world is the realm of demons. It can also be understood as a different dimension, and now this is the world of demons. We are on demon territory. Hearing this, everyone was so terrified that they stood frozen in place. After a moment, Wang's colleague now regained his composure. He suddenly asked the person next to him, "Where is Uncle Zhao? Has he returned?" He went to check the circuit breaker earlier, but he hasn't come back yet. Could it be that he encountered a real demon? This made Wang Zitang no longer hold on to his anger from earlier, but instead filled in with a fear like never before. Normal people in the demon world had to be careful with their words and actions to avoid violating the demon's laws of killing. Otherwise, it would be like seeking death. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Nahai was so scared he didn't know what to do. He grabbed Wang Zitang and shakily asked, "So, Wang, what should we do now?" Wang Zitang looked at Wu Nahai with no hint of coldness in his expression and said, "Right now, our only option is to figure out a way to escape this damn demon world, or else everyone will be killed by the demons." At this moment, it was so quiet and frightening that you could hear the sound of your own heartbeat. It seemed like there was some kind of dark magic hidden here. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, making Fang Hou break out in a cold sweat. He tilted his head to look to the side, recognizing this familiar feeling. It was definitely demonic. He calmly told everyone, "The demon has appeared again." His calm voice seemed to contain some kind of dark magic or information in his words, which shook everyone. Some were so scared that their skin crawled, and they looked at Fang Hou with both fear and anger, saying, "At a time like this, why are you saying nonsense? Where is the demon?" At that moment above them, a woman's long hair suddenly fell down. When she reacted, it was too late. Her mouth was tightly wrapped in the long hair, preventing her from making any sound. A moment later, her whole body was tightly bound. Meanwhile, Fang Hou stood there, looking calm and composed with a pale and motionless face that made him look like a living doll. Suddenly, Fang Hou slowly opened his mouth. "Wang Xiao Li, she's nowhere to be seen anymore." A colleague exclaimed in fear, "You're talking nonsense. Wang Xiao Li is clearly right next to me." After speaking, she turned to Wang Xiao Li. "Wang Xiao Li, say something." But then she realized that there was no one next to her, and at this point, everyone seemed to go crazy. Wang Xiao Li has truly disappeared. Could it be that the demonic has appeared for real? Seeing this, Wang Zitang suddenly turned to ask Fang Hou, "Can you see what the demon looks like?" Although the two often clashed in the face of imminent danger, everything became meaningless, and at this point, Fang Hou calmly replied, "Limited vision, can't see the ghost, only saw Wang Xiao Li disappear." At the same time, a man pointed to Fang Hou standing beside him and said, "Our colleague has just been taken by the demon. Why is he still so calm? He's not normal. He must have been possessed by the demon." Wang Zitang looked at Fang Hou with suspicion. "It seems like you're not afraid of demons at all. Could it be that you're a spiritual master?" Listening to this, Fang Hou shook his head and asked Wang Zitang in return, "What is a spiritual master?" This made Wang Zitang even more suspicious. Fang Hou can remain so calm when a demon appears, but doesn't know what a spiritual master is. What kind of person is he after all? He explained, "A spiritual master is someone who can control their own spiritual power. My cousin is a spiritual master, and the best way to break the current situation is for someone to become a spiritual master." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Hou gave a sinister smile. "In that case, how is a spiritual master trained in the demon world?" Suddenly, Wang Zitang was extremely surprised. In this situation, Fang Hou can still make such keen judgments. Perhaps he is truly the key to our escape. Right after that, he looked at Fang Hou seriously. "My cousin said that in order to become a spiritual master, one can only borrow the power of demonic, and also need to be two conditions at the same time. One is to experience extreme horror between the boundary of life and death, stimulating the fluctuation of the soul, and the other is to contact demonic, so that the power of demonic can penetrate the soul. But it should be noted that the power of demonic is like a bloody scab. While wiping away the dirt on the Ming Dynasty jade, it will also not avoid the risk of corrupting the soul. The so-called light of the soul is actually the light of the soul itself, the product of distortion." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Hou was slightly skeptical, contacting something strange between the boundary of life and death. He has fulfilled both of these conditions. Why hasn't his soul been enlightened? Or maybe it has been enlightened for a long time, but he just hasn't realized it yet. At this moment, he looked at his hands, immersed in thought. Is it because of the unexpected death after transmigration here that he did not really come into contact with demonic, meeting his wife and the demons in the psychiatric hospital? Just need not respond. They are just illusions of another dimension, fundamentally not considered contact. Currently, the demons hidden in the darkness can really invade from the virtual world into the real world. Even without activation conditions, they can still kill people. So just by contacting these demons more, he will have the ability to destroy them. Thinking about this, Fang Hou once again became crazy, unable to help but laugh coldly. At this moment, in his head, he only thought of one thing, which is to kill his wife for revenge. So Fang Hou made up his mind, must become a spiritual master. Also at this moment, Fang Hou suddenly noticed a disturbance. He turned back and continued to utter shocking information. Another person has gone missing. Hearing this, everyone was frightened to the point of jumping up. After that, they looked around and discovered that Jia Liang, who had been standing right beside them, had disappeared quietly. At this point, Wang Zitang was on the verge of collapsing. The continuous disappearance of people had caused the last remnants of his sanity to vanish. Immediately, he yelled at them, "Everyone shut up! Let me call Demon Emperor." Lai Fei, at this moment, cried and looked at him. "Wang, what should we do now? I don't want to disappear." Wang Zitang, furious, replied, "You're asking me. Who should I ask?" At this moment, Fang Hou calmly said 2 to 3 minutes. Wang Zitang and the others looked at him with fear in their eyes, only to see Fang Hou calmly analyzing the time interval between the disappearances is 2 to 3 minutes. More accurately, 2 minutes for women and 3 minutes for men. For the time Zhao Uncle disappeared, 3 minutes later, Wang Xiao Lai also disappeared, and 2 minutes after Wang Xiao Lai disappeared, it was Jia Liang's turn. So if my calculations are correct, 3 minutes after Jia Liang disappeared, someone else will disappear too. Hearing that, everyone was extremely shocked and didn't know what to do. Right after, Fang Hou calmly stepped into the darkness. Seeing this, his close friend Zhao Hao doubted. "Fang Hao, what are you going to do? You don't want to live anymore?" Hearing this, Fang Hao turned his head slightly and said, "Of course I'm going to find a way to survive. I can't just stand here and wait to die." Suddenly, Wang Zitang shouted at Fang Hao, "And it stopped for me. I told you, no one is allowed to act recklessly. Are you deaf?" However, Fang Hao didn't turn back, but continued to step into the darkness, and at the same time, he calmly said, "Currently, there are about 8 people still alive here. According to analysis, every 2 to 3 minutes, someone disappears. In about 20 more minutes, everyone will perish. It's better to take a chance and find a way to escape." Hearing this, Wang Zitang became furious. "You're just a normal person. How do you know the demon?" Before Wang Zitang could finish speaking, he suddenly felt scared. At this point, he couldn't say a word, only seeing Fang Hou with no expression on his face, looking like a lifeless corpse, but extremely convincing. Right after that, Fang Hou said, "If you say another word, I will kill you before the demons appear." Immediately, Fang Hou walked alone towards the darkness, and his close friend Zhao Hao followed him. They were walking in a dark corridor. At this point, Zhao Hao, walking behind Fang Hou, was covered in cold sweat, his face full of fear as he said, "Fang Hou, this is not okay. Why haven't we reached the stairs yet?" Hearing this, Fang Hou signaled for silence. Shout. At the same time, he stopped and stared into the depths of the corridor, only catching a glimpse of a faint light at the end of the corridor. Seeing this, Fang Hou couldn't help but furrow his brow. This light, it looks exactly like the light in King Shan's psychiatric hospital. In the blink of an eye, an unbelievable suspicion arose in his mind, and then he quickened his pace towards the light. When he completely stepped into the light, he realized that it was King Shan's psychiatric hospital. Everywhere was blood, everywhere was broken hospital equipment. At this moment, Zhao Hao, who was hiding behind him, trembled with fear, not daring to look straight ahead. "Fang Hou, are you hallucinating?" Tears kept falling. "Why does it look like a hospital from a horror movie here?" Hearing this, Fang Hou was extremely astonished. "You could also see the hospital." Then Fang Hou put his hand on the wall. Immediately, a sinister smile appeared. Indeed, the current psychiatric hospital has overlapped with the real world, like a real entity with demonic Kaz. So the hallway we were in earlier that we couldn't see turned out to be inside already. This psychiatric hospital has swallowed the hallway. Could this be the so-called demon world? After some contemplation, the two continued to move forward. Suddenly, the faces of both of them stiffened in an instant as they discovered blood everywhere in the corridor, along with the torn uniforms of the security guards and the working uniform of a woman. Seeing this, Fang Hou fully understood. The female colleague in the sales hall is petite, with a smaller body and less muscle compared to men. So the time it takes for demons to eat a man is about 3 minutes, while eating a woman only takes 2 minutes. This is the time they disappear. Hearing this, Zhao Hao beside him suddenly turned pale. Do you mean they were all eaten by demons? At this moment, Fang Hou sat on the ground, carefully observing the torn clothing and said, "We are temporarily safe. Jia Liang has just been taken away." Zhao Hao shivered, so the demon is somewhere eating Jia Liang's flesh. At this moment, Fang Hou paid no attention, but stared at the end of the hallway, lost in thought. Most of the strange things here are locked in the sick room. Even though some of the sick room doors are open, the strange things in them have long escaped, which were not encountered in the old psychiatric hospital. And these clothes aren't neatly cut, clearly caused by some kind of knife. Based on the evidence, it can only be the female doctor he met before, because as a doctor, she is not locked in the sick room and can move freely. Fang Hao looked down the hallway, thinking, what exactly is the strange thing that can move freely here? Then suddenly, in another part of the hallway, there was a sound of chaotic footsteps. The sound getting closer, Fang Hou and Zhao Hao suddenly shrank, horrified, looking in the direction of the sound. When the sound was getting closer and closer, Zhao Hao was extremely frightened, while Fang Hou, who was used to strange things, also showed a fearful expression. In the dark hallway, Wang Zitang and the others all looked incredulous, seeing the familiar place suddenly transformed into a scene of the hospital. Everyone couldn't help but show fear. Seeing this, Fang Hou and Zhao Hao appeared very helpless, at the same time feeling lucky instead of being helpless. I didn't expect them to follow. Luckily, the sound just now wasn't from a demon. At this moment, Wu Dahai looked at Fang Hou on the opposite side, trembling and asked, "Did you see Zhao Uncle and Wang Xiao Lai?" Right at this moment, Lai Fai Fi suddenly screamed, pointing to the blood under Fang Hao's feet. There's so much blood. Hearing that, Wang Zitang stared intently, and in a flash, cold sweat dripped down his face. That's the clothes of Zhao Uncle and Wang Xiao Lai. Could it be that they had been eaten? At this point, Lai Fai Fi grabbed his trembling arm. "Wang, let's leave here quickly. I want to go home." At this moment, Wang Zitang suddenly woke up and said, "Yes, let's go." Then he looked at Fang Hou next to him and said, "You lead the way." But at this moment, Fang Hou and Zhao Hao didn't say a word. Fang Hou even had a gloomy look on his face as he stared at his phone. Suddenly, he looked at everyone emotionlessly and said, "Time's up." Hearing this, Lai Fai Fi, who was in a state of fear, couldn't help but ask, "Time's up for what?" As soon as she finished speaking, there was a rustling sound from the ceiling. Lai Fai Fang and Wang Zitang mechanically turned their heads to look back, only to see a woman doctor who looked like a spider suddenly appear on the ceiling. She was wearing an old tattered white and blue gown. Her hair was messy, and she was hanging upside down on the ceiling. The rustling sound was from her turning her head. Seeing this, Lai Fai Fi was so scared that she didn't know what to do. She stood there in shock, overwhelmed by fear that was like a rising tide. And in the next moment, the crazed doctor began flailing her arms and legs like a humanoid spider, quickly crawling towards everyone. At this point, everyone seemed to go crazy and ran for their lives. This time, Wang Zitang didn't need anyone to guide him. He even felt they were blocking the way ahead. At this moment, Wang Zitang suddenly stopped, feeling something tugging in his clothes, scared to the point his heart felt like it was jumping out of his throat. Then he slowly turned around, only to see Lai Fai Fi lying on the ground, tears streaming down her face, grabbing onto his clothes, begging Wang Zitang to save her. At the same time, the female doctor was quickly approaching. Seeing this, Wang Zitang immediately gave her a strong slap. "Don't obstruct me here." Then Wang Zitang ran and shouted, directly passing Fang Hou and Zhao Hao. Fang Hao had no intention of running away, standing there indifferent, observing what had just happened. Yes, indeed, the female doctor had met him before. Lai Fai Fi was so scared that her whole body went limp, crawling on the ground, out screaming in terror. "Wang, don't leave me." But Wang Zitang and the others had already disappeared. Then they looked at the two remaining figures in the hallway. She quickly reached out for help, tears streaming down her face as she looked at them pleadingly. "Ko Hao, please help me." At the same time, the long hair of the female doctor fell down, and only the doctor grabbed her hair, holding a surgical knife in one hand. But now she was not the spiritual master, so Fang Hou dared not risk going forward to save her, only standing by to observe. The female doctor grabbed the girl's hair with one hand while pulling out a surgical knife from her side. As the surgical knife slowly approached the girl's neck, Lai Fai Fi kept crying and pleading with Fang Hou and Zhao Hao, were being cautious. Before Lai Fai Fi's words could finish, a silver flash of light passed by, and fresh blood immediately sprayed out endlessly, like a fountain of water gushing out. Seeing this, Zhao Hao was terrified, stammering. Lai Fai Fi died like that. At this moment, Lai Fai Fi was lying on the ground, her eyes closed, blood continuously pouring from her neck. However, the female doctor who killed Lai Fai Fi did not stop. but continued to wield the knife, beginning to dissect her 4 limbs. Seeing this scene, Fang Hou broke out in a cold sweat. This female doctor is so accurate. She must have performed many surgeries in her past life. He and Zhao Hao were right next to her, but she didn't pay any attention, especially focused on Lai Fai Flei's body. At the same time, the demonic female doctor was licking fresh blood, extremely excited. After licking the blood off the knife, she then inserted it into the gap in Lai Fai Flei's chest. After that, she started to eat the flesh, a bloody scene that Fang Hou witnessed, realizing that killing was an instinct when becoming demonic. After understanding the rules of killing, Fang Hou made a bold decision. He slowly approached the medical room. Quickly, he stood beside the female doctor. Suddenly, Fang Hou clenched his fist and punched her hard. There was a loud bang, a heavy impact, and at that moment, Fang Hou was astonished as he pulled back his fist and saw the blood flowing along his knuckles, exclaiming, "That's tough as steel." This punch made him realize the difference between himself and the female doctor. All the demonic creatures he had encountered possessed a deadly power that humans could not resist, making humans seem weak and helpless in front of them. It seemed that only by becoming a spiritual master could this situation be changed. At that moment, Zhao Hao trembled and said, "Fang Hou, let's run." But Fang Hou not only did not run, but also calmly stood in place, saying, "The rule of killing for this demonic creature is to kill the nearest person, and pointing at her while she is eating is the safest time to act." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hao was so scared that he continued, "But I think she's almost finished eating." Seeing Fang Hou calm to the point of being terrifying, he spoke emotionlessly. "Although the Lai Fai feet looks bloody, the areas that need meat are all very full, so our meat supply should last at least 3 minutes or more." Hearing this, Zhao Hao, who was already extremely tense, suddenly felt nauseous. He bowed his head and vomited, but Fang Hou didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he thought to himself, Wang Zitang said that to become a spiritual master, one must let the power of the demonic take over their mind. And in this entire demonic territory, the place with the strongest demonic power is undoubtedly next to the demonic, and contact with the body will surely be evaded a little faster. After thinking this, he stared at the 2.5 meters long legs of the female doctor. Afterwards, he reached out directly and began to stroke. At this point, Fang Hao felt a very cold sensation, as if he was touching a dead body. Zhao Hao, who had just finished vomiting, saw this scene from behind and immediately felt as if he were collapsing. Immediately after that, he was extremely shocked and shouted loudly, "Fang Hao, I always thought that I was crazy enough, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless, even daring to take advantage of the demon's body." As Fang Hao stroked his long legs without expression, he said, "You can stay a little longer. If you're afraid, you can go first." At this point, he looked at Fang Hao, thinking of what Wang Zitang had said earlier, and also understood Fang Hao's purpose. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, let's do it at all costs." After that, he stubbornly walked towards the female doctor. Fang Hao saw him approaching, immediately reached out behind, giving way to Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao was seen sitting next to the long legs that immersed in the struggle of thought. He then closed his eyes, turned his head to one side, and at the same time, reached out his right hand. Quickly, he placed his trembling hand on it. At this moment, Zhao Hao felt like he was struck by lightning, took a deep breath. It's too cold. But he did not lift his hand. After the two of them touched for a while, Zhao Hao looked embarrassed at Fang Hou. "Fang Hou, it seems like you don't have any reaction. Do you have any changes in your body?" Fang Hou replied softly, "No." Then Zhao Hao spoke again. "I never thought that the first time I touched a woman's thigh, it would be a devil, but I have to say that these long legs are really long, even longer than mine." Seeing this, Fang Hou glanced at Zhao Hao, drooling, and couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This kid can adapt quite well. Although he was initially threatened and confused, now he's in a mood to joke. Who knows, he may have some potential. A moment later, Fang Hao looked at his phone and said, "Just a minute, give me another 30 seconds at most, leaving enough time to escape." Time flies by every second and minute. 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Hao didn't hesitate to stand up and run, and Zhao Hao, although a bit slower, followed closely behind. At this point, Zhao Hao, who was behind, wondered, "Fang Hao, are you sure we can escape? Have you been here before? Why are you so familiar with this place?" It turned out that when he entered the psychiatric hospital, Fang Hao paid special attention to the direction of certain main routes. Therefore, he was confident in using the terrain advantage to stretch the distance from the female doctor. However, as Fang Hou and Zhao Hao were about to reach the end of the hallway, the situation changed. Suddenly, in front of Fang Hao appeared a few strands of black hair. Seeing this, Fang Hao looked up and met the fierce red eyes of the female doctor. At that moment, Fang Hou was startled. Could my prediction be wrong? According to the estimation of Lai Fai Flei's flesh, there should be at least 2 more minutes to escape. But why is the female doctor chasing after us so fast? Thinking about this, he immediately turned to look at Lai Fei-Fei's body, and then his pupils dilated, only to see that Lai Fei-Fei's body had been eaten clean, turned into a pool of blood, with several large pieces of silicone clearly left on that pool of blood. He completely exploded. Fake silicone. He calculated the weight, but unexpectedly made a mistake at this point. Right at this moment, a bright light flashed behind him, and at the same time, Fang Hou screamed desperately, "I hope heaven has no silicone," and this also led him to die once again at the hands of a demon. He thought that this death would bring him back to his wife, but when Fang Hou woke up, he was surprised to find that he had not returned to his wife, but was still with the female doctor and was touching her thigh. At the same time, Zhao Hao, who was next to him, hesitantly walked over and also reached out to touch the female doctor. Immediately, Fang Hou hurriedly took out his phone to check the time. A thought came to him like a tide. Could it be that coming back after death is like playing a game? The first stage is near the residential area, and this second stage is King Shan Psychiatric Hospital. That's why this time I'm not coming back to my wife because I passed the first stage. So the time left automatically moves to the second stage. At this time, Fang Hou didn't have time to think much. Last time he died because of silicon, so this time he absolutely cannot make the same mistake. Thinking of this, Fang Hou immediately stood up and patted Zhao Hao on the shoulder next to him, saying, "Okay, let's go." Zhao Hao, with a regretful look, said, "Fang Hou, I've just started and I have to leave already. This is my first time." Before he could finish speaking, Fang Hou turned and left, saying lightly, "She's all silicone, so there's not enough meat to sustain for long." Hearing this, Zhao Hao was immediately stunned and then extremely surprised. Silicone? Why is it so big? After saying that, the two of them ran swiftly and quickly reached the stairs. At this point, Fang Hou firmly said, "Go down." After running for a while in the stairs, they met Wang Zai Tang and others. At this moment, Wang Zi Tang was keeping watch behind, and the sound behind made his heart beat fast. Seeing him at this moment, he looked like a frightened bird, hastily waving his hands and running. "The demon is coming, run up fast." Seeing this, Fang Hou was extremely suspicious and immediately called out Wang Zi Tang. Then Fang Hou accelerated, decisively jumped from the upper floor, firmly landing in front of them. At this time, Wu Nahai wiped his sweat in fear. "It's you two kids, you scared us to death. We thought it was a demon chasing us." At the same time, Zhao Hao looked surprised at everyone. "Why are you guys running so slowly?" Hearing that, the whole group angrily turned to look at him. "This slow, but we have already descended at least 20 floors. I don't know how tall this building is." Zhao Hao was immediately extremely surprised. 20 floors? Impossible. Fang Hou and I have only descended 3 floors and met you guys. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone opened their eyes in shock. "What? Zhao Hao, don't talk nonsense at this point or I'll hit you." Wang Zi Tang, who was standing next to him, only reacted now with a horrified look and his whole body trembling. This is the demon guide. At this moment, he was sweating profusely, not knowing what to do. It must be the demon guide. Then he looked in horror at one of them. My cousin said that the power of demons can cause hallucinations capable of creating the phenomenon of the demon guide. Whoever encounters the demon guide will continuously walk around in circles, unable to escape. That's also why Fang Hou and the others were able to catch up to them so quickly, because they were always walking around in circles. Fang Hou looked at everyone in a state of panic, unable to help but think, how interesting, the demon guide. Wang Zi Tang's words were like adding fuel to the fire, making everyone even more scared. Seeing this, Fang Hou looked helpless, then reached into his pocket to search for something, and then calmly looked at everyone. "Whoever among you has something extra, throw it on the ground to mark our way." Upon hearing this, Wang Zi Tang immediately understood and hastily coordinated a loud shout. "Yes, mark the way, quickly bring out the unnecessary things here." By the time everyone understood, it was too late, and immediately everyone worried. Belongings fell to the ground, including water bottles, cigarettes, lighters, and even Wang Zi Tang's condoms. After marking the way, Fang Hou turned back to look at everyone behind him. "Let's go, we're going downstairs." Everyone followed suit. Fang Hou cautiously went down the stairs, but after reaching a floor, they suddenly stopped at a corner. They saw the items they had marked earlier now appearing before them. Seeing this, everyone couldn't contain their fear and screamed in horror. "This is the lighter I just threw. My money too, we're really done for this time. We have truly encountered the demon guide. What do we do now? If the demon chases us in a while, we'll die." At this moment, Fang Hou's face turned gloomy as he picked up the condom that Wang Zi Tang had just thrown. It looks like Wang Zi Tang was right. We have encountered the demon guide, just wandering around. Right at that moment, Wang Zi Tang shouted loudly, "Stop yelling, my cousin said that ordinary people cannot escape the demon guide. To break free, We must rely on intuition to recognize it. Quickly check if anyone has intuition. After speaking, he focused his mind and prayed, I hope I can unlock my intuition. He wasn't sure if being chased and killed by demons before could be considered a life and death experience, but now he could only pray. The others looked confused. How do we check if we have intuition? A boy next to him also looked puzzled. I don't know either. Then he hesitantly said, or should we try the same as Wang? After that, he clasped his hands and began to pray. At this time, Fang Hou did not pay attention to their actions but went down the stairs beginning to grope. Fang Hou remembered, when passing by the psychiatric hospital before, the exit of the stairs was on the right, even though I didn't know what building this is, but the layout is probably not much different, because the demon guide is caused by hallucinations. So close my eyes, use my hand to feel on the right, and go down. There is a high chance to find the door. At this time, Wang Zitang noticed Fang Hou's actions and looked back at him with suspicion. Fang Hou, where are you going? But Fang Hou didn't pay attention to him and went down the stairs by himself. Instead of sitting here praying in vain, it's better to focus on searching for clues. Seeing this, Zhao Hao quickly followed, while Wang Zitang looked at Fang Hou's actions from behind, lost in thought. He felt that Fang Hou was not okay, too calm. From beginning to end, there was no panic on his face, even when he encountered the demon. At that time, after the female demon appeared, Fang Hou was the closest, but he did not run away immediately, but instead stood close to the wall to avoid being knocked down. We all ran to the stairs, but the other three did not follow. Now that Lai Fai Fi is missing, it goes without saying that she is dead. But the two men and the female demon were in the hallway for at least a minute. What did they do? Why didn't the demon kill them? Could it be that they are using the demon? Thinking of this, Wang Zitang kept shaking his head, dismissing this strange thought. It's impossible. It's a demon. The other two saw him thinking confusedly. At the same time, Fang Hou and Zhao Hao had gone down the stairs, away from everyone else. I only saw Fang Hou touching the wall as he walked, but he only felt the solid and rough walls without any other strange sounds. Seeing that, Zhao Hao looked at him suspiciously. Fang Hou, what are you doing? Just let me go, I'll help you. But at this time, Fang Hou didn't pay attention to him and went to the stairs by himself, stepping down one by one, 11, 12. At the same time, his hand continued to touch the wall. Suddenly, he stopped at the 15th step. At this time, the dirt on his hand became smooth and cold, as if he had touched metal. Only at this moment did Fang Hou's pupils tremble, and he couldn't help but say, I found it. Zhao Hao was puzzled. Found what? Then Zhao Hao followed Fang Hou. Very quickly, he also realized the difference. At this time, he couldn't help but be extremely happy. It's a door, Fang Hou. You're amazing. Hearing that, Wang Zitang was extremely shocked on the top floor. He looked at Fang Hou with an incredulous look and immediately ran to Fang Hou, pushing him out of the door. Wang Zitang looked ecstatic and pointed at the iron door, laughing loudly. We're saved, there's a door here. But the next second, the smile on Wang Zitang's face slowly disappeared, replaced by a look of despair as he stared at the iron door in front of him. But how do we open this door? After Fang Hou finished speaking, he also frowned, feeling doubtful in his heart. After thinking for a while, Fang Hou stepped forward, quickly found the door handle, and then anxiously and hopefully tried to open the door, praying in his heart that it wasn't locked. All of a sudden, there was a click and the door opened. Seeing this, he pushed the iron door open, hitting him in the face, revealing a long and dark corridor. Seeing this, Fang Hou was about to go in, but at that moment, Wang Zitang seemed to go crazy, pushing Fang Hou out again and being the first to rush in. Seeing this, Fang Hou frowned but said nothing more. Then the others, seeing the way out in front of them, also went crazy rushing in. Fang Hou, however, stood in place and watched everyone. At this moment, Zhao Hao turned back to look at Fang Hou with a puzzled look. Why aren't you running, Fang Hou? Why are you so calm? As he finished speaking, Fang Hou suddenly smiled cunningly. Faced with danger, they only think of running away. But the interesting thing is that facing a female doctor is like facing a demon. There's no need to run too fast. At the same time, behind them, there came a surprised voice. You two run quickly. If you don't run, get out of the way. As for me, if I want to die, don't drag me with you. But at this time, Fang Hou didn't pay attention to him, but thought to himself, sometimes running too fast may not be a good thing. As long as I make sure I'm not the last person, then it's convenient to touch the female doctor's thigh. Early identification of instincts. Moreover, at this psychiatric hospital, there is a strange escape situation. The previous encounter was just luck. If I meet one, it will be very interesting. On the other side, Wang Zitang was walking ahead and suddenly stopped. The people behind him also stopped one by one. It turned out that in front of them appeared a fork in the road, one on the left and one on the right. Both branches were very long. No one could see the situation behind the two roads. Everyone looked at the fork and then at each other. Suddenly, a man looked at one of the two branches, pointed to the left, and said, "I'll try the left side first." The man immediately got angry. "You're really smart. You want to harm me, don't you? Why don't you go by yourself?" At this moment, Fang Hou walked over and immediately everyone's attention turned to him. Wang Zitang hurriedly asked, "Fang Hou, which way should we go? When we were chased by the demon guide earlier, you were the one who found the way out, so you must know the way to escape." Fang Hou frowned once again. "You pushed me away when we were running, and now you remember me when you're in trouble." Thinking about this, Fang Hou couldn't help but laugh, which made everyone angry and embarrassed. "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and speak. The demon is catching up, and you're still pretending, asking us to trust you. You're still acting like the boss here." But at that moment, Fang Hou didn't pay attention to them, because to him, these people were just tools. Next, Fang Hou went to the right turn while thinking to himself, "Currently, the female doctor is unbeatable. If I want to prolong the time, the only way is to use people as a substitute." At the same time, everyone saw Fang Hou going to the right. They also did not hesitate to follow, choosing to run to the right, but at this moment, the sound of bone joints creaked. Hearing that sound, everyone knew that it was the sound of the female doctor. And currently, the person running last is manager Wu Dahai, with a round body, so his physical condition is not good. At the same time, Fang Hou remained calm and smiled slyly. "She's here. It's interesting." Right at this moment, the figure of the female doctor suddenly appeared on the ceiling, quickly rushing towards the last person in the team, only seeing the female doctor like a spider, her white and blue coat standing out in the hallway. She hung upside down on the ceiling, turning her head, her yellow eyes staring at everyone. At that moment, the crowd immediately panicked, risking their lives to run forward, but the speed of a basic human could not be compared with the female doctor. In the blink of an eye, she appeared on the top of Wu Dahai's head. Seeing this, Wu Dahai frantically ran away, with only one thought in his head: "I can't die." He then reached out and grabbed the collar of someone, saying, "Why are you running faster than me? This is fate. The one who must die is you." Then he pulled back with force, using the momentum to run forward, and the person he pulled fell backwards. Now he sat trembling on the ground, becoming the last person just waiting to die. The next moment, a silver light flashed, and the person Wu Dahai had pulled back was now the one whose throat had been cut. Even unable to scream in despair, the head separated from the body, and at this time, Wu Dahai did not feel any remorse. He turned his head back, muttering to himself, Xiao Chen, you can rest assured, on the day of the festival, I will burn incense for you." At the same time, Fang Hou also slowly stopped. Seeing this scene, Fang Hou couldn't help but disdain. Someone who has lost their humanity, what difference is there from a demon? At the same time, the female doctor took out a scalpel and began to cut Xiao Chen. Fang Hou calmly walked towards her, not knowing how to quickly open the spiritual sense. Now can only try more, hoping to quickly open the spiritual sense, become a spiritual master to reduce the loss of life. At this moment, Zhao Hao suddenly found that Fang Hou had disappeared in the crowd, anxiously looking for him. Suddenly, Zhao Hao froze in place. Seeing Fang Hou approaching the female doctor again, he sat down next to her and then put his hands on her thigh. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the side, and a trembling hand slapped him in the face. "Fang Hou, don't eat alone like that," touching someone's thigh without calling her. The red-faced man said, seemingly excited, eagerly staring at the thigh. "Next time you have the chance to touch a thigh, you must call her." He then began to molest, continuously praising, "Your skin is so smooth and white like jade. Do living girls feel like this too? Fang Hou, have you ever touched like this before?" At this point, Fang Hou paid no attention to him, but just smiled and said, "Indeed a pervert." Still able to say these words now. Who knows the truth about him? May be able to escape from this psychiatric hospital together with me. Time passed quickly, and before long it was time for the appointment. Fang Hou and Zhao Hao quickly ran to where everyone was. At this moment, Fang Hou said seriously, "Aren't you afraid of being killed by the female ghost?" Hearing this, Zhao Hao clearly accepted the reality. Waiting to die is more uncomfortable than being killed directly. Plus, you're still here with me. Fang Hou immediately looked at him helplessly. Soon, the two caught up with everyone else, and then they went to a restaurant, a very big restaurant with no one in sight. Zhao Hao was thinking, will there be any food? Can't work overtime without eating, and we ran straight to this time. I'm starving now. At the same time, Wang Zitang was very excited. Restaurants usually have back doors. Let's split up and search. After saying that, he looked at the other two and started drawing a cake. Don't rush to look for food. Find the way out first. Once we're out, I'll treat you to a feast as much as you want. Fang Hou looked around and said to himself, I'm afraid I don't have that kind of luck. Seeing this, Wu Dahai quickly flattered Wang, "Don't pay attention to that kid. Even if he doesn't have a place to stay, I'll dig one for you." At the same time, a colleague behind them shouted, "There's a door here." Upon hearing this, Wang Zitang immediately became excited. "Don't move, let me do it." He joyfully ran to the door, muttering continuously, "We're saved, we're saved." He then turned the doorknob and rushed in first. Seeing this, everyone followed suit. At the end, there was a narrow door, and the closer Fang Hou got, the more uneasy he felt. The environment grew darker, the light seemed to be suppressed, indicating that they were entering a sinister area, not just a normal door. Quickly, everyone ran to the end. At this point, Wang Zitang noticed that the door was unlocked. He opened it, only to find a room full of clutter. Luckily, there were no demons inside, so Wang Zitang no longer had the same smiling face as before, but instead looked extremely angry. "Damn it, there's no way out here. We've been trapped by demons." He clenched his jaw. At this time, Fang Hou remained calm. "We chose the wrong path. It looks like next time we should choose the left path." Then he tilted his head and looked back. "It's too late to turn back now. Although we can sacrifice one person to help others escape, but no one knows how far we have to run or how many more lives we have to take. It's better to go back and find the female demon to die and come back to life." After some thought, Fang Hou resolutely turned back. Seeing this, Zhao Hao quickly tried to stop him. "Fang Hou, if you go back now, you'll definitely run into the female demon." But as Fang Hou prepared to step out of the door, a burst of reprimand came from behind. "It's really absurd. If it wasn't for you choosing the wrong path, would we have been trapped here?" Fang Hou did not get angry, but instead smiled cunningly. "Blame me, how interesting humans really are." Seeing this, Zhao Hao angrily retorted, "Fang Hou did not force you. You chose to follow him voluntarily. Earlier you asked for directions. Now that you have chosen the wrong path, you blame him. If you are capable, then choose your own path." Immediately, Wu Dahai spoke venomously. "We may not have the courage, but at least we will not make decisions on our own like he did. If we don't know the way, we can discuss it. We trusted him to choose, who knows he would close his eyes and choose randomly." These words made Zhao Hao, who was not good at speaking, so angry that he couldn't say a word. At the same time, Wang Zitang stepped forward to prevent the two people from arguing. "All right, stop arguing. Arguing now is useless. Our urgent task now is to find a way to survive and escape." He then relied on Fang Hao's previous words to analyze. "In my opinion, observing this demon, it only attacks one person at a time, and then there will be 2 to 3 minutes of safety. So the only way now is to choose one person to lure the demon, creating an opportunity for everyone to escape." When Wang Zitang finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room immediately became strange. Fang Hou stood next to him with a slight smile because he knew Wang Zitang had calculated everything in his mind. When everyone blamed themselves, it was not surprising to be chosen to die. Thinking about this, Fang Hou couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, Wang Zitang took the initiative to attack, moving toward Fang Hou. He pushed Fang Hou and said loudly, "If it weren't for me..." Upon receiving the signal, Wu Dahai immediately reacted, using his fat body to press heavily on the skinny Zhao Hao. Quickly, Zhao Hao was pressed to the ground. "Wang, young master, I've got him under control." At the same time, Zhao Hao kept struggling. "You're a jerk. Let go of me, you pig. Let me go." Wang Zitang was kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. Right at this moment, Fang Hou suddenly slammed the iron door shut, making a loud noise. Hearing the noise, the people who were still fighting were confused and yelled, "Who did that?" At this moment, Fang Hou stood at the door, looking inside through the window on the door. Inside and outside the door seemed like 2 different worlds. Outside, Fang Hou looked at them with a strange look, while inside, everyone looked shocked, and the girls covered their eyes and dared not look, saying, "It's not my business, I didn't do anything." Zhao Hao couldn't even stand up. In pain, he cried out, "Fang Hou." At this moment, Wang Zitang looked at the small window on the door. A pale face was calmly smiling at them. Seeing this, he immediately felt a shiver and asked in horror, "Are you human or demon?" Suddenly, Fang Hou calmly replied, "I always thought I wouldn't be interested in humans, but unexpectedly, humans are much more interesting than demons." Then he looked up, smiling at them. "Thank you. Because of you, I have more interest in this world. Next time, I will repay you." At the same time, a rustling sound was heard. The female doctor quickly moved towards Fang Hou, and although he heard the noise, he didn't even turn around, still smiling at them. Then, with a swoosh, a silver light flash, Fang Hao's head fell down, but he didn't change his expression, still smiling at them. When Fang Hao's body slammed heavily to the ground, Wang Zitang inside the house shouted loudly, "Run, right now." With that, he and Wu Dahai quickly opened the door, bravely ran outside. At this moment, Zhao Hao was in tears, crying out in pain. "Fang Hou, Come save me. At the same time, as Wang Zitang ran away, he did not forget to turn and look at Fang Hou, but the triumphant expression on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by surprise as he saw Zhao Hao embracing Fang Hou and crying, while Fang Hou still maintained a smile, his eyes calm as he quietly looked at Wang Zitang. Wang Zitang felt a sense of fear as he looked at Fang Hao's head. His heart seemed to stop beating, and he felt as if Fang Hou was saying, "You wait." In the blink of an eye, a cold feeling of slipperiness spread from Fang Hao's palm. At this point, Fang Hou adjusted his head and muttered, "Back again." Immediately, he calmly stood up and said, "Let's go." Seeing this, Zhao Hao was not satisfied, full of suspicion. "Fang Hou, why are you leaving? Didn't I say?" Fang Hou replied, "It's silicon." After that, Fang Hou led Zhao Hao away, a sly smile on his lips. Not long after, they met Wang Zitang and others again. At this time, Fang Hou still jumped down from the stairs. Then he didn't look back and went down to the lower floor. At the same time, Zhao Hao looked at everyone suspiciously. "Why are you all running so slowly?" The man spoke gently, but with a puzzling look. "Still slow. We have at least gone down 20 floors. On the other side, Fang Hou repeated the way he did before he died, counting the steps going down. At the same time, Wang Zitang and others were still arguing. "We at the Demon Guide just keep wandering around." Before they could finish their words, they heard a loud noise as Fang Hou opened the iron door. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Didn't we say it was the Demon Guide? Why did we find the escape route so quickly? But Zhao Hao just smiled. Why still be knave? Run quickly. At this point, Wang Zitang's face was complicated. He looked at Fang Hou ahead suspiciously. "How you awakened the spirit, haven't you?" Very quickly, they reached the intersection just like before. Wang Zitang was the first to speak. "You found the door immediately earlier, so you must also know the way out. Fang Hou, quickly get us out of here, just lead us outside, and we will definitely reward you." But at this moment, Fang Hou paid no attention to him and looked at his phone, then calmly said, "One more minute, 1 minute before the demon appears." Hearing this, Wang Zitang was overjoyed. "So you even know the time the demon appears? It seems you have truly become a spiritual master. Just lead me out of the demon, and I will give you 500,000 yuan. Finishing his words, Fang Hou slowly turned around, a smile on his face. Seeing this, Wang Zitang was full of expectation, and then Fang Hou gave a strange smile. "Not so fast. Before we go, I have one thing to do." Wang Zitang looked at him with a puzzled expression, even feeling a sense of foreboding incomprehensibly. Suddenly, Fang Hou kicked him in the lower body. Immediately, a desperate scream echoed everywhere. For a moment, it seemed like there was a sound of a broken egg. At this time, Wang Zitang frowned, sweating profusely, every desperate cry coming from his mouth, while Fang Hou looked at him kneeling on the ground, clutching his lower body in pain, couldn't help but feel triumphant. Then Fang Hou looked at him with a sly smile. 500,000 yuan to save your eggs." He tried to suppress the pain and slowly opened his mouth. "If you feel the money is not enough, just say it. Why kick my eggs?" Fang Hou, on the other hand, looked indifferent, watching him writhing on the ground, groaning. At this time, the people around all appeared angry, especially Wu Dahai, pointing at Fang Hou and scolding loudly. "Fang Hou, what are you doing? Why suddenly kick someone? Why attack someone out of the blue and using such a despicable trick?" Hearing this, Fang Hou calmly explained, "The speed of this demon is much faster than that of a human, so surely someone will die in a minute. But now, Wang Zitang has lost the ability to act, so the person who will die is definitely him. So I am saving everyone." Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Wu Nahai was even more bewildered, not understanding what was going on. "Save us. Something seems to be wrong." At this moment, Fang Hou stepped forward, followed by a familiar sound of shattering. Now Wu Dahai's face twisted in pain as he groaned loudly, while Fang Hou stood beside him, indifferent. "I told you, it's to save everyone. You deserve to die long ago." Wu Dahai's posture at this moment was exactly like Wang Zitang's, embracing the intense pain and groaning. His cries of agony were non-stop, but clearly his endurance was not as strong as Wang Zitang's. After 2 hours of agonizing cries, he foamed at the mouth and passed out. Seeing this, Zhao Hao unconsciously hugged Wu Dahai and said to Fang Hou, "You're so ruthless." Another person looked confused, then angrily glared at Fang Hou. "What do you want to do? In a short period of time, how come you suddenly attacked twice, directly causing serious injuries to 2 people at the same time?" Fang Hou directly turned away, ignoring him, and then he walked straight on his own, but the man still refused to let go and angrily shouted, "Attacking Wang's son to save us, so why attack Manager Engo?" Suddenly, Fang Hou slightly turned his head back, looking at him with an unchanged face to preserve a backup person. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao raised his hands. Indeed, Fang Hou is still cautious. The man who was angry just now clenched his jaw and choked up at this time. Everyone began to discuss fearfully. Disposing of one person is as good as being finished, and yet he still wants to reserve a backup person. Is he still a human being? Truly destructive. At the same time, Fang Hou stood at the intersection, pointing in one direction. The right is the road of death. If you want to live, go left. Time for you is running out. After speaking, Fang Hou crossed his arms in front of his chest, leaned against the wall, closed his eyes. At this point, everyone looked at Fang Hou with suspicion. If the left side is the safe way, why didn't you go by yourself? Is there danger ahead in the corridor? Do you see us as a backup? Upon hearing this, Fang Hou calmly looked at everyone and said, I'm waiting to see who flinches. You all have only 10 seconds to run away. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except Zhao Hao, who was extremely excited, thought they had misheard him. They looked at him with disbelief. What do you mean by see who flinches? Meanwhile, Zhao Hao was extremely excited. Another chance. Fang Hou was playing see who flinches, take me with you. Hee hee, let's go legs. Just as the two were questioning Fang Hou, suddenly the familiar sound of joints moving echoed, and the female doctor attacked from the ceiling. Her head turned 180 degrees, her eyes glaring at the people below. Immediately, both of them screamed in fear. The man shouted to the woman behind him, quick, run to the left. Immediately, both of them turned and started running frantically, but they were afraid that Fang Hou was tricking them. After a while, they began to hesitate and stopped at the left hallway. Then they cowered in a corner, looking out at Fang Hou, who was not only not running, but also calmly standing still. At this moment, the female doctor had reached them, and Wang Zitang looked at Fang Hou in horror, saying, Fang Hou, save me. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Zitang suddenly felt that something was not right. Immediately, he raised his hand to his eyes and froze in place, only to see that his hand was continuously bleeding. At this moment, he was completely mad with anger and hatred in his eyes. Shortly after, he reached for Fang Hao's pants, screaming in pain, Fang Hou, you're dead to me. With a loud thud, Fang Hou stomped his foot directly on Wang Zitang's hand, pinning it under his foot. The intense pain made him cry out. Then Fang Hou slowly sat down and looked at him. Don't worry, I won't go anywhere. I'll stay here with you. Suddenly, Fang Hao's expression changed, becoming cruel and gloomy. Not only will I stay here with you, but I'll also stay here and watch you die. At the same time, the doctor's hand was placed on his face, causing him to scream in agony, don't. In the next moment, with Wang Zitang's final scream, his neck was snapped. His eyes filled with absolute horror and a deep-seated grudge. He died with his eyes open. At the same time, Wang Zitang's fresh blood sprayed onto Fang Hao's face. Along with that warm feeling, he died on the spot. Fang Hou then licked the blood. This was the taste of revenge, the first time he had tasted the flavor of revenge. At that moment, Fang Hou was extremely excited, running his hand through his hair. This feeling isn't bad either. At this moment, Fang Hou could feel his heartbeat. He held his chest. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. Then he laughed wildly. Why is my heart beating so fast? At this moment, he couldn't help but start to imagine. Imagine what it would feel like one day if his wife died in his arms. How beautiful that scene would be. But very soon after, Fang Hao's face returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Then he went behind the female doctor, put a leg on her shoulder, and started touching her thigh as usual. At this point, the two people far away completely panicked at Fang Hao's actions. They looked at each other with cold sweat running down their faces. He just said touching thighs. It turns out it's real, touching the thighs of a demon. Suddenly, Fang Hou turned his head to look at Zhao Hao next to him. Before being reborn, he still remembered very clearly what Zhao Hao did in the storage room. Although he did not have any emotions, Fang Hou still hoped to help Zhao Hao more. After a moment of thinking, Fang Hou suddenly shouted in a way that scared Zhao Hao, as if lightning had struck next to his ear. Fang Hou pulled Zhao Hao's thigh with one hand and pointed at him with the other hand, his face covered in blood, his pale skin contrasting with the fresh red blood, creating a strange and terrifying beauty. Seeing this scene, the two who had just been threatened by demons ran away, only to be threatened by Fang Hou again with a terrifying, oh my god, demons. At this point, Zhao Hao was also amazed. Upon hearing this, Fang Hou sighed. So that's it. It seems that dying 21 times has left my mind with only thoughts of revenge and madness. Fang Hou could feel that it was now very difficult for him to have fluctuating emotions. His humanity was slowly disappearing, but Zhao Hao was different. If he didn't want to, Fang Hou wouldn't force him. In this moment of hesitation, Zhao Hao finally decided to trust Fang Hou. Shortly after that, he loudly spoke to Fang Hou. Your house is ordinary, your appearance is mediocre, and at the real estate brokerage company, it's always the one who is despised. Only Fang Hou is willing to hang out with me. Only you really consider me a friend. After saying this, he felt embarrassed and scratched his face. So, Fang Hou, believe me, but I look frightening. Blood on my face splattered as if I had just killed a pig. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hao took a step towards Fang Hou, but at that moment, he accidentally kicked Wang Zitang in the head. Seeing this, Zhao Hao quickly raised his leg and apologized. "Oh my god, I'm sorry, young Master Wang. I didn't mean to call you a pig." After speaking, Zhao Hao's mouth curled up, his face blushed as he stretched out his hand. The two began to slowly touch each other's thigh. Suddenly, Zhao Hao suspiciously asked, "Fang Hou, why did you choose to confront Wang Zitang and Wu Dahai?" Fang Hou calmly explained, "This demon has a speed that humans cannot match. To survive, you can only use human lives to exchange for time. With the identity of the two of them, do you think they would push someone to sacrifice, be the one in conflict with them? Or are you the one who is always looked down upon?" Listening, Zhao Hao's face paled slightly. At this moment, he was about to speak when Fang Hou suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. Then he said seriously, "Do you feel a strange cold air invading your body?" Zhao Hao shook his head. "No, I don't." At this moment, Fang Hao's heart trembled slightly, carefully feeling that it was not an illusion. There was a strange cold air from the doctor's thigh entering his palm, then spreading throughout his body. Could this be the invasion of demonic power? Closing his eyes, he carefully sensed, "Such a faint cold air, I didn't feel anything when I touched my thigh before. Is it because I'm about to reach a certain critical point now?" Thinking of this, Fang Hou opened his eyes suddenly. Could this be a sign for him to enlighten his intuition? At the same time, Zhao Hao next to him blushed, changing the way he touched his thigh, cold air invading the body. What kind of cold air is this? I have to say that these legs are quite cold. Is it because of my posture? Seeing this, Fang Hou immediately fell silent. After a while, Zhao Hao looked at Fang Hou and said, "Fang Hou, it's probably almost time. We should hurry." Hearing this, Fang Hou closed his eyes and said, "Not yet. Wu Dahai is not here. I feel like I'm about to have a spiritual awakening." At that moment, Wu Dahai was trembling on the side. Zhao Hao looked at Fang Hou and said happily, "Really, you're about to have a spiritual awakening, so that means we're saved, right?" Then he scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Oh, what does it feel like to have a spiritual awakening? Why can't I feel anything?" Fang Hou looked serious and said, "Although you have been in contact with evil spirits for a long time, you have never experienced a real life and death situation, so psychologically you are not prepared, and therefore you cannot feel it." After speaking, Fang Hou pulled Zhao Hao to a corner, and quickly after that, the female doctor grabbed Wu Dahai skillfully and cheerfully began to dissect. At this point, after knowing the reason, Zhao Hao looked at Fang Hou wanting to say to stop. "It's obvious that I have always been by Fang Hou's side. He has experienced life and death like that." After the female doctor finished dissecting the body, she hugged Wu Dahai and started eating. Seeing this, the two people moved forward and continued to touch the thigh. This fat of Wu Dahai is a lot. It'll last for 5 minutes without any problem. But Fang Hou still decided to only touch for 2 minutes, saving 3 minutes to escape. After that, he closed his eyes, subconsciously stroking the palm of his hand, seriously feeling the cold air coming in. In his consciousness, more and more cold air gathered in his body, but after entering the body, these cold air streams seemed to disappear without a trace. This situation made Fang Hou feel unsettled. He could feel these demonic airstreams continuously invading his body, but in the end, where did they go? Are they spiritual? At this point, he couldn't help but sink into consciousness, letting his consciousness flow with the cold air like a floating leaf on a river, ultimately merging into the vast sea. And here, Fang Hou sensed there is a dark heart beating slowly, covered with a layer of dust that looks very dirty, and all the cold air streams eventually enter the heart, while the consciousness has no fixed shape, meaning that I can control the shape of consciousness. Immediately, Fang Hou agreed to think the dark heart slowly transformed into a dagger and could even transform into himself. As more and more cold air streams entered the heart, it gradually emitted a faint light. Then all the demonic air streams began to gather towards the open corner of the heart, converging into a bright red light. Then they invaded the open corner of consciousness until finally all the red light merged into the black light, forming a bright red sphere. Finally, everything returned to silence at the same time. Fang Hou's senses became extremely sharp. His sense of smell, hearing, and taste were all enhanced. And beyond the sensory organs, even the speed of nerve reactions and the ability to control the body were all enhanced. He could easily manifest the latent strength in his muscles. At this moment, Fang Hou slowly opened his eyes, suddenly discovering as if a thin layer of veil was lifted, the most authentic world was completely exposed before him. At this moment, he sank into contemplation. Could it be that this is spirituality, the product of spirituality distorted by demonic power? And at this moment, Fang Hou's spirituality was only enlightened about 1%, needing to be integrated with enough demonic power in order to fully exert the greater power of spirituality. The ability of spiritual masters to heal is the manifestation of spiritual power. In the depths of his heart, what is most important, what is most desired, what is most necessary will be manifested. At this moment, Fang Hou could not help but doubt his own ability, or in other words, what is most desired in his heart. Thinking about this, Fang Hou began to apply his innate power as dark as ink, and immediately after that, he hugged his chest with an uncomfortable expression. Because his ability was painful, his attacks could make the attacker feel pain. Seeing this, Fang Hou was a bit disappointed. This can also be called a talent. At the same time, Fang Hou also understood that it turns out that deep down, I am all about suffering. But when Fang Hou began to apply his ability, he was surprised to find that a familiar pain rushed into his heart, whether it was the physical pain of death or the negative emotions and psychological distortions. Up to this point, he fully understood what his ability was. It was to make the enemy feel pain, which he had to endure. Thinking about this, Fang Hou couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, and then he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Excellent, I am very satisfied with his ability. At this moment, Zhao Hao was so scared that he gasped, suspecting and asking Fang Hou, have you succeeded, brother? But Fang Hou did not answer. Instead, he raised his head and laughed heartily. At this moment, he screamed fiercely in his heart, tremendously excited, making even the evil spirits feel the same pain as him. Is there anything more wonderful in this world? This is what he desires most in his heart. Suddenly, Fang Hou's eyes became fierce. He thought of his wife. Fang Hou was immersed in this state, unable to escape, as if suddenly reaching extreme pleasure, closing his eyes to enjoy and smirk. Suddenly, Zhao Hao next to him interrupted Fang Hou's words. 2 minutes, Fang Hou. Hearing this, Fang Hou immediately became calm. Then he seriously looked at Zhao Hao. Step back a little. I want to test the power of the spiritual master. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hao was ecstatic, immediately raised his index finger, and slowly stepped back. So you've really become a spiritual master, like Wang Zitang said. How amazing. Right after that, Fang Hou slowly approached the female doctor, walking up to her. He stood there, watching the doctor eat. Then, Fang Hou raised his left hand, transmitting spiritual power into it. Immediately after, Fang Hou tightened his fist, preparing to punch. This punch contained all the pain he had endured after 21 deaths. This level of pain, no one could stop. And as the number of deaths increased, the pain would accumulate and escalate. This method was an infinite strengthening ability. Let her be the first to feel this pain. Finally, Fang Hou punched the female doctor in the face, but she didn't react at all while eating. At the same time, the female doctor suddenly let out a painful scream. Then she collapsed to the ground, holding her head and screaming continuously. Even her eating utensils, surgical knife, fell to the ground. Although the female doctor looked very painful, it was clear that she was not as painful as he was before. This punch in general was not very effective, only activating 1% of the spiritual power. After that, she also quickly recovered. A female doctor quickly recovered as usual and continued to eat by herself. At this time, Fang Hou stood still, lost in thought. The head of the female demon has no injuries. Obviously, the punch cannot break through her defense, leading to the possibility of obstructing the transmission of spiritual power. It seems that the power of the punch is limited. It is best to use weapons, but ordinary weapons may not be able to transmit spiritual power. At this moment, Zhao Hao suspectedly looked at Fang Hou. Fang Hou, why haven't we run yet? Immediately, he drooled again, looking greedily at her thighs. If you still have it left, I will touch you again, hey. At the same time, Fang Hou suddenly noticed a surgical knife on the ground. In that instant, the corners of his mouth curved up and said, isn't there already a weapon here? Fang Hou didn't hesitate and directly crouched down to pick it up. When he held it, he felt as cold as an ice block. At the same time, as soon as he held it, Fang Hou felt a very intense negative emotion attacking his mind nonstop. This power contains the grievances, anger, and hatred of countless people. Not long after, fragmented images of countless half-human, half-demon demons being tied to the operating table continued to appear in Fang Hou's mind. It was at this moment that Fang Hou completely understood that in this psychiatric hospital, the female doctor had used this surgical knife to experiment on creatures full of resentment. Therefore, the knife absorbed the resentment of countless demons, and the female doctor was affected by the resentment to the point of madness and eventually turned into a vicious demon. This also meant that this knife was the real demon, and the female doctor was just influenced by it. At this moment, Fang Hou once again smiled sinisterly. So if I have this knife, can I kill the female doctor? Thinking this, Fang Hou was eager to experiment. Immediately after, he walked up to the female doctor and told Zhao Hao to stay away. Zhao Hao was immersed in pleasure, with a flushed face and outstretched hands, saying, "I only touched it for a moment." But suddenly he saw the knife in Fang Hao's hand, hastily changed his tone. "Okay." Seeing Fang Hao's expressionless face, he began to gather strength. Then a silver flash of light passed, followed by the sound of metal collision. The doctor's neck showed no signs of injury at this time. Zhao Hao next to him quickly covered his ears. This sound really made people's hair stand on end, while Fang Hou was extremely surprised, staring at him. Impossible. At the same time, Zhao Hao lifted the doctor's collar to check, also extremely surprised and suspicious. "Fang Hao, this knife looks very sharp. How come it didn't hurt her when you stabbed her?" As soon as he spoke, Zhao Hao reached out to touch her neck, and immediately a 3,000-inch long spit flowed. Her face also turned red. His skin was really smooth and cool. It was comfortable to touch. Listening, Fang Hao didn't pay attention, but instead looked at the female doctor, lost in thought. The surgical knife can cut countless demons. Why doesn't it work when I stab her? At this moment, Fang Hao suddenly reacted. Could it be spiritual? This surgical knife needs spirituality to control it. And right now, my spirituality is depleted, so I can't unleash its true power. Thinking about this, Fang Hou clenched one's jaw. It seems that revenge is temporarily out of reach. At this moment, the demon female doctor suddenly dropped the food, staring at them. At this point, Fang Hao didn't hesitate, telling Zhao Hao to turn around and run away. Zhao Hao didn't understand what was happening. With a reluctant expression on his face, "Fang Hao, you're already fond of something before even touching it." Upon hearing this, Fang Hao seemed helpless. "Just run, there's no time left now." At the same time, the demon female doctor suddenly stood up, looking around, constantly muttering, "Where's the knife?" On the other side, Fang Hao and the other person quickly ran out of the hallway, then into a large, very empty and quiet hall. Suddenly, Fang Hao sensed a disturbance. Since his spiritual enlightenment, his senses had become sharper. He could easily hear the heavy breathing of the two people and the anxious, pounding heartbeat. He then stared at a column nearby where they had hidden very carefully. Only two colleagues were now hiding behind the column, peering out in fear. When they saw Fang Hou, their hanging hearts finally relaxed. At the same time, Zhao Hao looked at Fang Hou with a troubled expression. "There are 4 doors, east, west, south, and north. How should we go?" As soon as he finished speaking, the two colleagues immediately stepped out from behind the column. Zhao Hao didn't know what was happening and was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Only now did the female colleague, overjoyed, burst into tears. "It's great that you two are okay." The man looked at them with a serious expression. "Fang Hao, you lead the way. We have been waiting for you here for a long time." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao immediately rolled his eyes. "Hey, you two just ran very fast. Why do you want Fang Hao to show the way now? You two are really shameless." Seeing this, the two laughed but didn't say anything. At this moment, Fang Hao paid no attention to the two, but looked intently at the 4 doors with a calm expression. After thinking, Fang Hao responded to Zhao Hao seriously. "It's simple. Let's try each door one by one." As soon as he said that, the 3 people next to him all looked surprised at Fang Hao. Only now did the male colleague show his dissatisfaction. "We are racing against time. How can we have time to try each door?" At this point, Fang Hao didn't pay attention and went towards one of the doors. "Too much talking. If you want to go, go. If not, then don't." At the same time, Zhao Hao also followed. Seeing this, 2 colleagues behind didn't know what to do. They could only anxiously look at Fang Hao. Just then, a roar of a demon echoed everywhere, causing both of them to be frightened to their bones. Right after that, the ceiling also began to shake as before. The two didn't know what to do. They could only stare at the ceiling. The female colleague was so scared that she started to cry. "Demon, demon, it's catching up." The man looked puzzled. How can that be? Wang Zitang and Wu Dahai are just 2 people. Why would it be so fast? At this moment, Fang Hao suddenly thought, "It's very likely that it's because I attacked the demon or because I took its dagger, so it broke its rule of killing people in order." Seeing this, the 3 of them quickly sped up and ran towards the large door. He quickly pushed the old door out, then shouted loudly, "Run fast." Upon entering the door, they discovered that it was a staircase up to the next floor, so Fang Hao led everyone to start running up the stairs at the risk of their lives. At this moment, Fang Hao was leading, with Zhao Hao closely behind, while the other 2 colleagues are still arguing. The woman's physical condition is not as good as the others, so she panics and pulls the man in front of her, saying, "Wait for me, it's catching up." Seeing this, the man angrily looks at the woman and says, "Let go of my hand, don't pull me." At the same time, there is a loud collision behind them, and a figure flashes like lightning rushing up the stairs. Only the demon-like female doctor lying on the ceiling slowly turns, her bones creaking in a chilling manner. Its four limbs cling tightly to the ceiling, observing the people below, and at the same time, it emits a difficult sound. Give it back to me. Everyone thought it would be the same as usual. The person running last would be eaten, but this time it was beyond their expectations. It completely ignored the others and quickly chased after the stairs to the upper floor. At this moment, two colleagues were trembling with fear, looking terrified towards where Fang Hou had disappeared, and Zhao Hao followed Fang Hou and touched his thigh a few times, clearly much calmer than the others. At the same time, he noticed something unusual, and then he shouted loudly towards the stairs on the upper floor, "Fang Hou, come next to me." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon female doctor stopped beside Fang Hou, and all he saw was her angry look. Fang Hou suddenly uttered a word slowly, "Knife." After observing, the demon female doctor stuffed her mouth, looked intently at Fang Hou, and said, "Give me the knife." At the same time, it jumped down from the ceiling. At that moment, Fang Hou didn't have time to dodge and was immediately pushed down to the ground by it, its arms grabbed by the demon female doctor. Then the demon female doctor angrily growled, mouth full of blood, viciously biting into Fang Hao's neck. There was only a splattering sound, blood gushing out, and Fang Hou died once again. It also showed that the west door was not open, and after Fang Hou was resurrected, he had to go through once again what he had encountered before. However, all of his choices were no different than before. Once again, the testicles of both Wang Zai-Tang and Wu Dahai were shattered. Of course, he couldn't give up the scalpel, so as usual, as soon as he picked up the knife, the female demon doctor immediately stopped eating, angrily looking at Fang Hou. "Where is my knife?" At this time, Fang Hou raised the scalpel, looked at Zhao Hao, excitedly shouted loudly, "Run fast!" Zhao Hao panicked and ran away. This time, Fang Hou chose the north door to run, and the north was the elevator that could still be used. Fang Hou decisively ran into the elevator, pressing the floor to go up. But because the elevator was too old, the startup speed was extremely slow. Seeing that, Fang Hou used the speed of 25 continuous hand crank pressings to the elevator button. But just as the elevator door was about to close, a pale hand suddenly reached in, pushing the closing elevator door open. Immediately after, the pale hand reached out towards Fang Hou. Then came the sound of a splash and blood splattered everywhere. Fang Hou once again proved that the north door was not viable, and when he resurrected again, this time Fang Hou chose the south door. The south door was a very chaotic operating room, with medical instruments scattered everywhere. The most dangerous thing at the south door is the final end. At that moment, the female demon doctor was lying in a corner staring at him, only a step away from Fang Hou. Right after that, the female demon doctor pounced and directly threw Fang Hou to the ground. One person, one demon, four eyes staring at each other. Then blood splattered and Fang Hou died once again. Now there's only one way left, the east door. If this door still leads to a dead end, Fang Hou only has to give up the surgical knife. Thinking about this, Fang Hou felt very reluctant. Although the speed of the female demon doctor was much faster than his, he could use resurrection multiple times to predict its attack trajectory. To some extent, resurrection is equivalent to predicting the future, and Fang Hou remembered clearly that to the left of this place, there was an escape route. Thinking about that, Fang Hou took big strides towards the escape route. However, before he could run far, several dark energies appeared from behind, beginning to coil around Fang Hou's neck. Right after that, there was a sound of a switch. Fang Hou's head separated from his neck, welcoming the ninth resurrection. Standing on the edge of the cliff, Fang Hou thought that he was very close to the way out, and the next time would definitely be successful. At this time, he pointed east and firmly said, "Let's go east." This time, he did not attack Wang Zai-Tang and Wu Dahai anymore, but led Zhao Hao without hesitation to run towards the east gate. Wang Zai-Tang and Wu Dahai also ran closely behind, but shortly after running into the east gate, the familiar and chilling sound of bones once again approached. Wang Zai-Tang and Wu Dahai immediately heard the sound and were frightened, running for their lives in the hallway, afraid of becoming the last ones. However, the demon completely ignored them and jumped over their heads, rushing towards Fang Hou. At that moment, Fang Hou did not look back, just ran straight ahead, while the female demon doctor continued to chase after him from behind. Seeing this, Zhao Hao shouted loudly from behind, "Fang Hou, hurry up." But before he could finish his words, he was stunned by what he saw next, as he only saw the hand of the female demon doctor reaching behind Fang Hou, aggressively grabbing his head. Fang Hou seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, only slightly tilting his head, his pale and eerie hand almost darting past his ear. Seeing this, the female demon doctor was also amazed, her eyes wide as two bronze bells. At this moment, Fang Hou calmly looked at her, unable to help but sneer, while Zhao Hao behind him was also extremely confused. Taking advantage of the female demon doctor's astonishment, Fang Hou quickly turned and ran towards the end of the corridor. Seeing this, the female demon doctor finally became angry, baring her fangs and shouting, "Die!" She quickly closed in on Fang Hou, using her white bone claw on him. After a miss, the female demon doctor immediately unleashed a revolving spear attack, extremely fast and accompanied by a fierce whistling wind, but Fang Hou bent down, avoiding it once again. At this point, the female demon doctor's hand almost turned into a phantom, continuously attacking him, but Fang Hou always remained calm, easily avoiding the attacks. During that process, after several resurrections, Fang Hou had completely memorized the attack trajectory. In addition, after enlightening his soul, his physical body was also enhanced, so now he only needed to rely on his memory to avoid its attack trajectory. He could be safe and sound. At this moment, Zhao Hao was extremely excited, looking at Fang Hou with a reverent face. Fang Hou is really awesome. At the same time, the demon doctor's actions infuriated Fang Hou, at which point it lay on the ceiling, looking just like a giant spider-human hybrid. Suddenly, it jumped down from the ceiling, then the demon doctor roared fiercely while rushing towards Fang Hou. However, as it lunged forward, Fang Hou staggered as if something had tripped him, falling forward suddenly. Then Fang Hou fell to the ground. At the same time, the demon doctor was rushing towards him at high speed. Seeing this, Fang Hou rolled over, then gracefully slid. Fang Hou had perfectly avoided the attack, and where he had just fallen, the demon doctor struck the ground, creating a deep hole. At this moment, the female demon doctor became even more angry as she turned abruptly to look at Fang Hou, muttering continuously, "Die, die." Fang Hou slightly turned to look at her, then continued running towards the emergency exit. At the same time, Zhao Hao and the other two were stunned, feeling dizzy and unable to keep up with the speed, at which Fang Hou easily dodged several attacks. Meanwhile, the enraged female demon doctor roared and stomped her foot, once again chasing after Fang Hou. Seeing the path emitting a green light, Fang Hou exerted all of his strength to sprint towards the green light. In Zhao Hao's heart, there was both admiration and longing. This is the true spiritual master, so amazing. On the other side, Fang Hou, at the end of the last passage, also saw the emergency exit sign. This was the first time he had seen this sign after 9 resurrections. As long as this was the real way out, they would be saved. But at that moment, Fang Hou realized a problem. How to avoid the next attack? Could it be that he had to die a few more times? But at this moment, a strange scene had occurred. The female demon doctor was frantically chasing after them. When it saw the sign, it not only suddenly stopped the pursuit, but also let out a terrifying scream, then quickly retreated. Seeing this, Fang Hou was extremely suspicious, only now to look terrifying, trembling with fear. At that moment, Fang Hou frowned. Why did it suddenly stop the attack? The demon doctor's escape not only did not make him happy, but also made Fang Hou more worried. It was afraid, could there be something inside that even scared the female demon doctor? After the scream, the female demon doctor suddenly turned around at the speed of a lightning bolt, running directly in the opposite direction. At this moment, Zhao Hao and the other two also rushed over, accidentally bumping into the female demon doctor. Immediately after, a giant ball hit Zhao Hao straight in the face, instantly causing him extreme pain. Due to the demon doctor's extremely fast speed, Zhao Hao fell down staggeringly, falling backwards. His two colleagues next to him were so scared that they were at a loss. At this moment, Zhao Hao held his face, adjusted his glasses with a suspicious look. Damn it, what was that just now? Cold as ice, but incredibly soft and elastic. At the same time, two colleagues looked in the direction the female Dr. Ghost had left, looking at each other confusedly. Has she already left? On the other side, Zhao Hao hurriedly ran towards Fang Hou. Fang Hou, are you okay? Why did that female ghost suddenly run away? Fang Hou shook his head to signal that he was fine and at the same time began to analyze. According to normal logic, going out of this door should be the way out. But why did the female Dr. Ghost run away when she saw the sign? At this moment, Zhao Hao looked at Fang Hou with a puzzled expression. Fang Hou, what are you doing? At this moment, Fang Hou did not answer, but pondered to himself. One is suddenly running away, which can only prove that this place is likely not the way out, but a hiding place for something that even it is afraid of. At this moment, Fang Hou looked at the sign. Clearly behind the sign was a path, and the path was very dark. Completely relying on the sign for illumination, but still could vaguely see an iron door at the end of the path. Behind the iron door was just a black color, like the mouth of a giant pit full of unknown dangers. At the same time, his female colleague behind him saw the emergency exit and immediately smiled, while his male colleague saw Fang Hou standing still and anxiously asked, "Why aren't you going? Is there a problem with this path?" Hearing this, Fang Hou remained expressionless, suddenly turned around, and instead of expressing his thoughts, said, "Let's take a rest and then go." After speaking, Fang Hou sat down directly on the spot. At the same time, Cao Hao and the others also sat down, saying taking a break is also good. Running around like this for tens of minutes, normally we can't keep running. And the female colleague deeply breathed, while the male colleague exclaimed, "I never expected to see a demon with my own eyes in this lifetime." At the same time, Fang Hou began to meditate with his eyes closed, as he wanted to wait for his soul to recover. After all, the female demon doctor had already been scared away, and he couldn't even fight back against her. So he had to wait for his soul to recover before trying again. Time flew by quickly, and after resting for half an hour, Fang Hou suddenly opened his eyes and stood up, startling the other three. He then said seriously, "Let's go." As they entered the emergency exit, it saw complete darkness. Seeing this, Fang Hou cautiously felt his way forward step by step. After walking for a while and not encountering any danger, Fang Hou started to feel uneasy. He thought to himself, a place that can make someone too scared to enter must have some danger. As they went deeper, the surroundings became even darker, and a strange atmosphere filled the air, causing Cao Hao and the other two to look around anxiously and uneasily. At the same time, Fang Hou walked ahead, approaching the three people behind, confirming once again that there were no casualties, and then continued to move forward after a stretch of road. They suddenly saw an iron door. In addition, at the moment, nothing strange is happening. Now, Fang Hou hesitated in front of the door. I wonder if there is really any danger hidden behind this door. But there are no other options now. The worst result is to go back again. After thinking, Fang Hou slowly pushed the door open. The door made an old creaking sound, and behind the door was as dark as ink, with no light at all, a black hole. Seeing this, Cao Hao looked at Fang Hou in fear. "Fang Hou, is there really a way inside this? Is there any danger?" Hearing this, Fang Hou said seriously, "If there is danger, we still have to go in." After speaking, he directly stepped into the door, the darkness like a giant abyss, slowly swallowing his figure. Here, it was so dark that nothing could be seen. The strangest thing is that it was so quiet to the point of deathly silence. Not even the sound of oneself could be heard, no footsteps, no breathing, no calling, to the point that Fang Hou still didn't know if the other three had followed. Seeing this, he tried to open his mouth, no matter how much his vocal cords vibrated, but basically no sound was made, so he tried to turn his head back. But the door behind had long disappeared. He thought he was dazzled from fatigue, so he rubbed his eyes, but the result was the same, only darkness all around. At this point, Fang Hou realized that the darkness had swallowed up the path ahead, but at this point, there was no other way. Fang Hou could only choose to continue moving forward. At this point, he can only keep moving forward until he reached the destination to find the answer. As Fang Hou continued down the path ahead, it was still pitch black all around. He didn't even know how long he had been walking. It seemed like not only had the darkness swallowed up the path ahead, but also the sense of time. Furthermore, this road seems to never have an end. The loneliness of the darkness is so overwhelming that it could drive a normal person mad, but it doesn't affect Fang Hou, because his heart is even darker than this road. However, just when Fang Hou thought he would be trapped and die in this darkness, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him, and then the light slowly expanded, while the darkness retreated frantically. The surroundings returned to normal, and Fang Hou was stunned as he looked at the familiar Bai Liu Academy in front of him with an unbelieving and astonished expression. "I'm outside now." At this moment, the surroundings returned to normal, and people suddenly appeared on the road surrounded by beautiful green trees, which was the avenue leading to Bai Liu Academy. Seeing this, Cao Hao couldn't help but excitedly shout, "Fang Hou, great! We have escaped from the Demon Gate." But after a while, still no reply from Fang Hou, so Cao Hao looked around to find Fang Hou. At the same time, the female colleague looked around, her face incredulous. Did we really go outside like this? While the male colleague looked tense. Let's quickly leave this eerie place. Soon after, Cao Hao saw Fang Hou not far away, so he fearfully suggested to Fang Hou, or should we quickly leave here too? What if the strange things inside come out? At this moment, Fang Hou did not reply, but stared at Bai Liu Academy. Frowning gradually, "No, this is not right." At this moment, Fang Hou suddenly woke up. Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital has disappeared. Earlier we didn't see it because we entered inside, but now we are outside. We should see the psychiatric hospital now. But now, he couldn't see it. Only Bai Liu Academy remained. At this moment, Fang Hou was immersed in thought, feeling uneasy. Why is there only Bai Liu Academy left? Why haven't we encountered any danger? And why are we able to easily leave the Demon Valley like this? At this moment, Fang Hou couldn't understand his thoughts 100 times. The female doctor was clearly so scared just by looking at the directional signs towards the sea, but we haven't encountered any danger. Could it be that the female doctor has some limitations that prevent her from leaving the psychiatric hospital, so when she saw the way out, she just ran away? Right at this moment, Zhao Hao came up to Fang Hou and urged him, "Let's go home and rest. Dealing with this today has exhausted me. I won't have the energy to work tomorrow if we don't." Hearing this, Fang Hou snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Zhao Hao, saying, "Let's go home, then back to work." Zhao Hao turned back with a serious expression and said, "That's right. Let's go home tonight and back to work tomorrow." At this moment, Fang Hou discovered something else that left him extremely shocked. All the strange things that used to fill the streets, even the indescribable things that appeared in the sky, had all disappeared without a trace. He looked around, unable to help but step back, muttering to himself, "What on earth is happening?" In this moment of confusion, Fang Hou suddenly ran back towards home, muttering like a madman, "Nothing left. It can't be. It can't be." Seeing this, Zhao Hao stood there with a puzzled expression, asking Fang Hou, "What do you mean by nothing left? What are you looking for?" Fang Hou could accept the inexplicable and miraculous escape. He could even accept the disappearance of the psychiatric hospital, but the only thing he couldn't accept was the disappearance of the strange things. He ran a long way and finally reached the street, then stood in the middle, blocking the traffic. Zhao Hao, standing behind him, shouted frantically, "Fang Hou, what are you doing? Come back. It's very dangerous." But at this moment, Fang Hou basically didn't pay attention, still blocking the car in the middle of the road, because at this moment, Fang Hou just wanted to quickly go home. The disappearance of strange things made him at a loss. "If they disappear, there can be no revenge, especially my gentle wife. You can only die in my hands, my dear wife. You must wait for me at home." Then Fang Hou ran out onto the street, stopped a taxi, urging the driver to go straight to the boarding house. Inside the car, Fang Hou kept muttering, while the driver looked at the rearview mirror with a puzzled look. Is this person heartbroken? Only seeing Fang Hou shaking all over, muttering incessantly, "You can't disappear, at least my wife definitely can't disappear." At this point, Fang Hou showed a panic never seen before, with red eyes muttering, "My wife, you can't go. You must not go." Not long after, the taxi stopped at the gate of Fang Hou's neighborhood. Seeing this, Fang Hou quickly jumped out like a madman, running towards his lodging. At this moment, the driver shouted loudly, "Hey, don't run. You haven't paid yet." But Fang Hou's speed was incredibly fast, and he had disappeared into the night, leaving the driver too scared to go after him for the money. Not to mention, Fang Hou seemed to have the speed of a flying person, and just the strange behavior in the car had already made the driver feel afraid. At the same time, Fang Hou ran frantically up the stairs, similar to the outside world, not seeing anything peculiar in this neighborhood, which only made his mind even more disturbed. With a loud bang, Fang Hou pushed hard on the door and stormed in, only seeing Fang Hou covered in sweat and breathing heavily. But he had no intention of immediately stopping his frantic search for his wife's whereabouts. In his heart, the whole world could disappear, but not his wife. He only saw an empty living room as he ran around the house shouting loudly, "Honey, come out, I see you." But no matter how he called or searched every corner of the house, he still couldn't find his beautiful and gentle wife. Seeing this, Fang Hou collapsed and sat on the ground. At this moment, his spirit completely collapsed. Fang Hou muttered to himself, "You've killed me 18 times. Without you, how can I live the rest of my life? Honey, you can't disappear." After a while, Fang Hou slowly got up and then walked dazedly towards the bedroom. "I have died dozens of times, pushed to the brink of despair by my wife and the female doctor. It was only my deep hatred for them that helped me survive." He desperately walked into the room and lay down. His blurred eyes stared at the ceiling. "I swear I will avenge all the strange things so that they have to experience my pain, but now the strange things have disappeared. I know where to put all of my deep hatred. What is the meaning of life?" He continued to stare at the ceiling all night, until the next morning when Zhao Hao's phone rang. Seeing this, Fang Hou answered the phone in a daze, only to hear Zhao Hao, extremely worried, say, "Fang Hou, quickly check the news. The Bailu Academy was on fire at 7:49 last night." Upon hearing the 4 words Bailu Academy, Fang Hao's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope, and he immediately got up to check the news. The news reported that last night at 1940, a serious fire broke out at the sales office of Bailu Academy in the development area of Lukdang City. The fire was finally extinguished by 22 o'clock. According to statistics, the accident resulted in 11 fatalities. After identifying the victims, the list of the deceased is as follows: Wang Zitang, Wu Dahai, Fang Hou, Zhao Hao, Lai Fei Fei. Upon hearing this, Fang Hou suddenly burst into a crazy and excited laughter, Excellent. I have the ability to come back to life after death. How wonderful. Fang Hou, upon hearing the news of his death, was truly excited and thrilled. This also means that the bizarre event is not over yet. I know they are just playing hide and seek with me. Even this non-bizarre event is probably an illusion created by the bizarre thing. Thinking about this, he sincerely smiled slyly. Darling, I might be able to see you again. At this moment, when Fang Hou was falling into a crazed state, suddenly there was a notification of a text message. He opened the phone to see that it was from the sales office work group, and the manager Wu Dahai was reminding Fang Hou, "Why haven't you gone to work yet?" Then there was a series of consecutive texts, all repeating the same question. Seeing this, Fang Hou not only did not panic, but also excitedly laughed and held his head. Wu Dahai is dead and still so interesting, really too interesting. He's already dead, but still calls me to work. It seems that after death, he has become a demonic capitalist. Because Fang Hou did not reply for a long time, the reminders on the phone became more frequent. Suddenly, Fang Hou's laughter abruptly stopped. He stared at the phone screen, seeing a line of bloody text suddenly appear, emitting a strange and bloody aura. You thought if you didn't speak, I wouldn't know where you are. Then the blood began to slowly change, then converge, boiling like water boiling, gradually turning into an eye, and in the next moment, it carried countless blood grays coming out of the phone screen. At the same time, the gloomy voice of Wu Dahai rang out, "Fang Hou, I see you now." Only a strange eye staring intently at Fang Hou. "Fang Hou, come to the company immediately and work." At this point, the scene was extremely strange, enough to drive a normal person insane. But Fang Hou was an exception. He immediately reached out and grasped the strange eye, then calmly said, "Okay, but it's really inconvenient. I only have one phone. Please don't take over it." At the same time, he also felt like he was weeding. Using force to pull it out of the phone, immediately his eye made a painful sound. Next, Fang Hou used force to squeeze, and his eye immediately disappeared like a soap bubble in front of his eyes. At this point, Fang Hou opened his palm, but found it empty. No eyeball, no blood. Is this an illusion? The more interesting this gets, let's see what he wants to do. So Fang Hou rode his mountain bike and quickly arrived at the Bai Liu Academy. This time at Bai Liu Academy, he was shocked to find the entire sales office burned black, surrounded by caution tape. Seeing this, he directly stepped over the caution tape and went towards the sales office. As he got closer to Bai Liu Academy, Fang Hou looked around and even smelled the charred smell. The effect was really authentic. When he walked through the door, he immediately saw Li-Fi Fee in the crowd, their clothes tattered. At the same time, Li-Fi Fee also noticed Fang Hou, then ran towards him with a bright smile, saying, "Fang Hou is here. You're early today." At this point, Fang Hou did not respond, but reached out and touched Li-Fi Fee's chest. Feeling warm and firm, "Is this real?" Seeing this, Li-Fi Fee immediately blushed and said, "Fang Hou, you're despicable." Suddenly, Fang Hou pushed her away and smiled meaningfully, of course. Then he went straight to the second floor, but after a few steps, he noticed Zhao Hao hurrying towards him, looking shocked, and said, "Fang Hou, were you also caught to work?" Fang Hou shook his head with a serious face. "I wasn't caught. I like going to work. Where's Wu Dahai?" Hearing this, Zhao Hao was extremely surprised, but also didn't think much and pointed to the office. "He's in there." Fang Hou glanced over and noticed that his colleagues who had died before were now in their usual work positions, some working, some lazy, just like before. Fang Hou looked at them in amazement, thinking in his memory, "Those who have died still live well. What is the truth after all?" Fang Hou had arrived at Wu Dahai's office, but as soon as he stepped in, Wu Dahai pointed at Fang Hou and immediately started scolding him. "Fang Hou, why are you just now coming to work? I mentioned you in the group. Why didn't you respond, do you know?" Before he could finish, Fang Hou, with an expressionless face, calmly interrupted Wu Dahai. "When will my commission be paid?" Wu Dahai immediately snorted coldly, slamming his hand down on the table. "You have the nerve to come here and demand your commission from me with your attitude towards work like yours." Seeing this, Fang Hou once again interrupted his shouting. "Even when you're dead, you're still despicable like this." As soon as he heard that, Wu Dahai immediately flew into a rage, pointing at Fang Hou's nose and spitting out saliva. "What did you say? Who's dead? Do you even know how to speak human language? I'm still alive and well. It's you. Who's the dead one?" His voice echoed throughout the working area, and all of his colleagues looked over with eager eyes. In that moment, a streak of silver light flashed by, and the whole world fell silent in a blink of an eye. All that was seen was a shining knife blade gliding across Wu Dahai's thick, stiff neck, held tightly by a big hand which belonged to Fang Hou. Then, a splurt was heard as Fang Hou forcefully pulled out the knife, blood instantly splattering as if slaughtering a pig. At the same time, the hefty body of Wu Dahai crashed to the ground with a thud. Fang Hou then calmly and sinisterly smiled, saying, "Now you're dead." At that moment, the colleagues in the work area seemed frozen, each person standing like a lifeless statue, motionless and silent. His face turned pale like a dead person. Even Zhao Hao seemed the same. Seeing this, Fang Hou patted Zhao Hao's shoulder to try to wake him up, but no matter how Fang Hou called him, there was no reaction. In the next moment, Zhao Hao's eyes suddenly bulged and burst, then all the muscles on his body flowed out like sewage swelling up. The others also started to twist strangely, their necks and spines bending into a bizarre shape. Seeing this, Fang Hou muttered, "Is this a transformation? Then I will break your spells." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Hou launched a full attack, bolstered by spiritual energy. His body became agile, like a panther wielding a knife towards the people who were transforming. At this moment, a dazzling light flashed in the air as Fang Hou swiftly rushed towards the transforming people with his knife, cutting at incredibly fast speed. In just a fleeting second, he walked around the working area, only to see everyone dead in different ways, some with their throats cut, others with their stomachs stabbed. When Fang Hou stopped, he had reached the other end of the working area, and behind him, the sound of corpses falling to the ground echoed incessantly. Then Fang Hou looked around and coldly said, "Have you had enough fun? Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, the corpses on the ground seemed to sink into the mud with a muffled sound, slowly disappearing from view. At the same time, the entire sales office shattered like glass. Seeing this, Fang Hou remained calm, standing still. Indeed, it was all just a dream created by the monsters. At this moment, Fang Hou covered his face, expressionless, and said, "It's just a dream. It seems. This is your ability." Immediately after, a black smoke floated over, slowly condensing into an eye, and a strange, hoarse voice said, "How do you see through the dream?" Fang Hou remained calm, but it's not to say that you understand people very well, so if your dreams are very realistic, it's just a pity that you don't understand silicon. Firefly's hand in the dream feels too soft. Hearing this, the demon's eyes looked suspicious, feeling the star's hand. "Why aren't you afraid?" As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Hou smiled and looked at him closely. "It seems that you rely on fear to kill people. No wonder there are lists of dead people coming back to call me to work. It's really scary to work even after you've died." Fang Hou slowly walked towards the demon's eyes as he spoke, then looked at him coldly. "But I also have to thank you because of your deliberate creation of all kinds of strange events to threaten me. I have a more intense desire to live. Thanks to that, I realized the illusion and escape." At this point, the black smoke did not say anything, but just stared at Fang Hou as if wanting to remember his appearance. The next moment, it slowly drifted away, murmuring, "Humans don't know fear. I will remember you." It was then that Fang Hou finally understood that the monster itself could control this dream and had threatened the female doctor. If he guessed correctly, the female doctor who was infected after the surgery was probably the weakest person in this psychiatric hospital. The demon eye from earlier was probably created by an experiment, one of the monsters that escaped from the hospital room with different abilities from the female doctor. At the same time, Zhao Hao was using both hands to clutch his neck, his veins bulging and his pupils dilated. Fang Hou approached, checked Zhao Hao's breath, and confirmed that he was dead, having strangled himself. At this moment, Fang Hou remembered the scene in the storage room, where Zhao Hao had sobbed bitterly, saying he would not abandon them. Thinking of this, Fang Hou took out a scalpel and stabbed himself in the neck. His consciousness began to blur. Then he woke up at the emergency exit where his two colleagues were overjoyed. "This is the emergency exit. A way to survive must be here." However, after experiencing it once, this time Fang Hou did not choose to rest to recover his spiritual strength. Because the monster had the ability to control dreams, the best way was not to sleep. Fang Hou calmly said, "Let's go." Then he pushed the door and left. The other two immediately followed, but this time as before, they ended up at the Bai Liu Academy. It was still the tree-lined path leading to the academy. Fang Hou looked around and saw nothing. A world without monsters was just a dream. Seeing this, Fang Hou decisively drew his knife and stabbed himself in the neck. After Fang Hou tried several times, but still fell into a dream, he finally understood that no matter what, he could not avoid falling into a dream. To overcome this hurdle, he could only rely on Zhao Hao to conquer his fear. Right after that, he turned to look at everyone. There was still another monster in the escape route. It would create all kinds of strange events of the illusion, even making people think they had escaped the monster, but it was all fake. Hearing this, everyone was horrified. What? There's still a monster here. At the same time, Fang Hou put his arm around Zhao Hao, looking at him intently. "You must remember, as long as you can overcome your fear, then you can live. And also, if you see Li Fi Fi in the illusion, You can touch her chest. The fake and the real feeling are different. That is the flaw of the illusion. Hearing this, Zhao Hao was shocked, his face turning red to the ears, but I have never touched anything real before. Just now, Fang Hou had experienced several similar dreams, although he could quickly escape. No matter how he reminded Zhao Hao and others, they could not control their fear. Only saw people lying on the ground, gripping their necks tightly. In the process of experimenting many times like that, Fang Hou found that the dreams were entirely created by the monster, so each person's dream would be different. In other words, only each person themselves could break their own dreams. At the same time, Zhao Hao was using his strength to strangle himself, his face turning green and looking as if he was about to suffocate. Seeing this, Fang Hou quickly reached out to pry his hands off. This allowed Zhao Hao to breathe smoothly, but his condition was still not stable. Immediately after, he pushed Zhao Hao and shouted loudly, but it was all in vain, having no effect at all. At this point, Fang Hou slapped Zhao Hao's face hard, trying to wake him up. Fang Hou slapped him a dozen times, both sides of Zhao Hao's face turning red, but he still did not wake up. Seeing this, Fang Hou had to kick him hard in the lower body. The pain caused Zhao Hao to immediately hug his lower body, shaking all over, but it was still in vain. He still did not wake up. Fang Hou was in agony, scratching his head, unable to hit or kick Zhao Hao. With no other choice, Fang Hou had to pull out a knife, wanting to see if stabbing would work. Therefore, he decisively stabbed Zhao Hao in the leg, even using a bit of psychic power. Immediately, Zhao Hao's expression became more painful, his mouth constantly emitting painful cries, but he still couldn't wake up. After a while, Zhao Hao suddenly tilted his head, dying right in front of Fang Hou. At this moment, he looked at Zhao Hao, who had died, with a sad face. "How can I save you? Is there really no way?" After some thought, Fang Hou decided to try one last time. If it still didn't work, he would have to give up. He used a knife to cut a line on his own neck. Fang Hou died once again. After being resurrected, he sunk into contemplation. How can I help Zhao Hao overcome his fear? At the same time, Zhao Hao looked at Fang Hou happily. "Fang Hou, let me tell you a secret. Last night, I dreamt of being oppressed by a demon, moreover. It was a very beautiful white-dressed female demon, so gentle on my body head." Thinking of this, Zhao Hao sighed, but just when I was about to kiss her, I woke up. It's a pity. At this moment, a colleague pointed to a sign ahead. "This is the emergency exit." Meanwhile, Zhao Hao excitedly shouted from behind, "When we get outside, I will definitely find a woman to touch." Hearing this, Fang Hou immediately snapped out of it. He came up with a plan, which was to divert attention. He immediately turned to look at Zhao Hao. Although he was introverted and shy, his biggest characteristic was the desire for sex. Since he couldn't overcome his fear, then use another intense primal emotion to avoid it. This made Fang Hou feel that he had made a breakthrough. Eating and sex are also a kind of instinct. After some thought, Fang Hou looked at Zhao Hao seriously. "Now you open your phone and turn the volume to the maximum." Hearing this, Zhao Hao looked confused. What for? At this point, Fang Hou smiled rarely. "Don't ask, just turn the volume to the maximum and play your favorite movie out loud." As soon as Fang Hou spoke, Zhao Hao began to doubt his own ears and his face turned red. But seeing Fang Hou speaking so seriously, under pressure, he had to take out his favorite movie, only to see a seductive woman in a teacher's uniform, holding a ruler, with charming eyes and rosy cheeks. "Student Zhao Hao, if you make a mistake in your homework, you have to immediately accept the punishment." Hearing this, Zhao Hao immediately blushed and said, "Fang Hou, don't joke around anymore. If you want to watch, wait until we're outside. Playing the sound out loud here is like going to the bathroom in the middle of the street." As soon as Zhao Hao finished speaking, Fang Hou sternly shouted, "I'm not joking with you. I'm saving your life. Now, immediately open the movie." Seeing this, Zhao Hao had to take out his phone and reluctantly open his favorite movie. As soon as Zhao Hao opened the movie, the atmosphere of fear in the dark hallway seemed to dissipate somewhat. Everyone's attention was focused on the phone screen, only seeing a pair of cherry lips sticking out, incredibly alluring. Immediately after that, the teacher in uniform suddenly looked serious, holding a ruler and scolded, "Lie down. If you make a mistake in the exercise, you have to be punished." At the same time, Fang Hou pointed at the phone with a serious look. "You have to watch carefully for me and fully immerse yourself in the student character in the movie. Make yourself excited. When entering a virtual reality, no matter what happens, don't care. Just close your eyes, imagine the next scene. Only then can you overcome your fear." He turned to his two colleagues next to him, "Both of you too." As soon as Fang Hou finished speaking, Zhao Hao stared at the phone with concentration, and at the same time, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Gradually, he began to immerse himself. Seeing this, his two colleagues looked at him with strange eyes. The male colleague expressed confusion. In this situation, you still have the mood to watch a movie. The female colleague blushed at the sound of the voice in a movie, while Zhao Hao now had a very embarrassed expression. But he didn't pay attention. He knew Fang Hou wouldn't harm him. In the scene, the teacher is seen using a ruler to hit the student and saying, "Does it hurt? Do you know where you went wrong?" It is clear that the two colleagues did not have the same sexual desire as Zhao Hao, so there were no movies to watch on the phone. They had to follow Zhao Hao to watch together. At this point, everyone gathered around the phone, eagerly watching and waiting for a while. Zhao Hao watched until his blood was boiling, reaching a peak like a volcano erupting, unable to control himself. Furthermore, he was completely immersed in the movie, imagining himself as a student in the film, and the teacher sitting on his lap with her arm around him. At this point, Fang Hou looked at Zhao Hao, seeing that he was completely immersed, and calmly said, "All right, it's almost over. Let's go." However, Fang Hou also added a few more instructions. Remember, no matter what strange events you see, they are all fake. Find the flaws in the dream and don't be afraid, or you will not die. After speaking, he walked ahead, leading the way towards the emergency exit. At this point, he couldn't help but feel bored, having had the same dream many times. Fang Hou even missed his wife, wanting to quickly go home to see her. After they entered the emergency exit, the dream quickly came back. The other two colleagues, on the other hand, looked just as terrifying and miserable as before, as if they had gone through some terrible ordeal, falling to the ground and losing their lives. Seeing this, Fang Hou was not surprised, as fear is something that is difficult for anyone to overcome, only hoping that this time Zhao Hao could escape the dream. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hao next to him ripped open his clothes to reveal his chest, his face blushing, murmuring incessantly, "What a hot girl." This action left Fang Hou stunned, as Zhao Hao then wildly shook his head, stuck out his tongue, and kept licking. Seeing this, Fang Hou was unable to help feeling bored. It seemed that he felt pity for the handsome ghost, truly a modern-day weirdo. Suddenly, Fang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Zhao Hao as he discovered an extraordinary aura emanating from him. At this moment, Zhao Hao also showed signs of soul fluctuation, and at the same time, he was shaking his lower body rhythmically and quickly in his dream. Fang Hou was both scared and secretly glad at this moment, as he realized that Zhao Hao had awakened his soul. Suddenly, Zhao Hao opened his eyes with clear traces of bloodshot eyes. Immediately after, Zhao Hao stood up from the ground, his face still filled with regret. "Fei Fei, don't run, damn it, let's do it again." But when he looked around and saw the surroundings, he was immediately dumbfounded. How did he end up in the emergency exit? At this moment, he gazed at Fang Hou in astonishment. "Fang Hou, have we succeeded?" But before he could finish his sentence, he seemed to think of something and looked at Fang Hou from top to bottom with vigilance. Indeed, he showed no emotion, very similar to the Fang Hou I knew. Suddenly, he remembered Fang Hao's earlier words, so he immediately put on a fierce look and continuously demonstrated his Dragon Claw hand martial arts technique. "Are you Fang Hou? Come here and let me squeeze you." Seeing Zhao Hao's reaction, Fang Hou couldn't help but feel pleased and pushed Zhao Hao's hand away. "Oh, not bad. You started to think, even though it's not much." To prove that this was not a dream, Fang Hou closed his eyes and sighed in a helpless manner, imitating the revenge of the water pipe mechanic, the busty female patient, and the flight attendant's costume, as well as Ultraman. As soon as Zhao Hao heard these words, his face immediately turned red and he rushed towards Fang Hou to stop him. "Don't say any more. Do you dare to steal my phone?" Fang Hou quickly dodged to one side. At this moment, Zhao Hao could not stop, staggering and falling to the ground, falling squarely on the two colleagues who had died at the same time earlier. Seeing this, Zhao Hao couldn't help but shudder, so scared that he couldn't speak, dazed, staring at the dead colleagues without blinking. Then he looked at the other two in horror. "Damn it, Fang Hou, they..." Fang Hou calmly said, "They did make it? Okay, we're ready to leave here." This time, the two of them stood in front of the large door. Before that, what they called their door was actually a strange dream created by the demon. Only when Fang Hou put his hand on the door, he suddenly felt something strange. This time, the demon did not appear anymore, but now Fang Hou didn't think much but pushed the door open with force. As soon as the door opened, light poured in. This dazzling light and the dark hallway created a stark contrast. When the two walked in, they quickly appeared on the street. Seeing this, Zhao Hao looked around, his face in disbelief. Soon after, he was overjoyed to have escaped the disaster. "Fang Hou, we're outside now," he said. Hearing this, Fang Hou looked up at the sky. A strange scene, impossible to describe in words, appeared before his eyes once again. He asked, "Is this really outside this time?" Then he said apathetically, "Do you have any spiritual enlightenment?" Immediately, Zhao Hao was stunned, his eyes wide open like two big bells. "Spiritual enlightenment," he said. Suddenly, Zhao Hao thought that in the virtual scene just now, he had a strange feeling, as if not only apathetic, but also his strength had increased. Fang Hou suspected and looked at him. So, have you awakened any abilities? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hao laughed loudly, feeling for a moment and then burst into tears. It seems like I can't feel any abilities, but Wang Zai Tang had said, everyone who has enlightenment has abilities. Am I the only one who is incapable? At this point, Zhao Hao no longer looked as happy as before, directly lowered his head and said, so what is Fang Hou's ability? Hearing this, Fang Hou solemnly said, my ability is predicting the future. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao's shocked face looked dazed. What do you mean predicting the future? How come in the demon realm? Every time you know which way to go, you even know which way has demons in the escape route. Fang Hou remained calm and nodded, then looked up at the ceiling in contemplation. If there really is a spiritual master organization in the world, then compared to the ability to escape pain, predicting the future is more beneficial for enhancing one's own value, thus being able to receive more resources from the organization. Because Fang Hou wanted to quickly become strong and then proceed to seek revenge on the demons, especially on my beloved wife, suddenly Fang Hou realized that he could not see the psychiatric hospital. In his perception, King Shan's psychiatric hospital was attached to the side of the shopping mall, but now why can't he see it at all? Could it be that the demons have integrated into reality? Luckily, the demon we encountered this time was just a self-created dream, incapable of attacking. If the demon blocking the door was an attacking demon, even if we had the answer to death, we would still be trapped and killed because of its absolute power. Even if we were to redo it 100 times, 1,000, 10,000 times, it would be useless. Moreover, Zhao Hao had obviously enlightened his soul, become a spiritual master, but why did he have no reaction when facing the evil spirit? Thinking about this, Fang Hou looked apathetically at Zhao Hao, and Zhao Hao was so scared by his stare. Suddenly, Fang Hou calmly said, look around us, do you see any demons? Hearing that, Zhao Hao was startled. Demons, where? I don't see any. Immediately, he quickly looked up, only to see the bright moon and the black sky like a night curtain. But he did not know that in the sky, there were countless shadowy figures flying around like black vultures. The dark demons were flying over his head, but Zhao Hao did not see them. He looked around anxiously and asked, Brother Hao, did you see anything? Upon hearing this, Fang Hou unconsciously frowned and replied, maybe I mistook a bird for a demon. At the same time, Zhao Hao looked around in fear, while a demon was glaring at him, even putting a hand on his arm, but he didn't notice. At this moment, Fang Hou was lost in thought. Could it be that even when soul awakened, he still cannot see demons? Or is it because Zhao Hao is too weak at the moment? Hopefully, that's the reason. So there are still people who can see demons, and he will not be too lonely. At this moment, Zhao Hao looked at Fang Hou with admiration and envy. Then he thought to himself, I have clearly awakened my soul, but I still cannot awaken my abilities. While Brother Hao can predict things, I am envious and afraid at the same time. Is this feeling not right? After a moment of thought, Zhao Hao awkwardly looked at Fang Hou. Ho, this place is really scary, let's go. But at this moment, Fang Hou didn't pay attention to him and walked ahead on his own. Seeing this, Zhao Hao hurriedly chased after him. Suddenly, Fang Hou turned back slightly and asked, speaking of which, how did you interpret the dream? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao's face became embarrassed, to the point where it could be seen with the naked eye. How else can I interpret it? Just follow the way Hao taught, not caring about anything, and then try to immerse myself in the movie. At the same time, Fang Hou glanced at Zhao Hao, thinking to himself, the first time only I survived, the demon appeared. The next times, the whole army was destroyed before committing suicide. The demon didn't have time to appear, but this time, everyone's dream ended, but it still didn't appear. This brat must have done something. Right after that, he calmly looked at Zhao Hao. So why in the dream were you touching and kissing the air? Hearing that, Zhao Hao blushed all the way to his ears. Did I make any other gestures? Seeing this, Fang Hou seemed to have some thoughts and said, yeah, not only did you make gestures, but also made indescribable sounds. At this point, Zhao Hao quickly waved his hand. Stop talking, Hao, I beg you not to talk anymore, it's too embarrassing. At this point, Fang Hou calmly turned back and said, so tell me, what did you experience in the dream? Of course, I am not interested in your dream, but the fact that you have spiritual enlightenment, but lack the ability, perhaps because there was a mistake when you woke up in the dream. Hearing this, Zhao Hao helplessly folded his hands. Fine, but you have to promise not to tell anyone else. Shortly after, Zhao Hao's face turned red, and he began to explain, actually, there's nothing special. After I entered the virtual scene, I closed my eyes and listened to you. I only thought about the beautiful girls in the class, but then I heard all sorts of scary sounds telling me to stay with it. There was even a hand as cold as ice, like that of a ghostly nurse touching me all over. I was so scared at that moment. But then I tried to resist the fear, thinking about what you said and trying to imagine to redirect my attention. Hearing this, Fang Hou looked helpless and asked, "What happened after that? Do you handle it yourself?" Seeing this, Zhao Hao blushed and explained, "I just used that as a temporary way to redirect my attention." At this moment, Fang Hou helplessly nodded and expressed his firm affirmation to Zhao Hao. So, what happens next? Afterward, all the surrounding sounds changed and the chilling feeling in the classroom began to disappear. Instead, there was warmth. The soft and smooth hand that was touching me also became warm, no longer feeling cold like before. The voice in the classroom also turned into li-fi fuzz. "You, Zhao Hao, we're paying attention to the lesson where you," she said, and then knelt down in front of me. So when I opened my eyes, I could clearly see that it was Li-Fi Fei. I suddenly remembered what he had said earlier, that if I'm at Li-Fi feet, then I should pinch myself to see if it is real or not. That is the flaw of the illusion. Right after that, she lay flat in front of me, her fair skin exposed in front of me. She even put her hand on me. I tried my best to control myself, but she kept seducing me and even wearing a short skirt while lying on the podium. Seeing that I couldn't hold back anymore, I directly jumped on her. Zhao Hao's face turned red and he muttered, "What man can resist such temptation?" When I tightly held her hand and pressed my face against her chest. So I started to use my hand to squeeze her chest to see if it was real or fake, although I couldn't distinguish between silicone and real. At that moment, I didn't care much about that, just wanted to feel it beforehand. As I squeezed down, a soft sensation spread from the palm of my hand throughout my body. Then I slowly closed my eyes and kissed her, but it didn't feel right. Then her mouth started to crack. She looked at me with a sneer and asked if I was scared. At that moment, she truly threatened my life. My mind was filled with fear. I was also threatened. Suddenly, she held my hand tightly and gasped at me. At this point, I knew it was over for me. But thinking that I was still young, if I died like this, it would be a waste. Even if I had to die, I couldn't die such a humiliating death. He flung his arms out. Just think, despite everything, I threw her out directly, then pinned her to the ground. Even though this is Li-Fi Fee, even if she is a demon, I have to fulfill my wish before I die. Then I'll close my eyes and take the risk. I don't care if Li-Fi Fee is a demon or not. I'll start dealing with her. At this moment, the demon screamed desperately, "Let go of me, let me go." Hearing this, Fang Hou covered his face in frustration, and at the same time, he also understood why the demon did not appear anymore after breaking the dream. Perhaps it was because it was afraid of this demon slayer, so it was ashamed and didn't dare to meet anyone. At the same time, Zhao Hao saw Fang Hao's silence and felt very embarrassed, so he quickly added, "Anyway, we are about to die, there's no need to care so much. The most important thing in life is not to leave any regrets, don't you think so, Ho?" At this point, Fang Hou didn't even bother to look sad. "I think you should go home." A moment later, Fang Hou turned back towards his home, walking and saying, "I'm going home to sleep first. Contact me if you need anything later." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao looked at Fang Hou in horror and said, "Oh, all of our colleagues are dead, and you still want to go home to sleep?" Fang Hou slightly turned his head back with an expressionless face. "So what? Do you want to call the police?" Zhao Hao scratched his head awkwardly. "That's true. No matter what we tell the police, they will think we are sick." At this moment, Fang Hou walked back and told Zhao Hao, "There's no need to look for anyone. Someone will come looking for you. In this world, there are demons and spiritual masters, so there must be an organization specialized in dealing with demons. If not, the world would have already fallen into chaos." After saying this, Fang Hou suddenly stopped and looked at Zhao Hao seriously. "If someone finds you, just say this." After Fang Hou gave him the response, the two of them agreed on their statement and then parted ways to go home. A moment later, Fang Hou returned home. His gentle wife, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, was still wearing a white silk nightgown. Her long, slender white legs were particularly attractive. She looked at Fang Hou with a seductive look and gently said, "Honey, you're home. Have you eaten yet? Do you want me to cook noodles for you?" Fang Hou looked at his gentle wife as usual, and at that moment, the large rock in his heart completely disappeared. He gazed intently at his wife's beautiful face, feeling incredibly beautiful. Even Photoshop couldn't do it. At that moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's wonderful to meet my wife." Immediately after that, he smiled rarely, saying, "Yeah, I'm home." As soon as he finished speaking, the gentle smile on his wife's face disappeared instantly. Her eyes suddenly became fierce and her face became wild and fierce. Then her full red lips slowly parted. "You see me." Before his wife could finish speaking, all he heard was a swoosh and a sudden flash of silver light. At the same time, blood sprayed out, and he saw Fang Hou holding a knife. each stab cutting into the tender white skin of his wife's neck. At this moment, Fang Hou felt extremely satisfied, and at the same time, his wife's beautiful face began to crack, her eyes staring at Fang Hou as blood gushed uncontrollably. In his madness, Fang Hou wickedly laughed, "My dear wife, you are so beautiful." As he finished speaking, Fang Hou raised the knife again, but suddenly he saw darkness before his eyes, and his consciousness sank into darkness. When he woke up, he found himself back in front of the door to his house, and looking at it in horror, he muttered, "Is this death?" This time, he didn't even know how he had died. Was this the true power of his wife? Even the location of his death and resurrection had changed. After thinking for a moment, Fang Hou turned the doorknob once again, opened the door, and his wife, like a gentle and obedient wife, stood at the door, repeating her previous words. "Honey, you're home. Have you eaten yet? Do you want me to cook noodles for you?" This time, Fang Hou chose to ignore his seductive wife and went to the bedroom by himself, but he couldn't shower right away. He kept thinking that the difference between evil spirits seemed to be greater than the difference between people. Not continuing to explore the psychiatric hospital was the right decision. Now his strength was too weak. He didn't know anything about the spiritual master and had to wait until Min's body was found, and then contact the relevant organizations to gather more information before making any further plans. At the same time, in the city of Luckdang, a joint investigation team is investigating global strange events, a secretive and well-known operation in the spiritual master community in the city of Liu Duan. At this moment, they are holding an emergency meeting at night, a group of people surrounding the meeting table with all kinds of people, men and women. But the only common point is that they are all quite young, mostly in the age range of 20 to 30, and the oldest person is the one sitting at the head of the table wearing a black suit, a striking red tie, a middle-aged man with a noble and imposing appearance, the head of the investigation bureau, Wang Dehai. At this time, he looked at the surveillance camera in a calm tone. "I think you have all heard about it. Just 5 hours ago at Bai Liu Academy, our city's development area, the Demon World appeared. The coverage area of the Demon World is the Bai Liu Academy's shopping area. Currently, there are no signs of spreading." At this moment, Xiao Lin began operating the computer, projecting the surveillance images onto the screen. "Director Wang, this is the surveillance image near Bai Liu Academy. The surveillance inside has been invaded by a strange power, rendering all surveillance devices ineffective and the images unviewable." At the same time, everyone in the meeting room looked towards the screen, and Xiao Lin began to recount slowly. The two people in front are the survivors of this strange prison. The one with higher facial value is Fang Hou, and the slightly silly one is Zhao Hao. According to the investigation, they were both employees at the sales area. Fang Hou, 20 years old, male from Luckdang, is an orphan. Through the investigation, the backgrounds of both of them were nothing unusual. Before entering the demon world, they were both normal, with nothing strange about them. Wang Gehai sank into contemplation, but he did not say anything. Instead, he looked at the people below with an expressionless face and asked, "What do you all think?" As soon as he finished speaking, a man wearing sunglasses looked disdainful and said, "Even ordinary people can survive and come out. The level of danger of the demonic is only this much. Just send someone over and it can be resolved." As soon as he said this, the female investigator sitting in front, Shen Lian Su, retorted, "I don't think so. In the surveillance image of the man named Fang Hou, pay attention to his expression, it's terrifyingly calm. This is not a normal reaction of someone who has survived the demon world." Before she finished speaking, Lai Wenji, Shen Lian Su's assistant, pushed up his golden glasses and said seriously, "Even if he was normal before, it does not rule out the possibility of being infected with spiritual energy in the demon world, accidentally becoming a spiritual master." As soon as these words were spoken, the man wearing sunglasses still insisted on his point of view, pointing angrily at the other two and saying, "The newly enlightened spiritual masters, as long as someone survives the demon world, can see the level of danger of demons is only at level C. A higher level spiritual master can solve it. Don't rush to judge the demon world that you have never experienced. Maybe they just got lucky. The newly enlightened spiritual masters can survive at the demon world with just luck, so the level of danger of demons can be seen." At this moment, Wang Dehai suddenly slammed the table and stood up, looking sternly at the man with sunglasses and shouted, "Shut up!" At the same time, looking at Shen Lian Shu beside him, he said, "Tomorrow, take Lai Wenji to contact Fang Hou. Confirm if he has awakened his abilities and the level of spiritual interference, whether it is necessary to bring him to the investigation department or not." Hearing this, Shen Lian Shu and Lai Wenji immediately stood up, standing straight like soldiers, and said, "Yes, Director Wang." The next morning, Fang Hou was sleeping soundly when Zhao Hao's phone call woke him up. Fang Hou groggily picked up the phone. As soon as he did, Zhao Hao's excited voice came through the other end. Ho, I know what my ability is. At the same time, his gentle wife lying on the bed looked at him with pity and said, Honey, don't mind him. I'm here with you. Let's go back to sleep. At this point, Fang Hou didn't pay attention to his wife, but calmly as usual, he asked, What ability do you have now? Zhao Hao chuckled and said in a triumphant tone, Yesterday, I didn't feel the ability because it can only be activated after 11 p.m., and now it can last until 1 a.m. Upon hearing this, Fang Hou was slightly curious, but his tone remained calm as he asked, What ability is it after all? But at this point, Zhao Hao still didn't answer directly. Ho, if I tell you, don't be jealous. Even though the future looks very promising, this is the ability that every man in the world desires the most. You don't know, last night I experimented and it was amazing. But this is clearly not what Fang Hou wants to hear. There is a hint of impatience on his face, at the same time showing annoyance. Immediately after that, Fang Hou didn't hesitate to hang up. A moment later, Fang Hou's phone rang again. At this point, he was so angry that he couldn't stand it. Not only was he woken up early, but he was also being told a bunch of nonsense. So, in anger, Fang Hou answered the phone. If you keep blabbering, I will block your number. As soon as this sentence ended, the pitiful voice of Zhao Hao came from the other end of the line. Alright, my ability is that after 11 p.m., I will become more handsome, my physical strength will increase, and my whole body will be muscular. As soon as these words ended, Fang Hou looked unhappy, erased their numbers, and went into the bathroom. His wife followed him, looking happy and not taking her eyes off him, saying, Honey, you're so thoughtful. At this moment, Zhao Hao hurriedly spoke, No, I haven't finished yet. The most important thing is still behind. Physical strength is just secondary. In fact, what he has increased is sexual function. As soon as these words ended, Fang Hao's anger skyrocketed. His face immediately turned grim, and he almost crushed the phone. Zhao Hao still had no intention of stopping on the other end, saying, Ho, you have no idea how amazing she is. Yesterday, she tested it, and it's incredible. Not only bigger and longer, but she can also hold up to 100 pounds. At this point, Fang Hou felt disgusted and decisively hung up the phone. He really couldn't listen anymore. Right after that, he had no expression on his face, put down the phone, and started preparing breakfast. At this point, Fang Hao's eyes were completely calm. I should have thought of this earlier. The ability of the spiritual master is a reflection of spiritual strength, a reflection of desires within, and the fact that it can only be activated after 11 p.m. Every day at this time during the day, he can still lie in bed and think of how to awaken this power. Although he did not expect him to awaken such a dangerous power, he did not expect it to be so casual. Handsome, muscular, enhanced sexual ability, is he not a male adult film actor? Thinking of this, Fang Hou couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, Fang Hou put the breakfast he had prepared on the table. Immediately, his wife sitting across from him smiled and said, Honey, let's have breakfast. In another location, the investigator was driving quickly to Fang Hou's house. Not long after, the car stopped in front of Fang Hou's residence. There was only a girl with a beautiful face, a petite and beautiful face, tall and graceful posture, and a cool demeanor. As soon as she got out of the car, she gently asked if they had heard the phone conversation between the two people. After speaking, she walked towards Fang Hou's rented apartment. Lai Wenji, who was behind the car, didn't rush to respond. Based on the conversation between the two, it was initially determined that they were both ordinary people in the demon world before, and their spirits were enlightened to become spiritual masters, so what are their abilities? Shenlian Shu pushed the door open and continued to ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Wenji immediately faltered. Regarding Fang Hou's abilities, Zhao Hao did not specify over the phone, but based on their intentions, their abilities must be remarkable. As for Zhao Hao, according to his words, from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. every day, he'll become more handsome. His physique will also be enhanced, and his overall body muscles will mostly be strengthened. Lai Wenji hesitated when speaking, clearly struggling to find the right words, so he awkwardly said that ability. Upon hearing this, Shenlian Shu showed disdain and coldly snorted, his abilities are more suited for working as a gigolo in nightclubs. She then continued expressionlessly, currently, the investigative team is severely understaffed. If Fang Hao's abilities are truly strong after passing the temperament test, we can consider recruiting him for the investigation. As for Cao Hao Kia, it's unnecessary. Instead, we need to step up surveillance on him to prevent him from exploiting his abilities for wrongdoing. Upon hearing this, Lai Wenji nodded in understanding. At the same time, Fang Hao's wife sat in front of him with a coquettish tone. Darling, can you see me? But Fang Hou chose to ignore her, watching TV alone and switching channels to the news. However, he couldn't find any news about the real estate agent being murdered, which puzzled him. Is the power of demonic too strong, or the power of the special organization too strong? Right now, Fang Hou heard a noise outside, which was the sound of Shen Lianshu's high heels, and this noise was getting closer to Fang Hou's house. When it stopped at the door, Fang Hou slowly got out to see at the same time his wife poked out from the TV. "Honey, where are you going? Look at me." But Fang Hou only hesitated, moved closer to the gap in the door. He didn't know if the person outside the door was human or demon. When he looked through the cat's eye, he saw a man and a woman in work uniforms. Demonic, when not being seen, cannot interact with the real world, so they are human. At this time, Lai Wenji walked up to knock on the door. After he gently knocked on the door, Fang Hou opened the door without hesitation. At this point, Lai Wenji gently spoke, "Fang Hou, right?" Then, he took out his identification card. "Hello, we are here too." But before he could finish his sentence, Fang Hou directly took the ID to look at it, then calmly spoke, "You all came faster than I thought. Please come in and talk." At this time, his wife stood next to him looking very happy. "Honey, there's a friend coming to visit." Seeing this, Shen Lianshu and Lai Wenji were both shocked by Fang Hou's actions, but it was clear that they couldn't see his wife. Shen Lianshu looked serious at Fang Hou. "You knew we were coming." Fang Hou led Shen Lianshu and Lai Wenji into the living room. As soon as everyone sat down, Fang Hou realized that they were still staring at him as if they couldn't see his wife. Could it be that they were pretending not to see? Or is the ability to see demonic unrelated to whether one is a spiritual master or not? It seems that more useful information must be obtained, and then a chance to explore must be found. After some thought, Fang Hou looked at the identification card in Min's hand and spoke, "Lai Wenji." At the same time, his wife slightly bowed, smiling brightly like a responsible wife. "Honey, there are guests coming. Do I need to pour water for them?" Upon hearing that, Lai Wenji smiled and replied, "Yes, please." After saying that, he pointed at Shen Lianshu next to him and said, "This is Investigator Shen Lianshu. I am her assistant. We are employees of the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Department investigating strange events worldwide." At this point, Fang Hou calmly looked at the two without saying a word. Shen Lianshu also looked at him intently, calm, really too calm. Usually when meeting with the investigators, people would choose to run away immediately or try to ask Han everything, but he remained calm to a frightening degree. Thinking about this, Shen Lianshu spoke seriously. "It seems that you are not surprised by our appearance at all. On the contrary, you seem to have known in advance. Have you known about the Investigation Bureau before?" Hearing this, Fang Hou shook his head. "I don't know, but there is demonic in this world, yet not causing chaos. It's not difficult to guess that there is some force behind maintaining social order." Seeing this, Shen Lianshu looked at him with admiration. "After experiencing such strange events, you can still think calmly like this. It seems that you are not a normal person." After speaking, she stood up tall on her long legs and became serious. The Investigation Bureau is a special department recruited by the government from spiritual masters, specialized in dealing with demonic. Today we are here. One is to investigate information related to the strange event at Bai Liu Academy, and two is to evaluate whether you are qualified to join us or not. At this point, Fang Hou did not interrupt her, chin on hand, silent, listening to Shen Lianshu's introduction. Although there are also free-spirited spiritual masters in folklore, only the Investigation Bureau holds absolute information as well as the enormous resources necessary for the advancement of spiritual masters. This is an opportunity for him. At the same time, his gentle wife stood in front of her, gently and sorely said, "Honey, you shouldn't look at her. Am I not beautiful enough? Don't you love me anymore? Can't you see me?" At this moment, Fang Hou couldn't help but think that his wife's face was completely within his aesthetic. When she died in his arms, the cold expression on her face was also very attractive. Thinking of this, Fang Hou was extremely excited, unable to help but smile wickedly. At the same time, Shen Lianshu also finished introducing and then turned to look at Fang Hou, ordering, "First, tell me all the information about the demon world that you know." Upon hearing this, Fang Hou calmly stood up and adjusted his position, avoiding his wife's protection, and then slowly spoke. "Before I answer your question, I have a few questions that need answering." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Lianshu immediately frowned, glaring at Fang Hou, emitting a strange purple breath. The strong man next to him, Lai Wenji, startled and frightened, began to advise Inspector Shen, "Calm down, calm down. He just experienced a strange event. A little suspicion is normal. Let's answer his questions first so he understands everything, and then it will be easier for him to answer our questions right." Listening to this, Shen Lianshu said nothing, and her breathing became noticeably weaker. She seemed to naturally agree, but at this moment, Fang Hou looked at the two of them and spoke. "I sense through my soul that Inspector Shen is definitely a spiritual master. while her assistant is not. A spiritual master combined with a normal person, could this be the way investigators cooperate? The intuition of a spiritual master is being disturbed by demonic forces. It seems they are all strange and extreme characters, combining a normal person with a healthy mind for supervision and control. Upon hearing this, Shen Lian Shu's face darkened, the flames of anger that had been extinguished now reignited. She looked at Fang Hou with a hostile look, clenching her jaw. Are you trying to provoke me? Do you want to die? Seeing this, Lai Wenji looked at Fang Hou with alarm. If you have any questions, ask them quickly. Don't agitate Inspector Shen anymore. If she gets angry, I won't be able to save you, and at most, after this incident, I will write a report to the chief on your behalf. Fang Hou, on the other hand, clearly didn't care how terrifying Shen Lian Shu's madness would become. His expression remained calm from start to finish. After that, he looked at the two of them seriously and asked, what exactly is demonic? Upon hearing this, Lai Wenji pushed his glasses and smiled. This is also a question that most people who have survived the strange events want to ask. What is demonic? Where do they come from? And what is their purpose? Currently, the initial definition that the Investigation Bureau gave is that it is a distorted spiritual entity with its own source of pollution. Their appearances vary greatly. Some have flesh and blood, some are souls, and some are just concepts. Furthermore, demonic often appears suddenly with no rules at all. However, the only common point is that they all have great malice towards humans, even tending to feed on human flesh, or more accurately, feed on the human soul or spiritual strength, which they rely on to enhance themselves. Moreover, each demonic is a source of pollution, much like radiation, constantly emitting demonic energy, which will invade the human mind, stimulate negative emotions, and distort the mind. The power of a spiritual master is a product of the mind being polluted by the stimulation of demonic. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Hou raised his hand to ask further. So the second question, how is the power of the spiritual master divided according to levels? Hearing this, Lai Wenji was slightly surprised, then turned to look at Shen Lian Shu, who seemed impatient. It seems that Mr. Fang already has some understanding of the spiritual master, he said. He then took out the pen and paper he had with him, and began to explain to Fang Hou, the power of the spiritual master is divided according to the level of spiritual enlightenment. At the same time, he started drawing a diagram in his notebook, while Fang Hou attentively looked at his wife beside him, who also leaned over to carefully look at the diagram of levels that Lai Wenji was drawing. After seeing the content in Lai Wenji's notebook, Fang Hou's wife suddenly gave a sinister smile, licking her lips as if she had seen various delicious desserts. Are there many delicious kinds like that? She said with a sly smile. At the same time, Lai Wenji carefully finished drawing a hierarchical diagram. In general, those with innate light points from 1% to 20% like Mr. Fang, a spiritual master in the spiritual sense, we call them little-level spiritual masters. Their abilities will increase according to the increase of their innate light points. Those with innate light points from 21% to 40% are called level 2 spiritual masters, and the intensity of their abilities will also change in quality. Those with innate light points from 41% to 60% are called level 3 spiritual masters, but with my level, I don't know their specific abilities. Similarly, there are levels 4, level 5, and so on. However, that information is confidential. The higher the level, the harder it is to have innate light points and the fewer people there are. Hearing this, Fang Hou nodded and asked, so what happens if someone achieves 100% innate light points? At this moment, Lai Wenji shook his head. Look at Fang Hou with seriousness. As far as I know, currently no one in the world has reached 100% of their spiritual enlightenment. Even those who have reached level 5 only exist in theory. To achieve higher spiritual enlightenment, one must seek stronger demonic entities, constantly going through breakthroughs between life and death. But in doing so, the mortality rate of spiritual masters will also increase. Spiritual masters and demonic entities are in opposition yet support each other. The stronger the demonic entities, the stronger the spiritual masters, but the intensity of demonic entities recorded so far is not enough to produce extremely powerful spiritual masters. Seeing this, Fang Hou intended to raise his hand to ask the third question, but Shen Lian Shu, who had been patiently waiting by his side, angrily interrupted him, looking at him impatiently. I don't have time to listen to such foolish questions. Lai Wenji, give him the address of the Global Demonic Forum website so that he can look it up himself. The information he wants to know is likely to be there. At this moment, Lai Wenji was startled by a sudden scolding next to him, and he helplessly agreed. At the same time, Shen Lian Shu looked at Fang Hou seriously and said, kindly remind you, this is a global dark web forum. It's best advised not to trust the emails of strangers. Immediately after that, Shenli and Shu warned sternly, "Now tell us about what you have encountered in the demon world, including the smallest details. If you dare to lie, leading to immeasurable losses, then you must take responsibility for it." However, Fang Hou did not pay attention to her threats, calmly raising his hand to continue. "I have one last question." He then pointed to the person next to him. "Have you seen my wife?" Upon hearing this, his wife also looked puzzled, and the next moment, she covered her face blushing, both surprised and joyful, her eyes sparkling as she gently called out, "Honey." Shenlei and Shu, who was originally in a sudden rage, was stunned, and then she looked at the empty space next to Fang Hou, and then she looked around, but she didn't see any wives. At the same time, Lai Wenji was also shocked. He looked at Fang Hou with suspicion and confusion. "Are you single, or do you have a wife that I don't know about?" Then he firmly said, "What are you talking about? The record clearly shows that I don't have a wife, not even a girlfriend." Seeing this, Fang Hou calmly looked at the two and muttered to himself, "Is it really not seeing or pretending not to see on purpose?" At the same time, the joyful wife danced because of Fang Hou's actions. "Husband, I know you see me. Do you see me? Answer me." Shenlei and Sue and the others were both suspicious and doubted whether Fang Hou's mind was having a problem. After thinking for a while, Lai Wenji glanced at Fang Hou and whispered to Shenlei and Sue, "Inspector Shen, a normal person just turned into a spiritual master. In terms of mental state, instability is normal, but he was calm in an unusual way from the beginning. Now, he's starting to have hallucinations. So I suspect that Fang Hou's mental state is problematic, even more serious than normal." Suddenly, Shenlei and Shu stood up in anger, glaring at Fang Hou with hostility. "Fang Hou, are you joking with us?" But Fang Hou remained calm. He looked at Shenlei and Shu in anger and felt that she was not pretending, but that didn't matter to him. He still had a way out, only to see him leaning on his wife's shoulder, smiling slyly, calling out leisurely, "Darling." Upon hearing this, his wife immediately felt shocked, and the two looked at each other like that. "Darling, I see you." Upon hearing this, a hint of cruelty appeared on the wife's face. At the same time, Shenlei and Shu in anger looked at Fang Hou. "If you don't want to cooperate, just say it straight, don't." She couldn't finish her sentence as Shenlei and Shu, who was originally angry, suddenly became speechless. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared like a whirlwind, and in that black crack, the sound of flowing water echoed. The next moment, where there used to be empty space, suddenly appeared a beautiful woman wearing a white silk nightgown with a smile on her lips as she looked at Fang Hou with both restraint and joy, saying, "Honey, you see me now." After speaking, the wife slowly turned her head, directly rotating 180 degrees, staring intensely at Shenlei and Shu and the other person, and then let out a chilling laughter, saying, "Hello, I am his wife." At this moment, Shenlei and Shu and Lai Wenji stood up in astonishment, with Lai Wenji even more shocked, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" At the same time, the pale skin of the wife began to crack like porcelain, revealing thick black cracks. Her small mouth twisted almost to her ears, and her teeth now sharp and uneven, as if saw-like. Inside her mouth, there was another mouth, as if a mouth grew inside her throat. At the same time, the long, smooth hair of the wife began to move, like black snakes writhing incessantly, emitting a chilling hissing sound in the air. Shortly after that, the wife opened her small mouth, and instead of a 3 meters long tongue, said hungrily, "I haven't had spiritual master for a long time. I miss it so much." Seeing this, Lai Wenji fell to the ground in fear, saying, "It's demonic." At the same time, Shenlei and Shu was also horrified, thinking, "Damn it, what kind of person is Fang Hou?" Hearing this, Fang Hou smiled wickedly. "Unexpectedly, my wife is demonic, and I myself did not expect it." At this point, Fang Hou smiled wickedly. "Now I see the truth. It seems that by rejecting my wife, I triggered some kind of mechanism that made her delusion become reality. This also means that perhaps in this world, only I see demonic everywhere, and only I have to constantly be on edge mentally. Every time I am carelessly discovered, I have to endure the pain of being chopped into pieces." At the same time, Lai Wenji was so frightened that he opened his mouth wide, and Shenlei and Shu clenched her jaw in anger while thinking of a way to deal with the situation. After some thought, Shenlei and Shu decided to take action. She raised her white, slender hand, and suddenly, the atmosphere began to twist. A fierce purple flame suddenly appeared in her hand, and the temperature in the room suddenly increased. It was unclear how high the temperature of this purple flame was. Next, Shenlei and Shu gathered her strength and quickly released the high-temperature flame towards her husband, saying, "Die." But as soon as she released the extremely high-temperature flame, it set Fang Hou's clothes on fire, and even the air in the room became hot as if it was burning. It became clear that this was Shenlei and Shu's power. It's no wonder she was always so hot-tempered. At that moment, there was a loud noise, and the flame on her husband's body suddenly extinguished as if it had encountered cold water. The wife remained unharmed. Seeing this, Shen Lian Shu's pupils shrank and her face was filled with disbelief. What? How is she unharmed? At this moment, she realized that she couldn't deal with the demonic creature in front of her. Thinking this, she extinguished the flames on her hand and then turned to pull Lai Wenji next to her, saying, "Quickly run outside. It's too powerful. We can't handle it. Run fast." Although she saw the two of them intending to run away, the wife did not hesitate. She stood still, raising her pale hand, gently waving it towards the air, saying, "Die." As she spoke, the air seemed to be stirred by something, and only Shen Lian Shu and Lai Wenji were running away. A sudden cut appeared where it was cut flat like a mirror, the head directly separated from the neck, and Lai Wenji also fell to his knees with a grunt. At this point, Fang Hou did not hesitate, quickly walked outside, rushed towards Shen Lian Shu's body, and then tore her clothes apart, starting to search her body. At the same time, he also noticed the tattoo on her thigh, a pink fox that was particularly eye-catching. It seemed like she liked the color pink, but he couldn't find anything on her. Then, Fang Hou quickly searched all over Lai Wenji, suddenly seeing a letter on him. Seeing this, Fang Hou took out the letter to read it. When he saw the content, he couldn't help but be shocked. At the same time, the gentle voice of his wife rang in Fang Hou's ears. "Honey, what are you looking for?" But Fang Hou didn't answer, continuing to read the letter carefully. Right after that, his wife whispered softly, and Fang Hou immediately felt a sharp pain, his vision darkened, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. A moment later, Fang Hou stood in front of his house, lost in thought. This time, revival will not bring him back to the time he left the demonic land. Last time, he came home and used a knife to experiment on the killed wife. Then it was considered to enter another revival node. If he doesn't encounter a new demonic event, a revival node will not change. Thinking this, Fang Hou's mouth curled up, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Fang Hou's plan officially began, so tomorrow morning at 8:40, the investigation team will come. This is also the time when the power of prediction will appear in front of everyone. Fang Hou decided to carry out his plan, knowing the existence of the investigation team. There was no reason not to take advantage of it. Relying solely on himself to make all the demonic in the world suffer is almost impossible, so he must seek a reasonable external force. After some thought, he opened the door and returned home, walking straight to the bedroom. His wife always followed closely behind, laying down beside him, looking alluring. "Honey, you're home. Do you want to have dinner?" Fang Hou, as always, ignored the presence of his wife, opened his computer, and only saw his fingers quickly typing on the keyboard, swiftly accessing the demonic forum. Fang Hou wanted to see if there was any information there that he could use. He gently clicked the mouse and successfully entered the demonic forum. As soon as he entered the forum, countless terrifying images filled the screen, surrounded by flowing blood. Then, a dark color selection frame appeared, divided into different sections, such as the Europe and America region, the Asian region, Japan, South Korea, and the China region. When Fang Hou clicked on the Chinese region, many small categories appeared, including demonic, spiritual master, divine key, and reward system. Seeing this, Fang Hou suddenly became very interested because among them could possibly hide the mystery of this world, the mystery of demonic. Immediately, he quickly began to skim through the titles of the posts about demonic. At the same time, his wife suddenly turned into a mouse in his hand because Fang Hou's speed at this time was extremely fast, making his wife sweat and make indescribable sounds. "Honey, slow down, too fast." Immediately, his wife covered her mouth, her face turning red, sweat drops falling from her face. "Honey, be gentle, please." But Fang Hou remained as calm as water, continuing to read the posts attentively. Although the information may not be complete, at least it is faster than discovering it yourself. He just casually clicked on the title of the post, which was written "Top Secret Demonic Contract," but when he clicked to view it, his face immediately became dark. It turned out that when he clicked on the post, a reminder box appeared, countless numbers flashing in front of his eyes. He briefly counted a bit, a total of 6 zeros. In other words, to view this post, you need to pay 1 million yuan. Then he looked at other posts. Without exception, the cheapest post cost 10,000 yuan to 20,000 yuan, and posts related to top secret content cost millions of yuan, even tens of millions of yuan, which made him, a person who was struggling financially, couldn't help but feel shocked, and at the same time, couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "This is the world of the spiritual master." At this moment, the wife behind him was also extremely surprised. "It's too expensive, honey. Let you pay for you." Realizing his poverty, Fang Hou looked at the demonic forum, lost in thought. It seems that before exploiting the ability to predict the future to reap the greatest benefits, he could only browse the free area of the forum. Immediately, he looked at the hottest topic, titled, "I have awakened the ability to control time." Fang Hou felt a little discouraged if even someone with the ability to control time appeared. His future prediction ability would be greatly diminished. At the same time, he gently clicked the mouse to start reading. After reading for 5 minutes, only saw at the end of the post it was written. "That's it. I have awakened the ability to control time. Not like the ability to stop time in movies and TV shows. I also named my ability time waste, for example. After you finish reading this post, you have wasted 5 minutes. Seeing this, Fang Hou's face darkened, staring intently at the post. Is this something free? The poster is a champion universe warrior joking with me. I remember now. At the same time, the beautiful space warrior was sitting in front of the computer, sneezing loudly and saying, "Who's cursing at me?" On the other side, Fang Hou took a deep breath and then continued to watch. Fang Hou kept watching until midnight, however. He had a preliminary understanding of demonic and spiritual master. At this moment, Fang Hou suddenly thought, this is the address provided by the investigator. Why not try to search for any official posts from the investigation organization? If it is authenticated by the official organization, then the information inside must be genuine and the price is real. So Fang Hou completely forgot about the time and he kept watching until the next morning. However, after a sleepless night, Fang Hou finally managed to sift through information about demonic and some knowledge about spiritual master. Demonic is ranked according to the level of harm they cause, regardless of individual power, 5 levels from highest to lowest, S, A, B, C, and D. Some demonic individuals, although not very powerful, can cause great harm, so their ranking can be higher. For example, there was a demonic entity in a foreign country called Epidemic, which had weak power and could easily be killed by even a low-level spiritual master if proper detoxification measures were taken. However, it could quickly spread the epidemic over a wide area and wiped out the entire population of a large city in a short period of time, so it was ranked as an A. At level S, demonic beings have the ability to destroy a country in a short period of time, belonging to the national destruction level. The higher the level of harm of demonic, the fewer in number, but their power is also stronger. However, the origin of demonic beings has not been able to be verified. According to the forum, they appear completely randomly, without any rules, but in reality, demonic beings are always around us. At the same time, Fang Hou slowly turned his head towards his wife. In normal situations, we cannot see them. Only when certain conditions are met can they materialize and enter the real world. For those outside the circle, this is their random appearance. The wife was wearing a 2-strap nightgown, her chin resting gently on her hand as she looked at Fang Hou and said, "Good morning, dear. Would you like me to make breakfast for you?" At this moment, Fang Hou once again immersed himself in thought because he had been browsing the forums all night but still did not find anyone saying that they could see demonic everywhere. Thinking this, Fang Hou silently set himself a small goal. First, he must make money. Only when he had made enough money and become stronger could he gather more useful information from the demonic forums. However, fortunately, there was still a little harvest. At least he had gained some knowledge about demonic energy. Demonic energy takes on different forms and contains the power of the demonic, even possessing various incredible abilities. Some are weapons, such as swords, while others are common objects. At this moment, Fang Hou drew out his surgical knife, silently pondering. There is no more doubt, this surgical knife has cut through countless demonic beings and has long been contaminated into a demonic energy item. The post about demonic energy mentioned that to unleash its full power, besides activating it, one must also use spiritual power to penetrate its core and establish a corresponding connection with it. However, to gain control of demonic energy is also very risky. Once spiritual power and demonic energy establish a connection, it means that it must be awakened and spiritual power must strike at the center of the demonic energy to establish a relationship with it. After thinking, he looked at the clock. It was already 5:30. It was more than 3 hours before the investigation team arrived, which was plenty of time. Right after that, he took the scalpel and pushed his instincts, beginning to invade relentlessly. The scalpel didn't react at all. His consciousness seemed to enter a dark area where countless demons seemed to be screaming, going crazy, relentlessly attacking Fang Hou's consciousness. Countless negative emotions such as cruelty, killing, and despair continuously rushed into his body, wanting to twist his mind, turning him into a monster. However, Fang Hou's mind is like a bottomless pit. Despite the negative emotions pouring in, he remains calm as usual, even smirking disdainfully. Is that all? Then become my prey. Accept your fate. Immediately, he pushed his spiritual power, starting to condense, leaving his own mark directly on the surgical knife. With the mark Fang Hou left, the connection between the two sides was instantly formed. When he withdrew his spiritual power, he unexpectedly found that it had been enhanced, which made Fang Hou even more satisfied with the surgical knife. So that means the current spiritual power has been activated by 2%. Fang Hou thought to himself, looking at this demon-slaying knife, it can not only be used as a basic weapon to attack demonic, but also a large amount of demonic power hidden within it can be harnessed to help activate more spiritual beings. However, because this power is extremely chaotic, with my current physical condition, I cannot bear such a great burden. I'll just wait until my body is strengthened before continuing. After thinking this through, he looked at the clock. It was already past 7 in the morning, so Fang Hou quickly made a simple breakfast. However, as he finished eating, the phone rang right on time. Seeing this, Fang Hou picked up the phone without any expression, and on the other end came an excited voice. Who? How? I finally know what my ability is. You'll be scared when I tell you. But Fang Hou didn't give him a chance to speak, cutting him off insensitively. Yeah, the ability to make the bed. Hearing this, Zhao Hao Kim's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Oh, how did you know? How did you already know? Then Zhao Hao started to sound dejected. This is so frustrating. I wanted to impress you, Hao. I've discovered the weakness of this ability now. In the future, there will be no surprises in life anymore. Fang Hou was eating fried eggs. He calmly said, okay, nothing to worry about. I'll hang up first. I have another guest. After saying that, he decisively hung up the phone at the same time. In a commercial vehicle, Lai Wenji was eavesdropping on the conversation of the two people. The eavesdropping device in his hand fell to the ground because he was shocked to see him sweating profusely. With an unbelieving expression on his face, Shen Lian Shu, beside him, immediately frowned and said, what are you doing? Lai Wenji regained his composure and didn't even bother to pick up the eavesdropping device. He just looked at Shen Lian Shu in astonishment and said, I've heard the abilities of Fang Hou and Zhao Hao. Hearing this, Shen Lian Shu became a little interested and said, oh, then tell me, what ability makes you so agitated? Tell me about it. Seeing this, Lai Wenji hastily continued, Zhao Hao's ability is the ability of the bed. Hearing this, Shen Lian Shu expressed disdain. Indeed, enough to shock. This made Lai Wenji quickly continue, listen to me all the way. Zhao Hao's ability is not important. What is important is Fang Hou. He can predict the future. As soon as he withdrew his words, Shen Lian Shu was extremely shocked. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Fang Hou's ability is predicting the future. Lai Wenji nodded. He just said on the phone that there will be 2 guests coming. His tone was very confident. Hearing this, Shen Lian Shu was even more shocked. Who are the 2 guests? Could it be that he's talking about? At this point, she turned her head incredulously. Is there really such an ability to predict the future in this world? Even if there is, it shouldn't appear in a first-level spiritual master. Hearing this, Lai Wenji nodded. That's right. The stronger the ability, the more limitations there are. Do you still remember the person with the ability to teleport that we interviewed last week? As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Lian Shu burst out laughing. You mean the one who can only teleport 10 centimeters at a time, then has to wait for 1 hour for his spiritual power to recover before he can use his ability again, a first-level spiritual master, right? At this point, Lai Wenji leaned on the railing, puzzled. That's right, Fang Hou is a new first-level spiritual master. He should have been similar to that person, only able to predict things that will happen in the near future. But he's completely opposite. It's really surprising that he can predict that we were coming to find him. At the same time, the car stopped at the foot of the Fang Hou building where Shen Lian Shu was staying. Shen Lian Shu opened the car door and said, instead of sitting here speculating, why don't we go meet him? She looked very excited and said, let me see if his ability to predict the future is real or not. But when they reached the 5th floor, they were surprised to find the door already open, as if waiting for them. Seeing this, Shen Lian Shu and the other person stood still. They didn't know if Fang Hou knew or if the door was not properly closed, but quickly, Shen Lian Shu regained her composure and pushed the slightly open door. But at this moment, Shen Lian Shu was once again shocked by the scene in front of her. She saw Fang Hou standing straight with a handsome face, calmly making tea. On the tea table were 3 cups of tea, 1 in front of Fang Hou and 2 on the sofa, with steam rising from the tea, clearly just boiled. Suddenly, Fang Hou picked up the teacup and calmly said, Inspector Shen, Mr. Lai, please have a seat. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them appeared even more surprised and suspicious. They walked into the room and Shen Lian Shu, being very brave, took the first seat on the sofa and spoke in a gentle tone. How did you know my name? And as for this teacup, did you know we were coming? Fang Hou disregarded her suspicion and calmly took a sip of tea. Then, with a serious expression, he said, because my eyes can see the future. At this moment, upon hearing Fang Hou's confession, A storm of thoughts and doubts arose in the hearts of the two. Although Shen Lian Su was very surprised, the doubt in her heart had not dissipated. Then she crossed her arms and looked at Fang Hou with suspicion. You can see the future. How do you prove it? Seeing this, Fang Hou calmly looked at the two of them and said, both of you are from the Investigation Bureau. This time you came here primarily for two purposes. One is to investigate the strange case at Bai Liu Academy, and the other is to assess my and Zhao Hao's qualifications to join the Investigation Bureau. At the same time, the wife next to him showed unhappiness. You shouldn't look at her, you should be looking at me. As soon as she finished speaking, Lai Wenji shook his head with a serious expression. Fang, this does not prove that you can predict the future. As long as you understand the investigation beforehand, our purpose for being here is easy to guess at this time. Fang Hou looked at Lai Wenji, and at the same time, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Lai Wenji shuddered and suddenly touched his nose. What's wrong, Fang? My reasoning is very reasonable. Fang Hou looked at him with satisfaction. Then I'll tell you something that no one knows. In fact, I have always secretly loved Shen Lian Shu. Hearing this, Lai Wenji immediately blushed, his face turning red to his ears, and Shen Lian Shu next to him was also shocked. Furthermore, he had already written a love letter kept in the left pocket of his shirt. Lai Wenji couldn't believe it, his cheeks getting even redder. Don't say anything anymore. After speaking, he covered the pocket on his chest with his hand. Seeing this, Shen Lian Shu looked at Lai Wenji in surprise. Is he telling the truth? At the same time, the wife was sitting between the two men with a suspicious look on her face, looking at Lai Wenji. How could he have secretly missed you? But at this point, Fang Hou still didn't stop, but directly spoke out the contents inside. Lian Shu, when you read this letter, I may have died, but the truth is, there was always something I wanted to say to you. Before Fang Hou finished speaking, Shen Lian Shu had approached Lai Wenji, snatching the left pocket of his coat and searching through it. At this point, Lai Wenji hurriedly explained, Inspector Shen, you also know me. Obviously, Fang Hou is talking nonsense. I really don't have it. Before the words were finished, Shen Lian Shu took out the letter from the pocket that Fang Hou had mentioned. She immediately opened it and quickly skimmed through a few lines of text. The surprise in her heart grew stronger. She couldn't believe it was exactly what Fang Hou had said. After reading the contents of the letter, Shen Lian Shu was not only extremely surprised, but her expression also became complicated. But she quickly calmed down and then threw the letter back to Lai Wenji, at the same time looking at Fang Hou with seriousness. Even if you know the contents inside, doesn't mean you can predict the future. After all, this is not the content written in the future, but what he wrote in the past. Facing the doubt, Fang Hou did not refute, but calmly poured the tea. Inspector Shen may have the ability to control fire. The measurements of the three circles are 85, 63, 80. At the same time, his wife had turned into a warm tea in Fang Hou's hand. She blushed and said, Honey, guess what my measurements are? Hearing this, Shen Lian Shu immediately became angry, her eyes flashing a hint of red and yellow. She slammed the table with force. My abilities are no secret. Anyone who has been in contact with the spiritual master world will have heard of it to some extent. As for the measurements, if you can guess them accurately, it only proves that you are a lecher. Meanwhile, Lai Wenji, beside them, blushed and remained silent, silently remembering the measurements. Seeing this, Fang Hou did not rush, took a sip of tea, and then calmly looked at Shen Lian Shu. Inspector Shen, do you have a secret that you don't want others to know? Do you really want me to reveal it? Hearing this, Lai Wenji was extremely surprised. His eyes widened, and he was also very interested. Shen Lian Shu looked at him with disdain. Go ahead, I have nothing to hide. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Hou chuckled mischievously. Ha ha. Right after that, Fang Hou deliberately chin-wagged. Inspector Shen, you really like pink. At this point, the wife slightly bent over and smiled, approaching Fang Hou. Honey, what color do you like? At this point, Fang Hou relied on his lingering memories, pretended to think, and slowly said, Inspector Shen, your underwear is pink, and you even have a pink tattoo on your body. Before the sentence was finished, a sudden burst of fiery flames erupted in Shen Lian Shu's white hand. A stream of heat rushed in. At this point, she completely lost control, extremely excited as she glared at Fang Hou. This is not a prediction of the future. Clearly, you have the ability to see through. You and Zhao Hao are no different. Neither of you is anything good. But in the face of the fiery flames, Fang Hou was not afraid. There were no ripples on his face. The ability to predict the future is not as you think. You can't know everything that will happen in the future, for example. Last night, I only predicted that you would come to my house today, so I wasted my spiritual power to see the future scene, including the scene of the assistant reading the love letter in the middle of the night and the scene of Inspector Shen tidying up the closet. Listening to that, the flames of Shen Lei and Xu slowly extinguished, but the unfriendly look in her eyes still hadn't disappeared. The redness on her cheeks hadn't faded either. Moreover, she always felt Fang Hou not only saw these things, anyway the tattoo was. After thinking, Shen Lei and Xu felt extremely ashamed. She pulled her dress tight and sat down on the sofa. What you just said doesn't count as predicting the future, or are you telling me the winning numbers for tonight's lottery? As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Hou, without any hesitation, immediately found pen and paper, pretending to think and then wrote very quickly. Fang Hou wrote a series of numbers for Shen Lei and Xu, but in fact, those were all numbers from the other world. His real plan was to wait for the lottery results, then proceed with the stage suicide, during which he could gather more information. At this moment, Shen Lei and Xu looked at the numbers in his hand, believing that Fang Hou had 7 or 8 parts, but still questioned him. If you have the ability to predict, why don't you buy lottery tickets to get rich? Hearing this, Fang Hou pretended to be helpless. Have you heard of the butterfly effect? So don't try to use the power of the investigation agency to do anything out of the ordinary. At this point, Shen Lei and Xu looked at Fang Hou with suspicion. If the numbers you give are not correct then. Before she could finish her sentence, Fang Hou confidently interrupted. If it's not correct, I can make it up. Seeing Fang Hou so arrogant, Shen Lei and Xu couldn't help but to doubt him. Shen Lei and Xu once again became angry, and the flames in her hands slowly flared up. Lai Wenji, standing beside her, quickly advised Inspector Shen calm down. The lottery draw starts tonight anyway. Then he turned to look at Fang Hou. Mr. Fang, we should continue talking about your experience at the haunted dormitory at Bai Liu Academy. Fang Hou looked at the teacup in his hand, pretended to think for a moment, and then feigned extreme fear as he recounted in a fearful tone. That place is called the psychiatric hospital Tianshan. It appeared very suddenly, and by the time we realized it, it had overlapped with the space of Bai Liu Academy's staff room, trapping everyone inside the psychiatric hospital. Fang Hou did not reveal too much as the capabilities of a spiritual master at the first level are limited. It is sufficient to selectively recount experiences in the parallel realm. As for the appearance of the surgical knife, it would undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble, so it is best to temporarily hide its existence. At the same time, Fang Hou noticed that the teacup was empty, so he stood up to get the teapot. As he shook the pot, he realized that it was also nearly empty. Quickly, Fang Hou brewed a new pot of tea and placed it on the table, then gently said, "The situation is as follows. Due to my limited spiritual power reserves, I can only use my predictive abilities once. When faced with a choice between 2 paths, I saw 2 different images. One showed Zhao Hao and I escaping the nightmare demon and successfully fleeing through the emergency exit." Fang Hou calmly continued, "As for the intersection over there, it leads to several hospital rooms, and behind each room is a tremendously terrifying demonic aura. Zhao Hao and I will be chased and killed by demon nurses, so I deduce that there are at least dozens of demons inside the Tianshan Psychiatric Hospital." Upon hearing Fang Hou's confident account, Lai Wenji couldn't help but be astonished, even raising his voice by 8 degrees. "Dozens of demons, are you sure?" Meanwhile, Shen Lei and Xu expressed extreme dissatisfaction. "Fang Hou, do you realize what you're saying? Globally, there have been numerous events related to demons, but there has never been any precedent showing that dozens of demons coexist in a demon world location. Even in normal cases, demons usually come in pairs with the possibility of infiltration or fusion, but they cannot peacefully coexist. They only know how to devour each other, so it is fundamentally impossible for dozens of demons to gather together. Therefore, if you are not mistaken, they are just a group of enslaved demons controlled by higher-level demons. Despite their large numbers, their true strength is not powerful." Here is the translated text. Speaking of this, Shen Lei and Xu looked at Fang Hou with a sneer. "I think you were just scared, and you basically don't know anything about demonic, so you mistook a demon servant for demonic." Fang Hou didn't say much, just looked at her calmly. "With your level of ability, it's very difficult to understand what I'm saying. Just report the truth." Last night, Fang Hou had looked at the Global Demonic Forum, so of course he knew what a demon servant was. Then he closed his eyes and slowly said, "Weakness and ignorance are not barriers to existence. Pride is the barrier." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Lei and Xu's burst of anger immediately erupted. She glared at Fang Hou. Lai Wenji quickly intervened with a friendly smile. "Mr. Fang, thank you for your honesty, however. For the investigation agency, the ability to predict the future is extremely important, so today, we still have to bother you to come to the investigation agency." Upon hearing this, Fang Hou immediately set down his tea, stood up abruptly, and went outside. Seeing this, Lai Wenji was extremely surprised. How can he be so fast? After an hour's drive, Fang Hou was taken to the Lu Dang City Investigation Office, which was located in a remote and mysterious place. When they got out of the car, Lai Wenji and Shen Lian Xu led the way, and Fang Hou followed behind with his hands in his pockets. Not long after, they arrived at a rather unimpressive door, next to which was a sign that read, Demonic Investigation Bureau. At this point, Lai Wenji looked at Fang Hou and said, Fang, please come with me. At the same time, Fang Hou calmly looked ahead. It seems that the spiritual master also needs certain conditions to be able to see demonic. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to be in the midst of an investigation without seeing any, as there are many demonic wandering around everywhere. Seeing this scene, Fang Hou became even more certain that only he could see the demonic on the street. Otherwise, the specialized demonic investigation agency would never let the demonic wander around like this. Thinking of this, Fang Hou suddenly smiled slyly. The demonic investigation agency, don't disappoint me. Under the guidance of Lai Wenji, Fang Hou descended a staircase to the basement. After passing through the dark staircase, he arrived at the headquarters of the investigation agency. Fang Hou couldn't believe that the main base of the agency was underground and the building on the surface was just a disguise. At the same time, an employee was on the phone. Initially, he politely asked who was on the other line, then answered the phone and walked out. As he passed Fang Hou, the man became impatient. I don't buy houses, don't take out loans, don't swim, don't exercise, and I'm an honest person when it comes to versus foot massages. But when he saw that there was no one around, he gently asked, Where are you guys located? Quickly send me a text message. Despite the man's deliberate attempt to be careful, Fang Hou still heard a slight noise. Looking around, he saw many people working inside the investigation room, each person busy with their work. Some were staring at computer screens with worried expressions. At that moment, a man who had just finished his work stretched and accidentally hit the woman behind him, causing her to spill her entire cup of water on herself. The man quickly stood up, continuously apologizing and helping the woman dry herself. But she exclaimed, I can do it myself. Stop touching me. Where are you touching? Shortly after, they passed through the noisy work area and entered a resting room. As they sat down, Fang Hou spoke with hidden meaning, Your agency is really bustling. At the same time, Lai Wenji poured a cup of tea for Fang Hou, while Shen Lian Xu stood at the door, arms crossed, and said coldly, Lai Wenji, come with me and report to the agency head. Finished speaking, the two of them immediately stepped out of the room and headed towards the office of the bureau chief. As for Fang Hou, he drank tea while looking at the tightly closed door, his face full of thought. He then closed his eyes and his whole body continuously emitted spiritual energy, as it turned out that with the help of the spiritual energy in the surgical knife, Fang Hou's spiritual energy had been enhanced, so he wanted to try to see if his sensing ability had improved. Indeed, his sensing ability was much sharper and the range of his perception was wider, but he still hadn't reached the limit. Within Fang Hou's range of perception, he unexpectedly discovered that within this investigation, there was another world. He then sensed and saw Shen Lian Xu on her way to the bureau chief's office. In addition, he also relied on their direction to easily find a bureau chief's office. Right now, Shen Lian Xu felt something was not right, as if there were eyes watching them from behind. She suddenly turned around, but found no one behind her. This sudden action startled Lai Wenji. What's wrong, Shen Lian Xu? Is there something unusual in the office? Seeing this, Shen Lian Xu suspiciously replied, There's nothing. At the same time, Fang Hou sat on the sofa with an expressionless face. She's quite sharp. In the office of the chief, the two of them began to seriously report on the investigation, but they were also very in sync, with no mention of the pink love letter and underwear. After listening to the report of the two, Wang Dehai was also extremely surprised. Are you sure his ability is to predict the future? Besides you two, does anyone else know? Shen Lian Xu casually replied, There's also Zhao Hao, who escaped from the demon world with Fang Hou. At this moment, Wang Dehai solemnly put down his teacup and said, Predicting the future is a serious matter, whether true or not. It must be kept as an absolute secret. No information can be leaked. We also need to arrange security measures for Zhao Hao. Do you all understand? After speaking, Wang Dehai asked, Where is the lottery ticket he wrote? Upon hearing this, Lai Wenji respectfully handed the paper to Wang Dehai. At this moment, Wang Dehai looked closely at the numbers with a thoughtful expression, predicting the lottery is not impossible. He had already arranged for support. Lai Wenji, go find 2 reliable people to oversee the entire process to ensure that tonight's lottery result is completely random. After speaking, he slammed the paper down on the table. I need to see how capable this Fang Hou is. Following Wang Dehai's instructions, Lai Wenji immediately set out to find people to oversee tonight's lottery drawing to avoid any manipulation by Fang Hou. At this time, in the office of the bureau chief, Only Wang Dehai and Shen Lian Shu were left. Shortly thereafter, Wang Dehai solemnly said, "Miss Shen, you are also a seasoned spiritual master. Based on your experience, do you think he is lying?" Hearing this, Shen Lian Shu did not take revenge, but still expressed her true thoughts. If he is fake, then he must be a very strong psychological scammer. Moreover, future predictions are easily exposed. He has no reason to make up this story to deceive us. At the same time, Wang Dehai nodded and lifted the teacup, while Shen Lian Shu spoke. "However, in my feelings, I think Fang Hou was lying." Hearing this, Wang Dehai almost spit out the tea he had just sipped. This action almost made him retire early. After that, he put the cup down and looked at Shen Lian Shu with suspicion. Clearly, Shen Lian Shu is very serious, relying on a woman's intuition. Wang Dehai helplessly waved his burned hand and said, "It's impossible to fake it. We'll know by tonight." Wang Dehai said seriously with a burnt hand. Yes, in the recording, he said that the Tianshan Psychiatric Hospital has dozens of demonics. Hearing this, Shen Lian Shu immediately smirked and said, "Director Wang, you can't possibly believe his words. There is no demon world like that in the world. Even if Fang Hou knew everything beforehand, he wouldn't be able to survive." Then she confidently signaled with her hand, and according to my analysis, Bai Liu Academy's demon world only has 2 demonics. One of them is a female doctor-shaped demonic, which I suggest naming Demonic Cultivator. The rule is to kill the nearest person, and it only kills 1 person at a time. From the description, its level is D. The other one is a demonic that controls nightmares, which I suggest naming Nightmare. The rule is to force people nearby into nightmares and then trigger their fear to kill them. There is a suspicion that it may have the ability to attack without a physical form, but considering its special ability to potentially make multiple people fall into nightmares at once, I suggest ranking it as a C, because Bai Liu Academy is a fixed demon world and is located in a densely populated area. I recommend ranking the danger level as C. Listening to this, Wang Dehai rubbed his chin in contemplation. How frightening is the level of fear in a nightmare? At this point, Shen Lian Shu casually adjusted her gloves and slowly said, "Frightening sure, but only scares ordinary people. Even Zhao Hao, a timid rookie, can rely on watching horror movies to dispel fear and survive. Senior spiritual masters are even less affected. If his abilities were known in advance, the danger level would be even lower than that female doctor." As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Dehai nodded in agreement. "All right, then bring Fang Hou here. I want to meet him." At this point, Shen Lian Shu looked surprised. "Director Wang, you want to personally meet Fang Hou? I'm afraid I can't comply with that. If he's at risk of losing control, we need to ensure safety. Let the team leader or deputy team leader meet him instead." Hearing that, Wang Dehai helplessly shook his head. They are currently not in the office, just went to search for the head demon. At the same time, the captain of the investigation bureau, Yang Ming, took a deep puff of this cigarette, then only heard a whoosh sound leaving a blurry shadow, heading towards the exit of the investigation bureau. But as he approached the door, Deputy Captain Bai Tu also stepped onto the stairs, only to see Bai Tu take a step and catch up with Yang Ming. Suddenly, the scene changed. The two at the door refused to let the other go first, but Yang Ming still rushed ahead, running straight to the driver's seat. But Bai Tu also refused to give up, jumping onto the bottom of his car. Seeing this, Yang Ming angrily said, "Bai Tu, get off the car. Let go of me. Don't follow me." But Bai Tu didn't care at all. "Don't be so stingy, just a convenient ride." On the other side, in the room, Shen Lian Shu brought a dedicated lie detector in front of Fang Hou and began patiently introducing the lie detector. Based on the fluctuation of spiritual energy to test for lies, as long as you are not truthful, the machine will react. Every new spiritual master must undergo this test. Upon hearing this, Fang Hou did not hesitate. With an expressionless face, he placed his hand on the machine. "Ask away." Seeing this, Shen Lian Shu looked at Fang Hou with suspicion, then began to ask the first question. "If there is a powerful demon slaughtering the city, how would you choose? 1 is to fight the demon, 2 is to run away by yourself, 3 is to save as many people as possible and then run away together." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Hou decisively made his choice. "I choose option 1 to fight the demon." At the same time, the lie detector also showed that Fang Hou was not lying. At this moment, Shen Lian Shu looked at Fang Hou with suspicion and also a bit surprised. This answer was beyond her expectations. She never thought that Fang Hou would be someone who would sacrifice his life for others. But Fang Hou also did not lie about this question, because he hated all kinds of evil beings, so even if he couldn't fight back, he would still fight. If he couldn't kill it once, he would fight twice. If he couldn't kill it twice, he would fight 3 times, die, and come back to life several times. Anyway, he would find the weakness of the opponent and then kill it. At this moment, Shenlei and Shu looked at Fang Hou again and spoke. Question 2. If in the future humans clearly cannot resist evil creatures, at this time, a smart demon appears to invite you to join the side of the evil creatures, even promising to bestow upon you enormous power, unimaginable authority, and status, will you agree? Without hesitation, Fang Hou calmly replied, no. Seeing this, Shenlei and Shu faintly showed a hint of surprise. The lie detector did not detect any movement in the man being interrogated. At this point, Shenlei and Shu was a little displeased, as she always felt that Fang Hou was not the type of person who would wholeheartedly care for others. Immediately after, she asked the third question. If the devil promised to give you a great deal of power and at the same time promised to protect your family, friends, and loved ones, would you agree? Fang Hou still responded briefly and succinctly, no. At this point, Shenlei and Shu remained steadfast in her thinking, looking at Fang Hou with suspicion. So what if your family pledged allegiance to the devil and invited you to join them? Fang Hou replied simply and clearly, I don't have a family. Hearing this, Shenlei and Shu couldn't believe it. She exclaimed, what about friends then? As far as I know, you and Zhao Hao have a good relationship. He is your only friend. What if he wants you to betray humanity? Hearing this, Fang Hao's face showed a hint of hostility, and he said indifferently, I don't mind not having friends. The whole room fell into silence. Shenlei and Shu looked at the lie detector without any reaction. She felt a bit incredulous. After gathering herself, Shenlei and Shu asked one final question. What do you want to do most after becoming a spiritual master? Or in other words, what is your ideal? Fang Hou exuded a strong spiritual aura, his expressionless face looking at Shenlei Shu. Kill all the demons in the world. Hearing this, Shenlei Shu was extremely shocked. Her pupils contracted, dumbfounded as she looked at Fang Hou. At this moment, Shenlei Shu was speechless. She quietly bowed her head, sinking into silence. She had witnessed many tests of the spiritual master. Each person had twisted psychology. The darkness of human nature would be endlessly magnified. Their answers were also selfish and distorted. For example, the first question, when a powerful demon was rampaging in the city, some people chose to run away directly, while those with heavy spiritual pollution even made people shocked. There is a demon rampaging, so let's kill and see who kills faster, who kills more. The second question was even more illogical. If you can't fight back, then join whoever is strong, whoever treats you well. The third question doesn't even need to be mentioned. The ideal was ruthless in chaotic times. There were even twisted spiritual masters who wanted to marry 100 wives, becoming a standard demon to save humanity and save the world. Compared to these things, Shenlei Shu couldn't help but had a little change in her view of Fang Hou. At this moment in her eyes, Fang Hou seemed like a great god, and she also looked at Fang Hou with tears in her eyes. Since when has there been someone in the spiritual master team who is so compassionate towards the suffering of the world? Someone with self-deception like this, if the spiritual test machine is not wrong when it says he is telling the truth, that he is truly a little angel of humanity. No, he is a true saint. He looks proud and cold, with a face as cold as ice, but in fact he hides a warm heart, always shining for humanity. Could it be that he is the one who people say is cold on the outside, warm on the inside? Compared to him, I am no different from a dark earthworm. Shortly after, she slapped the lie detector in disbelief, complaining, this is ridiculous. The lie detector must be broken. Little did she know that all of Fang Hao's answers today were the truth. He not only wanted to eradicate all evil spirits, but also wanted to cruelly torture his beloved wife. Furthermore, he couldn't let his wife die too easily. She had to experience what he had gone through, endure 100 or 1,000 times the pain. Fang Hou not only surpassed the lie detector with his intuition, but also gave perfect 100% answers. Therefore, Shenlei Shu brought Fang Hou to Wang Dehai's office. When Shenlei Shu closed the door, she looked at Wang Dehai sitting in his chair and said, Director General Wang, he's here. After that, Shenlei Shu walked up to Wang Dehai, handed him the inspection report, and looked at him seriously. He passed the character test. Hearing this, Wang Dehai expressionlessly took the report and, as usual, looked at Fang Hao's resume. Then he smiled faintly and said, So this is Fang Hou. Please introduce yourself. I am Wang Dehai, currently the director of the Liu Tang City Investigation Department. Please have a seat. But at this moment, Wang Dehai was extremely shocked to find that Fang Hou had been sitting opposite him all along. Fang Hou, with an expressionless face, nodded. Hello, Director Wang. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Dehai was immediately taken aback, nearly crumpling the report in his hand. Are the young people all so arrogant nowadays? Shenling Su was even more angry, and Wang Dehai looked at Fang Hou with a spiteful and irritated look. At this moment, he flipped through the report just as he opened his mouth to say a word, but then it seemed to be choked back. His expression was extremely shocked. His eyes widened like two bronze bells, unbelievably looking at the report in his hand. It can't be. This is a report. This is a copy of the exam. What else could it be? Then he couldn't believe it and took out a pair of glasses, put them on, and looked again. At this point, his hands couldn't help but tremble, just because this report was too perfect. So perfect that it was unbelievable, even causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Seeing this, he looked bewildered at Shenling Su, signaling with his eyes, "Miss Shen, is this real?" Shenling Su helplessly nodded, giving a definite answer. Then, Wang Dehai tried to suppress the astonishment in his heart, took a deep breath, calmly controlled his emotions, and placed the report on the table. Then suddenly he grabbed Fang Hao's hand, tears welling up in his eyes. "Mr. Fang, you're truly perfect. Even without the ability to predict the future, I still want to personally open the door for you and immediately invite you to join the investigation team." Hearing that, Fang Hou calmly withdrew his hand and said, "Let's wait for the lottery results before we talk. This old fox is probing me for no reason. Joining the investigation is meaningless. Joining as someone with the ability to predict the future and then demanding suitable conditions to exchange for new resources is his purpose." Wang Dehai then sternly said, "So you're not biting the bait. It seems that you really do possess such strong abilities." Then he calmly said, "You said your ability is to predict the future. So are there any limits on time or the number of times?" Hearing this, Fang Hao laughed coldly and then began to boast, "In the demon world, I can travel between the future and the past, witnessing countless life and death experiences and countless possibilities." Then he looked at Wang Dehai seriously. "To me, the future is just details that can be observed and altered at will." Seeing this, Wang Dehai frowned. "Damn it, he's got me figured out." Shenling Su, beside him, clenched his jaw. "Can't you just be straightforward? Why do you have to pretend?" After that, Wang Dehai started chattering, introducing Fang Hao to the core staff of the agency and the ranks of the spiritual master stages. But just as he was about to mention which stage Fang Hou would join, a young man in uniform rushed in panic and opened the door. Seeing this, Wang Dehai immediately frowned, looking at the young man with dissatisfaction. "I told you so many times, don't rush like that." Before me to finish speaking, the young man directly interrupted, looking at Wang Dehai in a panic. "Director Wan, something bad has happened. Deputy Team Leader Bai, he's dead." Hearing this, Wang Dehai immediately stood up, looking at the young man in shock. Shenling Su also looked shocked. The two couldn't believe it and exclaimed in unison, "What? How could he be dead?" At the same time, Fang Hao sat next to him listening to the news but remained very calm. At the same time, Fang Hao also began to calculate. Listening to Wang Dehai just now, Deputy Team Leader Bai has almost reached the level of Spiritual Master Level 3, so how strong could he be? It's a pity he died like that, or maybe I can use his help. It turned out that before that, Team Leader Yang and Deputy Team Leader Bai were both tracking the whereabouts of the Demon Head. Meanwhile, Deputy Team Leader Bai had found the Demon Head in an abandoned building in Shanbai Town, but he did not inform Team Leader Yang. Initially, with the strength of the Deputy Team Leader Bai, dealing with the Demon Head was not a problem, but no one expected that there was another evil demon hidden in the abandoned building in Shanbai. When Deputy Team Leader Bai was battling the Demon Head, the other evil demon unexpectedly attacked, so Deputy Team Leader Bai angrily slammed his hand on the table, glaring at the young man. "There's another evil demon. How can you guys do intelligence work like this? How could you not know that there's another evil demon hidden in Shanbai Town?" At this moment, the young man was so scared that he was about to cry. Before, when the intelligence department conducted a thorough search, we checked thoroughly in Shanbai Town at that time. We really didn't discover that evil demon. It was as if it suddenly appeared. Upon hearing this, Wang Dehai took a deep breath, trying to control the anger in his heart. "Where is Yang Ming then?" Seeing this, the young man frowned. Captain Yang left for Shanbai Town immediately after receiving the news. At this point, Wang Dehai did not respond immediately. As the head of the investigation department, he understood that he must not let his anger affect his judgment. Shortly thereafter, Wang Dehai calmed down and then casually said to Fang Hao, "Xiao Wang, first take Fang to the rest room. Miss Shen, you can come to the meeting with me in the conference room later." After speaking, Wang Dehai immediately led Shenling Zhu away. The young man called Xiao Wang led Fang Hao to the restroom. As soon as they stepped out of the office, Fang Hao immediately used his intuition and heard Wang Dehai almost shouting, "Xiao Lin, prepare the car. All the investigators are heading to Shanbai. Inform the organization to convene an emergency meeting. Also, call and inform the other spiritual masters. As long as they can solve this demonic incident, the Investigation Bureau is ready to yield a reward of 3,000 currency and 10 incense sticks. At the same time, the Investigation Bureau became chaotic. No one could believe the news from Deputy Chief Bai about the money and incense sticks. Fang Hou immediately felt very intrigued. He had seen images of these two things on the demonic forum, and it was said that they were both made by the headquarters of the Investigation Bureau, but Fang Hou had never seen the real items. According to the introduction on the Evil Spirit Forum, currency is actually a type of steel material that can conduct spiritual energy, often used to make weapons and armor, considered as the main currency to circulate among spiritual masters. The incense stick is also a type of incense produced by the main headquarters of the investigative agency capable of suppressing spiritual pollution, helping spiritual masters reduce their loss of control over spiritual energy. It can be said that this is a life-saving medicine for every spiritual master, and it is also an extremely valuable resource. At this moment in the bedroom, Fang Hou was calmly drinking tea, but in his heart, he was constantly calculating. The city's top spiritual master is a high-level spiritual master, but he can easily die like that, with just two evil spirits. This shows that these two evil spirits have a relatively high level. Even a low-level evil spirit like the female doctor, its skin is as tough as steel. Ordinary weapons cannot break through its defensive layer. On the other hand, humans are different. Their bodies are too weak. Their ability to endure is too low. Even with spiritual energy, when facing evil spirits, humans are still in a weak position. However, Fang Hou didn't care about that because the weak are the spiritual masters, not him. Thinking this, Fang Hou slowly stood up, then glanced at Xiao Wang beside him, then lifted the curtain covering the room. Alright, worrying is useless. Hearing this, Xiao Wang finally regained consciousness. He found Fang Hou had left his seat, standing behind him. Immediately, he turned to look at Fang Hou suspiciously, but before he could speak, Fang Hou struck a powerful blow to his neck. Xiao Wang immediately passed out, falling to the ground. Next, Fang Hou quickly removed Xiao Wang's uniform and put it on himself. He intended to disguise himself as an investigator, taking advantage of the chaos to gather more useful intelligence. Seeing Fang Hou dressed neatly, walking around in the investigation with a casual air, casually eavesdropping on the conversations of the staff, Deputy Team Leader Bai is so strong, didn't expect to die so easily. Another person said, "In my opinion, this death could have been avoided. Just blame Team Captain Yang and Deputy Team Captain Bai for conflicting with each other, leading to not acting together. Otherwise, how could they be ambushed to death? I heard that Deputy Team Captain Bai lost in the captain's competition, but Team Captain Yang said that his luck is the passive ability. Other than making people lucky, there is no other harmful ability. That's why the spiritual masters in other cities always call him the weakest captain, while Deputy Team Captain Bai is known as the invincible existence among the level 2 spiritual masters. How could he lose?" At the same time, Fang Hou suddenly felt interested. This luck ability is really interesting. It turns out that Team Captain Yang's victory in the captain's competition is completely thanks to luck. While mocking, Deputy Team Captain Bai suddenly had a stomach ache and even dared not to use his own abilities. Although Team Captain Yang is very weak, but after all, he is a level 2 spiritual master, while Deputy Team Captain Bai is a typical cold and pretending person. If he temporarily stops mocking to go to the bathroom in front of everyone, it is better than directly killing him, so he pretended as if nothing happened and continued to fight. He thought no one knew he was going out, but at that time, there were many spiritual masters with keen hearing and vision, and they had smelled the scent under the stands for a long time. Upon hearing this, Fang Hou immediately left the hallway as it was just a gossip story with no useful information. Suddenly, a young man burst through the door and loudly shouted towards the work area, "Hurry up, come to the meeting room. Team Leader Yang has returned. Director Wang has called for an emergency meeting." Upon hearing this, Fang Hou immediately blended into the crowd, following them to the meeting room. Fang Hou would not miss this opportunity, as surely the emergency meeting would announce a lot of important information. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Soon after, everyone in the investigation team gathered in the meeting room, with a long meeting table on both sides filled up. There were both men and women, but they all looked quite young, most of them dressed in quirky and distinctive clothing. On the two sides of the table, there were many uniformed employees, and at the head of the table was Director Wang Dehai with a serious expression. Suddenly, Fang Hou smelled a strong smoke, which made him suspicious. In an emergency meeting, who would dare to smoke? Immediately, he followed the smell of smoke to search, only to find in the corner a man with a sad face sitting on the floor, constantly smoking, the meeting room filled with cigarette smoke. Seeing this scene, Fang Hou guessed that he was Captain Yang Min, With such a sorrowful face, it seemed that their relationship was not as bad as rumored. At the same time, director Wang Dehai began the meeting, pointing to the portrait behind him and speaking loudly. This evil demon is called Demonic Image. Its current ability is to hide in the shadows. In a battle between Deputy Captain Bai and the demon, due to limited information, he could not recognize the existence of Demonic Image. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't escape from his own shadow, which is why he carelessly was attacked by the evil demon coming out of the shadows, causing him serious injury and ultimately leading to his death at the hands of the demon. Currently, Demonic Image's whereabouts are still unknown, but the demon has been eliminated by Captain Yang, so our next task is to find the whereabouts of Demonic Image, completely end this evil event, and seek revenge for Bai Tu. When it comes to this, director Wang Dehai squeezed out a smile. However, in this unfortunate event, we also have good news. That is, our team leader Yang Ming has officially advanced to the 3rd rank spiritual master, becoming one of the top spiritual masters. As soon as this statement ended, the whole meeting room was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes widened. Only Fang Hou remained calm as usual. Oh my god, our Liu Duan city is really amazing. That's the 3rd rank. There are only a few people in the whole country who have achieved this rank. Fang Hou stared at Yang Ming in the corner of the room. Couldn't help but be curious. In other words, his spiritual sense has been enlightened more than 41%. So what will the effect of the 3rd rank luck be? At the same time, Yang Ming was sitting in the corner smoking, seemingly not hearing anything, his face showing no emotion. He just ruthlessly extinguished the cigarette in his hand on the ground. Under his feet, there were many cigarette butts. After that, he slowly got up from his knees, took the cigarette box out of his pocket, was about to light up another one, but found that it was empty. Feeling unsatisfied, he crushed the cigarette box and asked everyone, anyone got cigarettes? His voice was hoarse and tired, but no one responded. At this moment, Chief Wang Dehai's eyes showed a hint of unwillingness, but he still looked at him and shouted loudly. Yang Ming, snap out of it. You are now a 3rd level spiritual master, and the safety of Liu Duan City will need your protection in the future. Facing Chief Wang's scolding, Yang Ming still didn't react. He put his hands in his pockets and walked out as if he was about to die. It's okay. I'll go buy a pack myself. At that moment, director Wang Dehai clenched his fists in anger, trembling and gritting his teeth. Then he slammed the table hard and turned to Yang Ming, shouting, stop for me, do you not want to avenge Bai Tu? But Yang Ming kept walking as if he didn't hear anything, muttering to himself, revenge, revenge, can see how bad come back to life. Meanwhile, Fang Hou saw him approaching and quickly pulled his hat down. Director Wang Dehai was so furious that he couldn't say anything, his face darkening. He sighed, then calmly took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and threw it towards Yang Ming, saying, here, I have some cigarettes. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming didn't even turn around, just raised his hand to catch it and muttered, why didn't you say so earlier? After that, Yang Ming sat down right there, smoking and complaining. What kind of family does the head of Department Wang have? He smokes every day. Fang Hou looked at him and thought, this team leader Yang is quite interesting, calm, restrained, rational, already a spiritual master at level 3, shows no signs of mental distortion. Just then, the meeting room door was pushed open forcefully, and there was a panicked shout. Chief Wang Dehai, everyone pay attention immediately. Fang Hou felt uneasy. Seeing this, the angry Chief Wang Dehai exploded, repeatedly hitting the meeting table. It's you again. I've told you so many times, pay attention to discipline. Why is it always you? But before the employee could even finish getting scolded, he hugged himself and trembled, crying, Chief Wang Dehai, it's not good. The person you told me to take to the restroom just now has gone missing. They knocked me out and ran away, and even took off my uniform. Listening to this, Chief Wang Dehai was extremely angry and pained, causing him to stand up and say, what? He said, you said Fang Hou had escaped. Everyone needs to be on alert and find him for me. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started to act in the crowd. Fang Hou put on his hat and sighed. I just woke up from fainting. It seems I'm still not professional enough, need more training. But at that moment, a familiar voice of a girl suddenly rang out in the meeting room. Fang Hou heard that voice, looked up, only to see Shen Ling Su standing up, looking at him with surprise and anger. I didn't expect you to be here. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone took out their guns. In an instant, the sound of guns being cocked echoed throughout the meeting room. Then everyone raised their guns, pointing them at Fang Hou. Yang Ming, on the other hand, didn't care, still sitting on the ground smoking. Seeing this, an investigator quickly shouted, Captain Yang, stay away from him. At the same time, Director Wang Dehai looked at him with a gloomy face. Fang Hou, do you know what the crime of attacking an investigator is? What do you intend to do? Who are you? But in the face of Director Wang Dehai's questions and the power of the spiritual masters, even facing 10 guns, Fang Hou remained unaffected. He calmly walked up to Yang Ming, crouched down, and calmly said, "Do you want Bai Tu to come back to life?" As soon as he spoke, Yang Ming's smoking movement suddenly stopped, and his face turned dark as he sternly said, "Kid, no matter who you are, where you come from, don't play around with others." Then his lifeless eyes suddenly turned fierce like a tiger coming down from the mountain, staring at Fang Hou, or else people will die. At this moment, Fang Hou felt an overwhelming spiritual power weighing on him. Could this be the power of a third-level spiritual master? But in the face of this immense pressure, Fang Hou's expression remained unchanged because to him, this was nothing at all. Right after that, he calmly said, "You just need to answer whether you do or do not want to." In that calm manner of speaking, he seemed to carry an undeniable power. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. Facing the power of a third-level spiritual master and still speaking so confidently, who is this Fang Hou? At the same time, Yang Ming stared at Fang Hou's calm eyes, wanting to see something, but he could only see bottomless tranquility. At this point, Chief Wang Dihai no longer believed him at all. He angrily pointed at Fang Hou and said loudly, "Fang Hou, what nonsense are you talking? Quickly bring him back to me." But just as the staff were preparing to take action, Yang Ming, who was squatting on the ground, stopped them. Seeing this, everyone was surprised, only seeing Yang Ming looking at Fang Hou with his sad face. The dead cannot come back to life. Even Chai Xiao Bai has been eaten clean by the monster. But I think I may have gone crazy. I didn't expect that what you said might be true. Right after that, he looked tired and asked with a bowed head, "Can you bring Xiao Bai back to life?" Even he himself didn't know why he asked such a foolish question. Fang Hou didn't directly answer, but calmly asked, "When he died, where were you? Were you far away from him?" Hearing this, Yang Ming scratched his head and thought, at that time, because of the wrong clue, I was in the mountains near the town of Shanbi. If I had found out earlier and gone to the town, maybe he wouldn't have died. Thinking of the town, he couldn't help but squeeze his forehead with his hand, his face filled with self-blame. Suddenly, Fang Hou said seriously, "Great, then give me his phone number and tell me a secret." Hearing this, Yang Ming was completely stunned, unable to keep up with Fang Hou's thoughts. A secret phone number? Are we talking about bringing Xiao Bai back to life? At this moment, Fang Hou gently closed his eyes and said, "I cannot bring the dead back to life." Hearing this, Yang Ming immediately retorted, "Turns out it's all in vain after half a day." In an instant, his face became angry. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes, but at this moment, the corner of Fang Hou's mouth slightly lifted as he looked at Yang Ming and continued, "But I can go back to the past to change the future." As soon as this was said, everyone gasped in astonishment. Going back to the past to change the future? This is even more sensational than resurrecting the dead. It's truly fantastical. He dares to fabricate. No one here believed Fang Hou's words, but Yang Ming seemed to be bewitched, believing without doubt. He looked at Fang Hou with suspicion. "We are both spiritual masters. How can your abilities be so abnormal?" At the same time, in the heart of someone present there, a storm of thoughts arose, and that person was Shen Lian Shu. She suddenly remembered the serious words Fang Hou had spoken in the director's office. At that time, she thought he was just bluffing, but she didn't expect him to use a different way to talk about his abilities. Going back to the past to change the future, it's unbelievable. On the other hand, Fang Hou raised his hand calmly and explained, "Yes, a phone number has a secret, because I will go back to the time before Bai Tu encountered trouble, call and inform him that you are coming to save him. So I need a secret for him to believe me." Seeing Yang Ming's suspicious face, Fang Hou gently said, "Captain Yang, what's the harm in trying once?" Upon hearing this, Yang Ming was momentarily speechless, and at the same time, he was also moved by Fang Hou's words. That's right. What's the harm in giving it a try? Immediately after, he took a deep breath and said, "The phone number is..." After that, he hesitantly scratched his head and said, "Because I am visually impaired, when Bai Tu had an incident, the phone was connected to Bluetooth for location tracking, so I will definitely receive the call." Then Yang Ming thought for a moment and slowly said, "As for a secret, I will tell a secret that only I know about Bai Tu. I never planned to reveal it in my lifetime, fearing that Bai Tu would endanger my life if he found out, but now that he's no longer here, it's okay to say it." After speaking, sweat appeared on his face and he stammered, "This secret is that the previous captain of the team selection contest did not have a stomachache like Bai Tu claimed. I actually gave him a laxative beforehand, but because of my luck, no one suspected me." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole hall fell into a strange silence, everyone gaping in disbelief at Yang Ming as if seeing him for the first time. At this, the head of the department, Wang Dehai, looked at him with anger and disdain. "I didn't expect that. Such a bright face and yet playing dirty tricks like that." Yang Ming was so embarrassed and angry at being looked at by everyone, unable to hold back my frustration. How can I be blamed for this if not for that wretched idiot Bai Tu? Not finishing his sentence, he sighed deeply, his face once again filled with sadness and pain. Then he stood up and sighed, "All right, the person is already dead. There's no need to mention it anymore." At this point, Fang Hou also stood up and suddenly said, "The secret is enough. Wait for the phone call." After speaking, he said nothing more. Seeing Fang Hou speak so seriously, Yang Ming choked up and couldn't say anything. Right after that, he began to cry bitterly, quietly looking at Fang Hou in place. Seeing this, Chief Wang Dehai showed disgust, beginning to complain to himself. Why is he acting like a child, even crying and having snot running down? Just now, he was being arrogant with me. When Fang Hou suddenly fell silent, a whole assembly also fell silent. Everyone looked at him in astonishment, as if waiting to see him perform, to see how he would return to the past and change the future. But as time passed, Fang Hou didn't make any move. At this moment, Fang Hou suddenly spoke up. "What are you all looking at me for?" Continue the meeting. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. But Yang Ming couldn't hold back, looking at Fang Hou with suspicion. "Hey, didn't you say you would go back to the past? We're waiting for you to act." Upon hearing this, Fang Hao's mouth corner lifted, looking at Yang Ming as if he were a fool. "I never said I would go back right now. Don't be in such a hurry. Let's talk at 8 o'clock. Seeing this, Yang Ming felt deceived, clenched his jaw, glaring at Fang Hou. "What the heck? What are we talking about?" At the same time, Chief Wang Dehai pointed angrily at Fang Hou and said, "All right, Yang Ming, take this crazy guy talking nonsense to the detention room. He's lost his mind and can't control himself anymore." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming didn't want to comply, but he saw Chief Wang Dehai signaling to him. So Yang Ming had to look at Fang Hou and said, "Follow me." Fang Hou didn't say much, simply nodded and followed Yang Ming to the detention room. Not long after, the two people arrived in the prison room. At this time, both of them were silent, quietly sitting down beside the bed, thinking for a while. Yang Ming suddenly broke the silence. "I'm sure Director General Wang has calculated it. That's why he told me to bring you here. Don't think too much." It turns out that Yang Ming was afraid that this action would displease Fang Hou, because he hoped to revive Bai Tu lying on Fang Hou. Whether true or false, he couldn't accuse him in front of him, so no matter what first stabilized him, while Fang Hou remained calm as usual. "Yang Ming, either you tell me about the demonic image or about Deputy Chief Bai." Hearing this, Yang Ming leisurely lit a cigarette, then took a deep breath, thought for a moment and said, "Bai Tu, his ability is extremely fast speed. He has a superior speed compared to others in the same class, so he always has the absolute advantage in battle. It's a pity that this time." Two people chatted for a long time, during which Fang Hou even told Yang Ming about the lottery, but Fang Hou didn't get much useful information. Time flew by quickly. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the door of the cell was suddenly pushed open. The warden Wang Dehai and Shen Lian Xu came in with dark faces. Shen Ling Xu was even angry enough to throw a piece of paper at Fang Hou. Fang Hou realized that the numbers he had written down didn't match any winning numbers. Not only did he not win, but he didn't even match a single number. You can check it yourself. The winning numbers from this draw are the ones I just wrote down. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming glared at Fang Hou with a murderous look. "I told you, joking with others will have to be paid with your life." However, at this moment, Fang Hou remained calm, even smiling with a hidden meaning. "These are the winning numbers for tonight." Upon hearing this, Shen Ling Xu chuckled softly, looking at Fang Hou with satisfaction. "That's right. Didn't you say before that if you guessed wrong, you would pay with your life? Ha! I wonder how you will pay now." The sentence is not yet finished, only a sound is heard. A shiny knife suddenly appeared in his hand. Seeing that, the three were horrified. Yang Ming and Shen Lian Xu immediately shielded Director Wang Dehai, thinking that he was about to attack. But at this moment, Fang Hou smiled chillingly. "Don't worry, I can do what I said." Then he plunged the knife into his own forehead. Yang Ming and Shen Lian Xu were confused, tense, and stared at Fang Hou. "What are you going to do? Put the weapon down." However, the next second, Fang Hou decisively stabbed the knife into his own forehead. Before falling into a coma, he looked at the three. "So we meet again." Fang Hou returned from the dead under the guidance of Shen Lian Xu and Lai Wenji. Once again returned to the investigation agency. This time, he completely repeated the actions of the previous time to avoid causing the butterfly effect. However, this time, the number sequence given to Shen Ling Xu was the winning sequence that Fang Hou had just remembered. Before long, the three of them entered the investigation office. Suddenly, Fang Hou reached in his pocket, stopped, and calmly looked at the two people. He said that there would be a male staff member on the phone just before the turn ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, a man carrying documents walked towards them, and the phone rang. Seeing this, Shen Lan, Su, and Lai Wenji were extremely surprised. How is this possible? He just predicted that, they said. Meanwhile, Fang Hou, as usual, remained calm and continued walking ahead. Shenling Su and Lai Wenji followed him. In the eyes of Shenling Su and Lai Wenji, Fang Hou's current actions seemed as if he had been to the investigation office before. They only saw Fang Hou walk straight to the office area and then stop at the second row of seats from the bottom to the middle. The man stretched his shoulders and accidentally bumped into a female staff member walking by. True to Fang Hou's prediction, the next second, the man raised his hand and stretched his shoulders forcefully, causing the woman to spill her drink on herself. At that moment, a male colleague quickly stood up and helped the woman wipe the water, continuously apologizing. While the woman continued to speak loudly, "I can do it myself. What are you touching there for?" Looking at this scene, Shenling Shu felt uneasy, but still didn't change his view of Fang Hou. At the same time, Lai Wenji, looking at the scene in front of him, hesitantly said, "Could he really predict the future?" Seeing this, Shenling Shu frowned, sweat dripping down his forehead, not sure of himself as he stammered in response, "No, it's just logical reasoning." In another turn of events, Fang Hou turned the tables, leading the two astonished people to the door of the room, then calmly opening the door and saying, "The room is here." Not only that, when they entered the room, he even skillfully pulled open drawers, finding the exact tea and coffee. Seeing this, the two people behind were so astonished that they were speechless, their eyes wide open like bells, standing still in place. After that, Fang Hou made a cup of coffee for Shen Ling Zhu and a cup of black tea for Lai Wenji. At this point, the two took the tea and coffee in disbelief, their pupils dilated as they looked at him in astonishment. After regaining their composure, Shen Ling Zhu looked at Fang Hou in amazement. "Have you ever been to the investigative agency?" Right now, Fang Hou carefully added 5 spoons of sugar into Shen Ling Zhu's coffee cup. Seeing this, Lai Wenji couldn't help but ask in surprise and suspicion, "How did you know about Shen's investigation, and that she adds 5 spoons of sugar when she drinks coffee?" Hearing this, Fang Hou calmly took a sip of tea, then gently replied, "There's no need to be surprised. I've said before that my eyes can see the future, and right now, Chief Wang Dehai is free. You should go report to him." Upon hearing this, the two of them were once again shocked to the point of silence. They looked at Fang Hou without knowing what to say and quietly went to report to Chief Wang Dehai. At the same time, on a mountain near the town of Shanbi, Yang Ming was driving, listening to music and speeding on the mountain road, when suddenly the song was interrupted and the sound of a phone ringing echoed. Yang Ming picked up the phone and saw that it was an unknown number. Without any hesitation, he answered the call. Immediately, a carefree voice rang out with a somewhat defiant tone, completely different from the state after Bai Tu's death. "Hello, who's there?" At that moment, a deep and calm voice came from the other end. "In half an hour, Bai Tu will die." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming suddenly hit the brakes, causing the wheels and the road to collide, creating 2 long skid marks. At this point, Yang Ming's face immediately became grim, with cold sweat breaking out on his face. "What are you talking about?" Immediately after, the carefree expression on his face disappeared, replaced by a strange and low voice. "Who are you?" At that moment, a calm voice came through on the other end. "My name is Fang Hou. I can predict the future, and currently I am at the Investigation Bureau. As predicted, we will become colleagues. I predict that in half an hour, Bai Tu will be killed by a strange demon. You come to save him in time." As soon as Yang Ming finished speaking, he gritted his teeth in anger. "I don't care who you are, but you must know that joking around could get you killed." But before he could finish his sentence, Fang Hou revealed a secret, cutting off his mocking words. "In the team captain selection competition, you drugged Bai Tu the night before, causing him to underperform. But because of your luck, no one suspected you." Upon hearing this, Yang Ming was shocked. He raised his phone and exclaimed in astonishment, "Damn it, how did you know? I never told anyone about this secret." However, Fang Hou did not respond directly, calmly saying, "Remember, I only said it once. Bai Tu is at the abandoned building on the outskirts of Shanbei town, chasing after a demon's head. But there is also a demonic image there, which will emerge from his shadow at a crucial moment to attack him secretly, causing him serious injury, ultimately sacrificing himself to destroy the demon's head." After speaking, Fang Hou decisively hung up the phone. At this moment, Yang Ming looked at the phone for a long time without saying a word. His face was unpleasant, as if he was struggling inside. After some thought, he cursed, "Annoying." Then he quickly dialed a number, turned the steering wheel sharply, turned the car around, and then stepped on the gas, speeding towards the Shanbei town. After Fang Hou called to inform Yang Ming, he drank all the water in the cup in the room, then looked at the phone in his hand as if he was thinking. Next, I have to see how Captain Yang Ming performs. As soon as he finished speaking, Shenling Su, with one hand holding documents and the other holding a testing device, angrily said, "Fang Hou, next I will conduct a test for your inherent pollution." But Fang Hou didn't react at all. Seeing this, Shenling Su looked at him with an unwelcoming expression, feeling greatly satisfied in his heart. "Ha, so calm. How long can you continue to act in front of the lie detector?" At this moment, Fang Hou directly took the phone from her hand, then skillfully placed his hand on it, and without any expression said, "Ask away." Seeing him so skilled, Shenling Su couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. So the first question is, if, without waiting for her to finish, Fang Hou directly interrupted her, "I choose to fight the demons." Hearing this, Shenling Su immediately gasped, and Fang Hou didn't even bother to notice her surprise, continuing to ask his second question. "I will not join the demon faction, but if Zhao Hao joins the demon faction and tells me to betray, then I will personally send him on his way." At this point, Shenling Su was extremely shocked, so shocked that she couldn't speak. Her face couldn't help but sweat. But Fang Hou didn't stop, continuing to ask the last question according to his own will. "The first thing I want to do after becoming a spiritual master is to kill all the demons in the world." Fang Hou didn't wait for Shenling Su to ask. He had already said all the questions and answers in one breath, and the lie detector didn't even bother to pay attention to his lies from start to finish. After finishing speaking, Fang Hou stood up and walked out, speaking in a calm voice. "The inspection is done. Let's go meet with Director Wang Dehai." Shenling Su was still stunned in place, not yet recovered. At this point, she didn't know who was inspecting whom. After a while, Shenling Su looked at the lie detector and said tearfully, "This is not right. It must be broken." In Director Wang Dehai's office, he immediately expressed his doubts. "Tell the truth, Mr. Fang. As a spiritual master who is new to the profession, your abilities surpass others. I find it hard to believe that you can predict the future." Fang Hou crossed his arms and remained expressionless. Director Wang, in this world, there are always people who cannot be evaluated by common sense. I am not on the same level as them. Hearing this, the faces of Director Wang Dehai and Shenling Su beside him immediately darkened. Wang Dehai even clenched his jaw with the intention of taking action against him, but unfortunately, he couldn't do anything. Right after that, he reached out to Shenling Su and said, "Miss Shen, where is the report on the testing of spiritual pollution?" Upon hearing this, Shenling Su felt very embarrassed and replied, "I did not write the report." During the testing process, Fang Hou predicted all the questions in advance and answered them perfectly. Furthermore, the lie detector did not react at all during the testing. Suddenly, Fang Hou realized that he had been too perfect in demonstrating his ability to predict the future. It seemed that he needed to find a weakness in himself to dispel their suspicions. After thinking for a while, Fang Hou pretended to look concerned and said to the head of the department, "Wang Dehai, however, although predicting the future does not require much effort, every time I do it, my mind becomes overwhelmed with information, and this comes at a very high cost, which is losing control of my spiritual purity. Therefore, this means that I cannot predict the distant future. I deliberately use my abilities in a cautious manner just to attract the attention of the investigation department and join them, and then obtain the incense stick to stabilize my spiritual purity." Hearing this, Chief Wang Dehai nodded in agreement. A logical cycle is formed in my mind, so it turns out that it is reasonable. In the investigation department, the use of incense stick is not a problem. A spiritual master can predict the future. I must definitely get him. After a moment of thought, Chief Wang Dehai hesitantly asked, "Fang, I wonder how much salary you expect when joining the investigation department." Seeing this, Fang Hou looked at Chief Wang Dehai with seriousness. "I request to enjoy the salary benefits of a level 2 spiritual master. In addition, I will be given an extra incense stick every month. Furthermore, if I need to use my abilities, I will have to pay extra." At this moment, Chief Wang Dehai's expression was clearly very difficult to look at, but the predicting ability was too strong. After a while, Chief Wang spoke up, "If we can verify that you can predict the future, then I can meet your demands. But I'm afraid we can't pay extra at this time." Fang Hou crossed his legs and directly interrupted Director General Wang Dehai. "Director General Wang, it seems that you still have not realized the value of predicting the future." At this point, Fang Hou's expression suddenly changed and he smirked coldly. "But it's okay. I have prepared a special gift for the investigation department." Hearing this, Director General Wang Dehai had a bad feeling and then suspiciously asked, "What gift?" At this point, Fang Hou smirked coldly. "Beitu's network." As soon as he finished speaking, Director General Wang Dehai seemed to be struck by lightning. His face turned pale. He was shocked and suspicious, exclaiming, "What? He immediately slammed his hand on the table, then glared at Fang Hou with anger. Are you using Bai Tu's network to threaten me? But Fang Hou remained unfazed, still smiling. If you're worried, you can call Bai Tu now. Listening, Director Wang Dehai didn't call immediately, but turned to give Shen Ling Xiu a look. Shen Ling Xiu also immediately understood and nodded. Then, she went to Fang Hou, pressing his shoulder with her hand, clearly indicating that if the situation was not good, she would immediately take action against Fang Hou. Seeing this, Fang Hou's mouth slightly lifted, glancing at Shen Ling Xiu standing beside him without any hesitation. At the same time, Director Wang Dehai began to dial a series of numbers on the desktop phone, preparing to call Bai Tu. But at that moment, the office door was forcefully pushed open. Seeing this, Director Wang Dehai's face immediately darkened, angry veins bulging, gritting his teeth. I have said it many times, don't work in such a rush. Yang Ming quickly spoke. Director General Wang, in our department, there must be someone named Fang Hou. Seeing the worried and flustered face of Yang Ming instinctively, the deputy head Wang Dehai immediately thought of something bad, worried and hastily asked, Why are you back here? Where is Bai Tao? Weren't you supposed to go capture the demon leader with him? Hearing this, Yang Ming seemed distracted as he replied, Xiao Bai is seriously injured. He's in the hospital, but it's okay. After speaking, he began to look around and asked again, Where is Fang Hou? Meanwhile, Shen Ling Xiu was standing beside him, and suddenly a blazing flame appeared in her white palm. Her threatening expression spoke without words. Tell me, what have you done to the team leader Bai? At this time, Fang Hou didn't pay attention to her, but furrowed his brows slightly, glanced at Yang Ming standing next to him and thought, just injured, it seems he has been saved. At the same time, Director Wang Dehai stood up and glared at Fang Hou. Fang Hou is right in front of you. Just now he said he was giving a big gift to the investigation department, and now you are reporting that Bai Tu is seriously injured. This is indeed a big gift. In that moment, he thought a lot in his head. If Fang Hou can injure a high-level spiritual master, then the power behind him is truly unimaginable. Not only powerful, but also extremely bold, daring to injure someone and then provoke the investigation department. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ming immediately raised his index finger and smiled at Director Wang Dehai. Exactly, it's true. This is a big gift. Moreover, it's an extremely big gift. After saying that, he walked towards Fang Hou, while Shen Ling Xiu, who had just been like a female tiger, now stood there with a shameful and helpless look on her face. At this moment, Yang Ming looked at Fang Hou calmly and said, You are Fang Hou, aren't you? Before he could finish, Yang Ming hugged him tightly and started to cry, saying, This time, thanks to your phone call reminding me beforehand, I was able to arrive in time to save Xiao Bai. Otherwise, he would have been in real danger. Furthermore, everything that happened at the scene was exactly as you said. Seeing this, Director General Wang Dehai and Shen Ling Xiu were shocked and speechless, looking at him with disbelief. On the other hand, Fang Hou proudly said, Director General Wang, how do you like my big gift? Meanwhile, Yang Ming was crying silently, wiping away her tears and mucus. Then Fang Hou glanced at Shen Ling Xiu and said, And you, Miss Shen, take back your divine power. At this point, the flames in Shen Ling Xiu's hands went out, but she looked at Fang Hou in disbelief and anger. She clenched her jaw and said, Fang Hou saved the life of the #1 spiritual master in Liu Duan City with just a phone call. Can he really predict the future? Director Wang Dehai looked at Fang Hou for a moment and said, If Bai Tao's situation was not caused by human interference, then your abilities are truly of very strategic value. I can meet your request, but for now, Miss Shen, please take Mr. Fang to the guest room first. We can discuss everything after the meeting. Yang Ming, please stay. Upon hearing this, Yang Ming looked up at Director Wang Dehai and seeing his gaze, immediately stopped his tears and calmly replied, Yes. Then Yang Ming approached Fang Hou and softly said, I will come find you later. In the guest room, the two looked at each other and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. At this moment, Shen Ling Xiu couldn't help but think to herself as she looked at Fang Hou, not only does he know my preferences, but he can even see my private tattoos. It always feels like I'm transparent in front of him, like I have no secrets. Thinking this, her cheeks couldn't help but flush. At the same time, Fang Hou also stared at her without blinking. Shen Ling Xiu also recognized this, feeling panicked in her heart. Why did he keep staring at her neck like that? It turned out that Shen Ling Xiu's neck in front of Fang Hou reminded him of his wife, also fair and slender like that. He even wanted to use a surgical knife to stab it, but unfortunately the blood of a stranger was warm, unlike his demon wife, but my wife would also bleed, wouldn't she? If her blood splattered on me, I would probably feel very refreshed. At that moment, when the two were facing each other in silence, suddenly there was a loud noise. The door of the room was forcefully pushed open, and Yang Ming pretended to be surprised, saying in a stern tone, "Lian Shu, you go out first. I have something to say to Fang Hou in private." Shenling Su did not want to stay here immediately. Like being rescued, she bit her lip, hugged her chest, and quickly walked out of the room. Seeing this, Yang Ming looked suspicious but didn't think much. At this moment, Yang Ming confirmed that Shen Lian Su had left, so he sat opposite Fang Hou with a serious face, looking at him with hostility. Seeing this, Fang Hou remained expressionless, not saying a word, just staring at him. Suddenly, Yang Ming's expression changed, the seriousness disappeared, and instead he had a flattering expression. "Fang Hou, I didn't tell anyone about slipping by his drugs." At this point, Fang Hou looked helpless. He realized that this captain has a very strange attention to detail. Even the director, when faced with the ability to predict the future, is extremely cautious, yet he only cares about whether someone has told his drug story to others. This captain is indeed a bit interesting. After some thought, Fang Hou looked at Yang Ming pale and said, "Apart from me, no one currently knows." Hearing this, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, but at this moment, Fang Hou suddenly smirked, looking at him with a hidden meaning, but in the future, it's not certain. Hearing this, Yang Ming's expression changed once again, becoming as unpleasant as if he had eaten something bad. "What do you mean?" He then looked at Fang Hou threateningly. "You plan to join the investigation team, don't you? I am currently the captain of the investigation team. You understand the waters in the investigation team are deep, and you are a newcomer." Before he could finish, Fang Hou directly cut him off. "What I mean is to increase the money. Captain Yang also wouldn't want the matter of extortion to be known by Deputy Captain Bai. 100 currency. No bargaining." After speaking Fang Hou, Yang Ming immediately became hot-tempered, glaring at Fang Hou and pointing his finger at him. "You haven't even joined the investigation department yet. Do you believe that just one word from me is enough?" Before Yang Ming could finish speaking, Fang Hou directly raised the price by 200 currency. Seeing this, Yang Ming's demeanor immediately weakened, and he began to plead in front of Fang Hou. "Oh my, you've done enough. My monthly salary is only 10 currency, so just go ahead and speak. I'd rather be beaten to death by Xiao Bai." Hearing this, Fang Hou took a deep breath, then shouted loudly towards Yang Ming, "All right." Seeing this, Yang Ming didn't say anything more, just showing a frustrated and resigned expression. All right, 200 it is." In the end, he reluctantly took out 200 currency from his small safe and handed it over to Fang Hou as hush money. Time passed quickly. Everyone gathered in the office of the bureau chief to wait for the lottery results. In the office, Fang Hou and Shen Lian Shu sat opposite the bureau chief Wang Dehai, while Yang Ming sat slumped in the corner of the room with a sad expression. Suddenly, Yang Ming poked Shen Lian Shu with his finger. "Lian Shu, let me borrow some currency." Upon hearing this, Shen Lian Shu angrily replied, "You are the team leader, earning 20 currency a month, while I only have 5 currency, and yet you still ask to borrow money from me. I won't lend it to you." The conversation between the two caught Fang Hou's attention, and he realized that he had been too impulsive. It seemed that he would have to lend Yang Ming some money next time. At that moment, Bureau Chief Wang Dehai suddenly spoke up. "All right, stop arguing. Let's start the lottery." Now everyone focused on the screen, listening to the announcer reading the winning numbers. In the screen, the numbers read, "Today's winning numbers are 01,121,718, 26, 27, and 05. Seeing this, Shen Lian Shu, Yang Ming, and director Wang Dehai in front of the screen were all extremely surprised, never expecting that the numbers would match the ones written on the paper. The atmosphere in the room immediately became very quiet. At this moment, Yang Ming immediately hugged Fang Hou and excitedly said, "From now on, Fang, you are my true brother. Please help me predict the winning numbers for the next draw." Suddenly, director Wang Dehai loudly exclaimed, "Disturb. Predicting Fang Hou's future ability will further exacerbate the problem of uncontrollable spiritual instability. Absolutely cannot be used for such trivial matters." Seeing this, Yang Ming had to let go, murmuring continuously, "How can it be called a trivial matter? I would rather lose control of my spiritual stability than have to leave." After scolding Yang Ming, director Wang Dehai immediately changed his expression, smiling and shaking hands with Fang Hou. "Now your ability to predict the future is basically confirmed, but it must be kept secret to the outside. Just say it's an intuitive ability, so Fang Hou, I officially invite you to join the Investigation Bureau, and the benefits you mentioned earlier will also be fully implemented." Fang Hou did not show any further emotion, just nodded slightly. At this moment, Yang Ming looked serious at director Wang Dehai. "Keep it a secret to the outside, so how do you intend to report to your superiors, director?" Immediately after, director Wang Dehai looked at Yang Ming. Report to the Investigation Bureau. Request to include the Global Spiritual Master Talent File. Related documents will be included in the confidential case file of Fang Hou, also known as the Prophet. At the same time, Fang Hou's mouth couldn't help but curve up. It's not in vain that he has been revived once. Now with the support of the investigative agency's resources, revenge will be one step closer. My dear wife, please wait. Hearing this, Yang Ming looked at him in astonishment. Fang Hou's ability is very valuable. He reports like that, not afraid that his superiors will take action against him. Immediately after that, Yang Ming's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Chief Wang Dehai with anger. Furthermore, why am I not included in the Global Spiritual Master Talent File? He just arrived and was included. Moreover, he was rank S. Obviously, there is something suspicious here. Definitely something suspicious. This caused Chief Wang Dehai to feel like he was sitting on a pile of fire, his whole body radiating a bright golden light. He deliberately ignored the second half of Yang Ming's statement. That's why he had to go to a better place to develop. Now, strange events are happening all over the world. I always feel that something is about to happen. If Fang Hou comes to the Bureau, it will definitely be better than staying in Liu Duan City, where he can unleash greater value. Hearing that, Yang Mingbu said, "You are truly noble. You are truly great." After speaking, he looked at Fang Hou with seriousness. Yes, according to the current information, you and Zhao Hao are good friends. He is just like you, awakened in a dark prison and survived. I think he can also join the Investigation Bureau. After speaking, the corner of Bureau Chief Wang Dehai's mouth couldn't help but curve up. With a very pleased expression, using Zhao Hao as a binding force, it can not only bring the Investigation Bureau and Fang Hou closer, but also allow Zhao Hao to seek his help when needed. After he joins the Bureau, there will be an emotional card in hand, and there is no need to worry about other organizations offering a higher price for training people. My decision is truly perfect. But at this moment, Shen Lian Xu's face turned red with an unhappy expression. But Director Wang, his ability is sexual ability. Such a filthy person, do we really need him? Hearing this, Director Wang Dehai smiled. He's okay, I believe there will be a time when we need him. Furthermore, as his spiritual power increases, his abilities will also make a leap in quality, allowing him to join us with great benefits and no harm. But unexpectedly, Fang Hou saw through it early on. Why if he used Zhao Hao to control me? Truly cunning. After some thought, he looked at Director Wang Dehai with a cold expression. It's up to you. Director Wang Dehai looked at Yang Ming and said, now Fang Hou is one of us. Yang Ming, please tell us the specific situation of demonic according to your investigation. Do you believe the attack was accidental or deliberately arranged? Upon hearing about demonic, Yang Ming's face immediately became serious. Although there is no direct evidence, I feel that it is likely caused by humans. When I fought with demonic, I intentionally observed, despite its entire body being shrouded in darkness resembling a demon, the sensation I felt while fighting was similar to fighting a human. If it were for my lucky strike that killed the head long before, allowing me to break through to the third realm, right on the spot, I am afraid I would not be a match for demonic. Furthermore, the opponent is very strange. During the fight, it seems to always leap water. As soon as it saw me break through, it immediately sank into the shadows and disappeared, as if it was waiting for me to level up. Then Yang Ming pulled out a card. I also found this ace of spades at the crime scene. Seeing this, Fang Hou looked skeptical. Is this card made of steel? Do demons also use this kind of thing? At this moment, the chief Wang Dehai looked at Yang Ming and said, well, if this is what demonic dropped, then it is very likely to be a spiritual master, maybe even with a huge organization behind it. After speaking, he rubbed his chin as if thinking. It seems that the demonic case is not simple. We have to calculate slowly. Okay, we'll stop here today. Miss Shen, Fang Hou is new, so let her take him through the admission procedures first. After completing the procedures, Fang Hou went straight back home. At this time, his wife was extremely excited, like butterflies fluttering around Fang Hou. Darling, are you off work now? I miss you so much. But Fang Hou just quietly sat on the sofa, looking at the investigator ID in his hand. Then he took out a brown leather bag, unzipped it with a pop. Immediately, countless sparkling gold coins poured out. Seeing that, his wife beside him excitedly exclaimed, wow, honey, you're so good at making money. It's amazing. At this moment, Fang Hou picked up a coin to examine. So this is the currency in short supply on the black market. One coin can be sold for up to 10 million, even hundreds of millions, sometimes even with money. It's hard to buy. True to Captain Yang Ming, he can take out so much currency at once. If it were a normal spiritual master, even selling themselves would be hard to do. At this moment, Fang Hou couldn't help but smile. They say I'm giving money, but it's better to say he is thanking me for warning him to say bye key. it can be seen that their relationship is very good. Right after that, he chuckled slyly and sank into thought, there's still 200 currency in this reward. How can I use it to get the greatest benefit? He was thinking about the best use of currency, but at that moment, the room door suddenly knocked, so he looked through the cat's eye on the door in surprise to discover a human eye, and the whole eye was cool red. Making him directly unconscious, he only felt like someone hitting him hard with a stick on his neck, not knowing how long it had passed. Fang Hou just woke up from a coma, but now he found himself no longer at home, but in an old rotten warehouse tied up tightly, the cold chains wrapped tightly around his body. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape. He looked around and noticed the strong smell of decay, like the smell of decaying corpses, and there were constantly strange noises. The warehouse was very large but extremely crude. Everywhere there were dark, red, dried bloodstains. Not far away, Fang Hou displayed a row of various torture devices, each covered in blood, clearly indicating that this place had executed many people. Perhaps due to environmental influences, there were more wandering demons in this warehouse, even with many surrounding Fang Hou. Fang Hou continuously drooled, only to regret that before he could see, these demons could not touch Fang Hou. In the center of the warehouse was a meat grinder, a machine that had rusted with a very special design. In front of Fang Hou was a funnel, inside of which were sharp metal blades. At this moment, next to the meat grinder, a man in a long coat and a hat stood there, apparently repairing the meat grinder. Seeing this, Fang Hou stared at him, clearly indicating that this was the person who had attacked him through the cat's eye before. Suddenly, this man seemed to sense something. His movement on his hand abruptly stopped. Then he suddenly turned his head. A pair of bloodshot eyes, almost no whites showing, appeared before him, his face pale, and his figure thin like a skeleton wrapped in skin. The man looked into his eyes. Fang Hou finally understood. His attack must be related to those strange eyes. At the same time, the man stared at Fang Hou, smirked and said, "You're awake, ha!" At the same time, Fang Hou looked at him expressionless, and the surrounding demons began to gather more and more, staring at the two of them. Now, his fierce red eyes stared at Fang Hou in front of him, with a slightly mad look. Seeing this, Fang Hou said nothing, only staring intently into his fierce red eyes. It seemed that he was the one who had attacked him. Before passing out, he had seen those eyes through the cat's eyes. Suddenly, the man looked at Fang Hou and spoke hoarsely and sickly. "Wake up quickly, you don't look like a spiritual master who's just starting out at all. It seems like you and I are of geniuses. I like to torture geniuses the most." The man muttered to himself. A crazy and cruel smile appeared on his face, his pupils dilated. But facing the situation in front of him, Fang Hou showed no sign of fear and didn't release any thoughts. It seems that his ability is related to these eyes. A spiritual master, huh? He even considers himself a genius. Thinking of this, Fang Hou suddenly woke up. Then he looked at the man and said casually, "Are you Wang Zitang's cousin? Have you finished repairing a machine?" Hearing this, the man was slightly shocked, then his mouth twitched continuously. "You know me not bad. I am Lin Ziyang, the genius cousin of that waste." After that, a look of confusion appeared on his face. He turned around and continued to fix the machine. "Unfortunately, I haven't killed many people lately, so the machine is a bit old. Please be patient, it will be done soon." Immediately, Fang Hou looked at him calmly. "I also heard you mention your useless cousin. Hurry up and finish, I don't like wasting time." Hearing this, the man was shocked and looked at Fang Hou with a calm face. I cannot judge him at the moment, but the next second, his body suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably, and he burst into a crazed laughter. "I have to say, you are really interesting, and you fit my taste, but unfortunately, you are about to die." Seeing this, Fang Hou appeared very helpless. "It seems that you are sick or something." Then he looked at the man's face and couldn't help but think that his words and actions were chaotic, crazy, and disorderly, like the symptoms of loss of control that everyone talks about on the forum. After thinking for a while, Fang Hou suddenly looked at him with a sly smile. "The funniest thing is that before he died, your brother still tried to pull me into the water, using his dirty, bloody hands to constantly pull my pants. Do you know how I reacted?" Seeing that Fang Hou not only wasn't afraid, but also laughed very comfortably, Lin Ziyang, who was in a temporary frenzy, was stunned as if he didn't know what to say next, and even had a cold sweat on his face, making him a little scared. In the next second, Fang Hou looked even crazier than him, laughing even more wildly. I stepped hard on his hand and kept spinning it. His screams were really amazing. Lin Ziyang looked at Fang Hou in astonishment, took a few seconds to recover, and became even more furious and impulsive. "Damn it, you deserve to die. You deserve to die." Then he took out a red certificate from his bag, looked at Fang Hou calmly, and shouted wildly, "I will torture you to death, throw you into the meat grinder, and feed you to wild dogs and cats. It's best to exchange it for a certificate of kindness." Hearing this, Fang Hou not only remained calm, but also looked at him with disdain. Just a useless person, lost control of his instincts. I didn't expect that such a small demonic power could turn you into a mad dog, so you are useless to what extent? Hearing this, Lin Ziyang immediately got angry and said, "Damn it." He then looked at Fang Hou and thought to himself, he shouldn't be like this, he should be afraid, he should be on his knees begging me. That's the right thing to do. After that, he seemed to go crazy, ran to the torture equipment, started choosing all kinds of torture tools, while constantly shouting, "I will torture you to death. Wait until you are no longer intact," gasping for breath. "Let's see how bold you can be." At this moment, Lin Ziyang was holding a small needle. "Too small. I have used the most brutal torture tools to teach you a lesson." Fang Hou's voice calmly rang out as he looked at Lin Ziyang with disdain. Truly a waste of space. It takes half a day just to choose a torture tool. Hearing this, Lin Ziyang immediately shouted, "Shut up." Then he crazily slammed his hands on the torture tool rack and grabbed a pair of pliers. With a fierce look on his face, he approached Fang Hou, continuously laughing and pointing at the pliers in his hand. "Your mouth is very sharp. I'll pluck out each of your teeth. Quickly tell me you're scared. Beg for my forgiveness. Hurry up." However, Fang Hou's face remained as calm as an ancient well. He looked at the angry Lin Ziyang and spoke calmly, without any emotion. "And you? How do you want to die? Do you want to be smashed bone by bone with a hammer? Or do you want to be punched into mush by a cleaver? Tell me how you want to die. I will try to meet your request." At this moment, Fang Hou remained calm like a monk in meditation, without a ripple, yet his words sent shivers down Lin Ziyang's spine, causing the maniacal smile on his face to vanish. He stared at Fang Hou with fierce red eyes and invisible fear spreading. Seeing this, Fang Hou's mouth curled into a sinister smile. "It's a difficult choice, but it's okay. Because you are Wang Zitang's cousin, I will kindly help you choose the Spirit Lake. I just happen to have a scalpel that can cut pieces of flesh off your body, but I'm not an expert, so it might take a few hundred or just a few dozen stabs for you to die. You may not feel a full sensation of pain as your body bleeds, flesh torn, and bones shattered. I hope you understand." At this moment, Lin Ziyang's gaze towards Fang Hou has changed, becoming full of suspicion. Looking at Fang Hou, he couldn't understand. Clearly, he is tied to the chair like a fish on the cutting board. Why is Fang Hou still so calm? Even in his tone, there is a hidden nonchalant confidence. This makes Lin Ziyang extremely uneasy. He clenches his jaw, cold sweat running down his back. Finally, who is the one losing control of rationality? The crazy one. It's him. After calming down, he points the pliers at Fang Hou again. "Are you not seeing the situation clearly? Now the one holding your life is me, yet you still dare to threaten me here." After saying that, Lin Ziyang stares at Fang Hou, trying to find a little fear on his face, however. Fang Hou did not show any fear, but a calm demeanor holding everything together. "You are wrong. Your life is still in my hands." Afterwards, he tilted his head and glanced at a demon who had been craving flesh for a while. "I have seen you standing by for a long time. Do you really want to eat human flesh?" Seeing this, Lin Ziyang was immediately shocked. "Who are you talking to?" At this moment, Fang Hou smirked coldly as he looked at him and the demon. "Can't you see? It's here to take your life." At the same time, the space next to Fang Hou began to warp, and in the next moment, Lin Ziyang was filled with extreme fear by the demon in front of him. His face turned pale, his pupils dilated, speechless. In front of him, suddenly appeared a green-bodied demon with 6 black claws. At this moment, Lin Ziyang yelled in horror. Where the hell did this damn demon come from? After speaking, he aggressively turned his head and pointed at Fang Hou. It's you who's insane." At this point, Fang Hou smiled again. "Not just one, there are more to come. It's time to feast." He and the surrounding demons looked at each other, and in an instant, the atmosphere around them began to warp. In the warehouse, which was originally empty, suddenly appeared some branches with terrifying faces, extremely terrifying shapes, their eyes flashing with excitement and bloodlust, their mouths constantly emitting horrifying screams while slowly surrounding the two people. At this moment, Lin Ziyang completely collapsed, unable to believe what he saw. "No, this is an illusion. This is not real." Seeing this, Fang Hou laughed wildly, and with his crazed laughter, everything in front of him darkened. Just now, Fang Hou had returned home again, only to see himself sitting on the sofa expressionless, while his wife, dressed in silk pajamas, smiled and shook beside him, saying, "Darling, are you back? I miss you so much." Of course, Fang Hou did not reply to his wife, but only leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes as if waiting for something. Right now, in his mind, he constantly saw the scene of being torn apart by the demon tree earlier, but when he thought about it, he was not afraid. On the contrary, he felt this feeling great, and this also increased his ability to endure pain. At this moment, the sound of knocking on the door sounded on time. Hearing the sound, Fang Hou calmly took out the scalpel from his pocket, then slowly stood up and walked towards the door. At this time, his wife lying on the table cheerfully asked, "Husband, do we have visitors coming?" At the same time, Fang Hou smirked, "It's time to make you experience pain. You will not be completely released to take away your life because I promised to let you die in pain." Quickly, Fang Hou stood in front of the door. At this moment, he and Lin Ziyang were only separated by a door. He raised the knife inside, while Lin Ziyang stood outside, staring bloodthirstily into the cat's eyes. At this moment, Lin Ziyang was a little excited because he had heard the footsteps of Fang Hou. All he had to do was wait for Fang Hou to look through the cat's eyes. Just a glance was enough to make Fang Hou lose consciousness. Fang Hou quickly raised his hand inside the house, and in an instant, with a loud sound, the knife turned into a bright silver light, stabbing fiercely into the cat's eye. It pierced through the cat's eye without any obstacles and into Lin Ziyang's eyeball. At that moment, a desperate scream rang out. Lin Ziyang held the injured eye, constantly crying out in pain. At the same time, Fang Hou's pain tolerance flared up. An intense pain that could not be expressed in words spread throughout his body. A pain 10 times more agonizing than death erupted in this moment. Lin Ziyang couldn't even bear it for a second and immediately fainted, unconscious on the bloody ground. Seeing this, Fang Hou slowly opened the door of the room, looked at Lin Ziyang lying on the ground, covered in blood, and then calmly grabbed his ankle, dragging him into the house like a dead dog. Right after that, with a loud bang, the door slammed shut. At the same time, Fang Hou pulled out a scalpel and the hallway once again sank into silence. Then, Fang Hou began to search Lin Ziyang because he liked things like trump cards that could be used to turn the tables, but he didn't like others having trump cards. So to avoid being turned the tables on in the future when torturing him, the search was necessary. If he found something good, he'd keep it for himself to use. Quickly, Fang Hou found some loose currency, a mobile phone, and a bunch of keys on Lin Ziyang. Seeing this, Fang Hou took the phone to check if there was any useful information. His wife, on the other hand, was still standing by, looking on with curiosity, asking, "Honey, who is this person?" After that, he looked at the bronze candlestick next to it. Fang Hou discovered that on this item, there was clearly a sense of demonic breath. Feeling this familiar sensation, Fang Hou had a judgment in his heart. This bronze candlestick is a demonic object. It seems that Lin Ziyang's position is not low, even has demonic energy, although obviously not as powerful as his surgical knife, but it is still a demonic object in terms of his real power, being defeated by him in just one move, estimated not even at level 2. After thinking, Fang Hou put down the bronze candlestick and took Lin Ziyang's phone. He was surprised to find that there was no password. As he kept flipping through the phone, finally, Fang Hou also saw the information he wanted. It turns out Lin Ziyang is a member of the Light Club. This must be an organization established by folk soul cultivators, those affected by demonic power causing their minds to distort. Yet they take the name Light. It's really ironic. At this moment, Fang Hou saw some simple information about buying incense sticks on the black market. So it can be seen that incense sticks can only act as a slowing agent, not completely inhibiting the loss of instinctive control. Suddenly, Fang Hou discovered that on his phone, there were many videos of brutal murders, only showing a delivery person entering the warehouse in front of Lin Ziyang. When the delivery person smiled while delivering food in front of him, his expression suddenly changed, immediately revealing a horrific look. The delivery person was brutally tortured, his spiritual control lost, even more terrifying than demonic energy. Immediately, Fang Hou opened the food delivery app, searching for the specific address of the warehouse. Seeing this, his sweet wife beside him said, "Honey, we're so smart." As for Fang Hou, he looked at Lin Ziyang with a sinister smile, as if he already had a perfect plan in mind. After thinking, Fang Hou put Lin Ziyang on his shoulders and walked out. It turns out that Fang Hou had thought of the idea of poisoning others with poison, and he had to let Lin Ziyang know what true cruelty is. A moment later, Lin Ziyang was taken to the warehouse and woke up, but before he could understand what was happening, he felt intense pain in his eyes and couldn't help but scream in agony. After a while, he unconsciously looked around with his remaining eye. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. "Isn't this my warehouse?" Thinking so, he tried to stand up, but found himself unable to, and heard the familiar sound of metal chains. Immediately, he looked down, his face instantly pale. He was horrified to find himself tied to a chair in the middle of the warehouse. Seeing this, Fang Hou calmly said, "You woke up later than I expected, but just in time." After speaking, Fang Hou started the meat grinder and only heard a loud noise. The meat grinder had been fixed. The blade inside was spinning at high speed. constantly making a loud, ear-piercing noise. Looking at the meat grinder, Lin Ziyang clearly realized something immediately. He panicked and shouted, "Who are you? Who are you after all?" Hearing this, Fang Hou turned around, calmly looking at him with deep eyes. "You came to my house in the middle of the night, knock on the door. What, you didn't know who I am?" As soon as he said this, Lin Ziyang's pupils suddenly contracted. He immediately remembered, and cold sweat ran down his face, turning pale. "You are Fang Hou." Hearing this, Fang Hou smiled, slowly approaching him, and replied, "Yes, the reward is that I will torture you to death." Then, Fang Hou took out a scalpel, shaking it in front of Lin Ziyang. "Initially, to prevent your abilities, I should have gouged out both of your eyes, but I want you to see clearly how you die." After speaking, Fang Hou went behind him and slowly approached him with a knife. "I've said it, your life is always in my hands." At this point, Lin Ziyang was so scared that his whole body trembled, and his voice also began to tremble. "Sir, I never met you. I have no grudge against you. I just heard that you are a newcomer in the spiritual power profession, so I came here to invite you to join the Light Club." After retracting his words, Fang Hao's face remained calm with a slight smirk on his mouth. "Oh, you're wrong. Actually, we do have a grudge. I killed my cousin. Don't you want revenge for him?" After he said this, Lin Ziyang was extremely shocked, sweating profusely. "How does he know my identity? How does he know I came here to seek revenge on him?" After thinking for a moment, Lin Ziyang hesitantly said, "My cousin is not a good person. He deserves to be killed." Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Hou sneered, "No, you must keep our family tidy and clean. If I have to kill your cousin, then I have to kill you too." As he spoke, he raised his hand holding a knife. In an instant, a burst of light flashed by. Lin Ziyang cried out in pain as he was only cut on the skin by the knife, but the small wound was unbearable. Angered and confused, he asked, "What's on your knife that hurts so much?" Before he could finish his sentence, another burst of silver light flashed and Lin Ziyang continued to scream in agony. Despite his cries, Fang Hou did not stop and continued to rapidly cut Lin Ziyang, who could only scream in pain as countless bursts of light passed by with each strike. Up to more than 100 knife slashes, Lin Ziyang's voice clearly became hoarse, the madness on his face disappeared, leaving only endless fear. He gasped and began to beg Fang Hou, "Please kill me, kill me." At this moment, Fang Hou calmly looked at him with no hint of emotion on his face. "It seems that you have regained control of your senses. Next, I will ask you and you will answer, what is the purpose of the copper candlestick and how is it used?" At this point, Lin Ziyang had been tortured to the point of collapse. Without thinking, he hurriedly said, "The copper candlestick can resist demon attacks. The club master lent it to me so that I can protect myself during the strange event, conveniently breakthrough. To use it, just drip blood with spiritual consciousness after lighting it to defend against demons within the candlelight range. However, the stronger the demon, the faster the blood will burn." At this moment, Fang Hou looked at him again and said, "How many spirit points have you illuminated? Why did you lose control?" Hearing this, Lin Ziyang tried to suppress the pain and quickly replied, "I illuminated 20%, just a little more, and I can level up to level 2. I can't break through to level 2, illuminate more spirit points, but my mind is constantly polluted, which is why I lost control." At the same time, Fang Hou walked up behind Lin Ziyang and said, "As a member of the Light Club, tell me all about your information capability and the level of illuminating spirit points." At this point, Lin Ziyang looked horrified and glanced at Fang Hou behind him, saying, "I can tell you, but the Light Club is relatively free and many people intentionally hide their abilities. Specifically, I don't know either. For example, I only know that the club leader is a level 2 spirit practitioner." The Q&A lasted for half an hour and Lin Ziyang disclosed all the information he knew. Then he weakly opened his mouth and said, "I've said it all. Hurry and kill me." But Fang Hou, on the side, remained indifferent as he watched the surgery. "It's okay, there are still thousands of cuts to go. Besides, I never promised that just because you obediently answer, I would take you on your way." Hearing this, Lin Ziyang completely collapsed. He threw his head back, shouting loudly, "You're a fraud, a scoundrel." Immediately after, Fang Hou smiled wickedly and wielded the surgical knife in his hand. "Enjoy the pain." With that, he began to laugh maniacally, adding a few more stabs. Lin Ziyang's condition was clearly not normal. Although he was still in pain, his expression became more sinister, and his screams gradually disappeared. At the same time, in his remaining eye, more and more blood vessels began to appear, almost forming a solid mass of red. Furthermore, his eyeballs bulged more and more as if they were about to pop out. His mouth continued to shout loudly, "I will kill you. I will kill you." When he added a few more stabs, Fang Hou clearly felt that something was not right, and Lin Ziyang's screams suddenly disappeared. This sudden silence immediately made Fang Hou look unhappy, raising the knife and stabbing a few more times. Why aren't you screaming anymore? Why aren't you screaming anymore? Suddenly, Lin Ziyang's whole body began to tremble violently, as if there were countless mice running wild under his skin, his mouth even growing sharp teeth, his eyes bulging out even more. And the direction of movement of those mice was clearly towards the skull, more precisely towards the eyes on the skull. Immediately after that, a strong and strange spiritual power suddenly burst forth from Lin Ziyang. Seeing this, Fang Hao's eyes lit up with excitement. This is completely uncontrollable spiritual power. It's about to mutate. Fang Hou was extremely excited, but this was also the first time he had humiliated his spiritual practitioners. So to prevent any mishaps, Fang Hou decided to sever his ability to act. Seeing only 4 streams of light passing through, Fang Hou directly cut off Lin Ziyang's hands and feet. As a result, after Lin Ziyang's hands and feet were cut off, he just went crazy, screaming and flailing, immediately starting to gasp for breath. Then his head, which was originally held high, also bowed down motionless, no longer breathing. Seeing this, Fang Hou frowned. Is he dead? Can't be reconnected, or did I use too much force? Just as he was somewhat uncomfortably wiping the surgical knives, suddenly he seemed to hear a kind of faint sound, pleasing to the ears as if the nerves were moving. Fang Hou looked in the direction of the noise, but after observing everywhere, he still couldn't find it. But at this moment, in front of him that he couldn't see, Lin Ziyang's only remaining eye was really reaching out from the eye socket like an octopus. At this moment, Fang Hou was extremely shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. He stared in disbelief, only to see 4 tentacles clinging to the eye socket of Lin Ziyang, exerting force, causing the eyeball to be pulled out of the socket, even making a sound as if opening a thermos bottle. Seeing this, Fang Hou immediately stepped back more than 10 meters, only to see that the eye was completely covered in red, with only the copper-colored iris standing on Lin Ziyang's forehead. Looking around and then quickly crawling onto Lin Ziyang's forehead like a spider. Immediately after, it used its dark pupil to stare intensely at Fang Hou, almost locking onto the target in 0.1 seconds, causing Fang Hou to furrow his brows, instead showing a sinister smile, while casually looking at the eyeball and saying, "Interesting." The next moment, the eyeball used its strength to jump up, like an arrow leaving the bowstring, fiercely rushing towards Fang Hou. Seeing this, Fang Hou almost simultaneously swung his knife to cut, intending to cut the 2 abnormal eyes, but the eyeball had truly changed direction in the air, extremely dangerously skimming past the knife. At this moment, only a thud was heard, the eyeball falling into Fang Hou's knife handle, tightly wrapped to the hilt. Seeing this, Fang Hou's expression remained unchanged, immediately pulling the knife in his left hand quickly towards the eyeball. But the eyeball was like an octopus, hesitantly using all its strength to push up, and in the blink of an eye had jumped to where Fang Hou was. Seeing this, Fang Hou immediately made a judgment in his heart. Its target is the eye. Therefore, in the next moment, he directly abandoned the attempt to catch it by the throat and instead preemptively reached out towards the eye. Indeed, he had caught the ball accurately. Now Fang Hou looked at the ball in his hand with focused eyes and silently thought to himself, "I caught you." But 2 seconds later, a strange vibration suddenly emitted from the ball. Fang Hou immediately felt darkness before his eyes and his consciousness began to blur. His hand involuntarily let go, allowing the ball to stab into his right eye, instantly robbing him of his sight. Fang Hou could clearly feel that his right eye was being swallowed by the ball, intense pain engulfing him. Without hesitation, Fang Hou reached out and grabbed the last protrusion on the ball that hadn't gone in yet. The scene was chilling, a man with an emotionless face, gripping a protrusion emerging from his eye socket. But it was too slippery, and in a blink of an eye, it slipped out of his grasp. With a sound like slurping noodles, the entire thing went straight into Fang Hou's right eye, but his face remained calm. To him, this strange little incident was nothing at all. In the next second, he reached out with a finger and fiercely poked at his right eye, but just as the fingertip was about to touch the eyeball, it suddenly stopped. He realized that he could see with his right eye again. Previously, his right eye had been eaten, completely blind, but now, after this strange eyeball entered, he could see once more. So Fang Hou decided to wait a little longer. Very quickly, a strange scene appeared. His right eye actually began to move on its own, a sight that was difficult to imagine for ordinary people. The left eye didn't move at all, while the right eye was restless, even starting to roll. The black pupil had completely moved to the upper eyelid, and then directly flicked inside. At this moment, 2 images immediately appeared in Fang Hou's mind. One was the dark warehouse that his left eye saw, and the other was the bright red color and the tangled blood vessels that his right eye saw, even seeing the scene inside the smelting furnace. At the same time, he heard the voice of Lin Ziyang in his head. The winner takes all. Indeed, you didn't deceive me. The weak flesh and blood, strange and bizarre, I have become Lin Zi Yang. At this moment, the voice was extremely insane, completely unrecognizable as a human voice, more like a monster's. Fang Hou, I will take over your body. I will imprison your consciousness. You will suffer forever in this body. In the face of such a strange scene, there was no trace of emotion on Fang Hao's face. Only when he heard the words, suffer forever, did he smile and say, let me feel the pain then. At this moment, his mouth unconsciously curved, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth under the dim light. He looked extremely frightening. My pain is greater than yours. At the same time, a strange spiritual fluctuation emanated from Lin Zi Yang's eyes. This fluctuation went straight to the brain, directly attacking the mind, while Lin Zi Yang's voice echoed, wait until I gain control of your body. I will use it to devour all of your loved ones alive, causing you unbearable pain. At this point, he was like a source of pollution, constantly releasing pollution into Fang Hao's mind, while Lin Zi Yang's consciousness controlled the source of pollution, plunging into Fang Hao's mind, wanting to distort it and use strange powers to infect him in order to completely seize his body. But when he completely invaded Fang Hao's mind, he suddenly became dazed, and at this moment, he puzzledly voiced, where am I? He felt himself falling into an infinite darkness, and this darkness was extremely distorted, like an endless black hole swallowing everything. Here, there were countless horrifying images rushing in like collapsing mountains. Even when Lin Zi Yang had lost control, his soul had become completely strange, but even so, the distortion in Fang Hao's mind still terrified him. His hatred and intense rage surged like wild waves, crazily attacking Lin Zi Yang. Kill, 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 revenge. I must seek revenge. There is no one to rely on. Fang Hao's wife, as long as I am alive, you will surely die. All the monsters must die. I will make this world feel the pain. Seeing this, Lin Zi Yang, horrified, murmured, this is not even a human mind. This is hell. At this moment, Lin Zi Yang suddenly felt, compared to Fang Hou, I am actually the human. But as soon as he detected something unusual and wanted to withdraw, he was horrified to find that he could no longer move. He was like a lone boat on the vast sea, countless negative emotions converging into raging waves, incessantly crashing against him and threatening to capsize him. At the same time, Fang Hao's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. In his mind, Fang Hao's voice had changed, no longer calm like water, but extremely menacing, a chilling and eerie tone like that of a demon from hell. It was as if the Fang Hou on the outside was just a disguise, but the Fang Hou in his mind was the real one. Is that all? You're too weak. Let me show you what real pain feels like. As soon as he finished speaking, with Fang Hao's terrifying meditation, a boundless darkness relentlessly surged towards Lin Zi Yang. It was Fang Hao's dark instinct, containing all the pain he had to endure. At this moment, Lin Zi Yang was enduring excruciating pain, emitting desperate cries along with the final screams of his life. His entire body was engulfed in endless agony. Meanwhile, outside, Fang Hao's right eye was dripping fresh blood. At that moment, Fang Hou began muttering to himself, Lin Zi Yang is dead, so I am the owner of this bloodline. In the next moment, Fang Hou, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened both of them, and now both of his eyes had fully recovered, with his vision returning to normal. At the same time, he also gained the blood vision ability, which allowed him to create a shock to the creature after looking into its eyes. It was a kind of spiritual contamination. Briefly speaking, whoever he looked at would die. Additionally, he could also induce hallucinations in others by looking directly into their eyes. As he intended, a bright red color in his right eye slowly disappeared, replaced by a clear black and white eye. Fang Hou seems to be thinking about something. Could it be that when Lin Zi Yang mutated, his instincts broke through and he advanced to the level of a level 2 spirit master, causing his bloodline's abilities to also change and become stronger? In addition to obtaining the bloodline, Fang Hao's own instincts also increased by another 5%. Fang Hou guessed perhaps it's because Lin Zi Yang's instincts have lost control, overflowing into the bloodline, and then he absorbed it all. This made Fang Hou feel happy after so many days of separation. This way, he could become even stronger through absorption, and then he could kill monsters more easily. However, at this moment, Fang Hao's smile disappeared and he pondered, but how can one absorb instincts? This time, it's because Lin Zi Yang has become bizarre, actively giving up his body to invade my mind. There may not be such an opportunity in the future. At this moment, Fang Hou remembered the mysterious black card and remembered the words of Lin Zi Yang when he intruded into his mind. Fang Hou always kept in mind what he said, that the black card played a significant role in making him become extraordinary, and at the same time, Fang Hou began to clean up the mess. He threw Lin Ziyang's body into the meat grinder, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Fang Hou's face was expressionless, murmuring to himself, "Although I don't know who this mysterious black card belongs to, the result makes me very satisfied. So if I have the chance, I have to thank him." Quickly, Lin Ziyang was turned into food for the wild dogs. Fang Hou threw it down to the ground, and the wild dogs started eating. Fang Hou smiled as he watched. It was at this moment that Fang Hou remembered the copper lamp base. This is the club president's item that he borrowed. Once Lin Ziyang's news is known, someone will surely come to seek revenge. It looks like I still need to find opportunities to eliminate them to avoid future trouble. Thinking of this, Fang Hou couldn't help but complain human relationships are really troublesome. Killing one person means you have to destroy the whole family. At the same time, he found a business card in Lin Ziyang's pocket, on which was clearly written, Black Rose Bar. Seeing this, Fang Hou thought again, now I still haven't dealt with the people in Liu Duan City, so first I'll come here to find a way. As for this Black Rose Bar, it looks like an ordinary bar from the outside, and the business doesn't seem to be very good. But only those in the circle in Yulin City know how famous this bar is. It's not just a bar, but also the underground market of Liu Duan City. Seeing Fang Hou leisurely walking into the bar, expressionless, observing his surroundings, then slowly walking towards the bar, at this moment he bowed his head, his whole body hidden under the hat, unable to see his face clearly. This mysterious disguise also made the present guests curious. They all looked at him with unfriendly eyes. Quickly, Fang Hou walked up to the bar counter and sat down. Seeing this, the bartender wiped a glass and gently smiled, saying, "Welcome to the Black Rose Bar. What would you like to drink?" In the dark cloak, Fang Hou's calm voice came through. 24 black roses just picked. Fang Hou ordered 24 black roses. The bartender immediately stopped wiping the glass, then he hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'm sorry, sir, we don't have that kind of alcohol here." At this point, Fang Hou shook his head. "I don't need alcohol, I need flowers." Hearing this, the bartender became more respectful. "Sir, please follow me," he said, leading Fang Hou to a room behind the bar counter, where there was a door with a code and fingerprint verification. After the verification, the door creaked open to reveal a long, dark corridor, where the floor could barely be seen. At this point, the bartender said, "Please go straight inside. There will be someone to welcome you inside." Upon hearing this, Fang Hou nodded and then walked inside. The door with a password also closed. Fang Hou walked leisurely through the quiet hallway, only the sound of his footsteps echoing. Soon, Fang Hou reached the end of the hallway where there was a corner. After passing the corner, he was met with an elevator. On both sides of the elevator were two men in suits with muscular bodies standing. At this point, Fang Hou noticed bulges in the waistband of the two men, clearly concealing weapons. This security measure was even better than the investigation agency. Suddenly, a man raised his hand to stop Fang Hou. "Please present your membership card, and when entering the transaction area, it needs to be checked according to regulations, strictly prohibiting any conflicts inside. Please understand." Seeing this, Fang Hou nodded and quietly rejoiced in his cooperation with the check staff. At the same time, he also rated Lin Ziyang a bit higher. Fortunately, this bar only issues membership cards to those who meet the standards, so registration is mandatory. It seems that Lin Ziyang is not completely useless, but after the staff confirmed that there was nothing unusual and completed the membership card registration, he handed the membership card to Fang Hou. After checking, Fang Hou successfully entered the elevator. Two employees bowed respectfully. "Wish you a pleasant transaction." The elevator went down, quickly reaching the bath transaction area. The elevator door opened. Fang Hou entered the transaction hall, where there were not many people, only over 10 people scattered around. But this place was very spacious, large enough to contain a soccer field. Seeing this, Fang Hou couldn't help but praise in his heart, because there are fewer than 100 spiritual masters in Liu Duan City, but here there are more than 10 people. It seems that this transaction hall is very strong. As soon as Fang Hou had taken 2 steps, a beautiful girl with a slender figure and a full chest smiled and approached. "Hello, how may I help you?" Hearing this, Fang Hou calmly looked at her. "I want to kill someone." The girl still did not change her expression, seemingly unfazed by Fang Hou's words. Instead, she continued to smile and said, "Very well, sir, please follow me." Later, Fang Hou was taken to a secret guest room. At this moment, neither of them said anything, and the atmosphere was momentarily very quiet. Then, Fang Hou calmly looked at the girl, took the initiative to break the silence, and asked, "How valuable is the head of the prestigious light club?" Upon hearing this, the beautiful girl's expression did not change much. She looked at Fang Hou seriously and said, "He is the best among the level 2 spiritual masters. Moreover, by doing so, it is no different from making enemies with the entire light club. We need to prepare more manpower and power, including human resources and strength, I'm afraid." Seeing this, Fang Hou didn't speak nonsense but asked further, "How much money?" Hearing that, the beautiful woman smiled. "We don't accept money from powerful people like you, only currency or corresponding valuable materials, roughly estimated around 5,000 currency." At this point, Fang Hou wasn't surprised. After all, he was the owner of a spiritual master force with a group of people under him who couldn't be too cheap. Right after that, Fang Hou asked again, "What about Tan Guang Yuan and Lai Ji Wai of the Light Club? Although Tan Guang Yuan is not a level 2 spiritual master, he's a core member of the club. At least he needs 1,000 currency, and Lai Ji Wai is cheaper, only needs 200 currency." Hearing this, Fang Hou was slightly surprised. Why is he so cheap? At this point, the beautiful woman looked at Fang Hou with a smile. "Your question is related to some valuable information. Unless you decide to kill Lai Ji Wai and pay 100 currency in advance or pay separately for the information, then I can tell you." After speaking, Fang Hou did not hesitate at all. He slammed the documents on the table and a few coins fell out of the bag. He showed no emotion, just looked at her and said, "Speak." Seeing this, the manager opened the documents and arranged the currency neatly in front of him. Then she immediately smiled and said, "Because you placed an order, I will give you this information. Lai Ji Wai's sensing abilities are strong, but his direct combat skills are relatively weak, so the price is not high. In addition, he is also the cousin of the president of the Light Club." Hearing this, Fang Hou was a little surprised. He's a cousin again. Seeing this, the manager smiled slyly. "Do you want to cancel the order? But the deposit cannot be refunded." At this point, Fang Hou calmly said, "I kill my own family whenever it's necessary. If the action fails, then what?" The beautiful manager smiled as she looked at Fang Hou. "The specific time is a secret of the industry. I cannot disclose it, but we will respond to you within a week. You can also download the assassination app to track real-time information on your target. After a successful assassination, you will have a month to confirm the target's death and make the remaining payment within a month. At the same time, you will receive a reminder on your phone for new messages. Please check your order." Seeing this, the manager glanced at it for a moment, then smiled apologetically to Fang Hou. "Sorry, the workload is a bit heavy." After saying that, she stood up from the sofa. "If the assassination fails, you can choose one of the following two options. We will refund half of the mission's payment, or we will find a stronger assassin." After receiving the order, she handed Fang Hou a contract. "You can look through this contract. All the terms and conditions for guaranteeing the aftercare are stated in it. You can rest assured." However, as soon as Fang Hou accepted the contract, he felt a strange fluctuation on it. At that moment, he looked at the contract and immediately thought to himself, "This contract has the power of the weeping demon." At the same time, a glint appeared in the eyes of the manager. To be able to accurately discern the weeping demon's breath, it shows that he also possesses the weeping demon, at least in direct contact. Then she looked at Fang Hou and smiled, saying, "You have a sharp eye. This is used to ensure the effectiveness of the contract to make it easier for us to find people." Hearing this, Fang Hou looked at the contract in his hand and said, "So, even if I sign a fake name, it won't affect anything." After saying that, he signed a large 6 on the contract, and without saying anything else, he stood up and walked away. The manager respectfully bowed. "The customer leaves at ease. We welcome you back next time." Leaving the underground market, Fang Hou walked around outside for a few rounds, using surveillance to investigate for a while. After determining that no one was following him, he felt at ease to go home, paying 200 currency without regret. Although it could be considered a blow to the eyes of the Light Club, it was worth it. If he had more money, he would have directly bought the club's network. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. "It seems I still have to make money first." The next day, Fang Hou went to the investigative agency to report, while Zhang Hao, as arranged by Wang Dehai, also went to the agency. He laughed and said, "Ho, did you also join the investigative agency?" Fang Hou simply responded with a yes. Shortly after, the two arrived at the office of the head of the agency to exchange information. From Wang Dehai's mouth, they knew that a strange monster is currently invading. The situation in the country is becoming worse, and the internal situation of the bureau is also in chaos. According to the investigation, there are some groups and clans secretly nurturing their own spiritual master, some even colluding with foreign spiritual masters. Therefore, Fang Hao's superiors wanted to stay at the bureau temporarily for training. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was overjoyed. "Great, Hao, you don't have to leave anymore." At this moment, Yang Ming also laughed uncontrollably. He put his arm around Fang Hao and raised his thumb. "Fang Hao, we're comrades now. Whatever you need, just tell me and I will try to meet it." Fang Hao still didn't show any emotion, didn't say a word. At this time, Wang Dehai looked at Yang Ming and asked, "How is the investigation of Ace of Spades and Xiao Bai's situation now?" Upon hearing that, Yang Bing's smile faded and he solemnly reported on the investigation situation. Currently, they have only found out that behind Ace of Spades is a large organization named Spade Card. This organization is deeply hidden, probably not the root power in the local area, very likely to be on the side of the agency, and then he looked pleased. As for Xiao Bai, his spirits are quite stable, but still not free to act. Upon hearing this, Wang Dehai pondered for a moment. All right, you continue to investigate Spade Card, so that Xiao Bai can rest assured and not worry about the agency's affairs. As for Fang Hou and Zhang Hao, both of them are still new spiritual masters. First, they should participate in training, and after meeting the requirements, we will arrange tasks for them. After finishing speaking, Zhang Hao smiled brightly, nodding continuously, while Fang Hao remained expressionless as usual, sinking into contemplation. Ace of Spades disguised as a seductive demon, King of Spades knows how to transform into strange monsters. This organization seems interesting. I wonder if there are any other experts. I must find an opportunity to contact them in the future. Recently, Fang Hou and Zhang Hao have started training, currently studying the basic theory of 108 methods to deal with strange monsters and how to better control their own spiritual power. Fang Hou was lying on his back on the bed, while Zhang Hao was thinking about a recent small video, drooling instantly, his face turning red as he stared intently at the teacher lecturing on the podium. Haha, this is the real-life version of a female teacher lecturing. Time flies in the blink of an eye, and it's already afternoon, the time for practical class. All that could be seen was Zhang Hao wearing a small watermelon on his head with a terrified expression, constantly begging, I surrender, please spare me. How? Before he could finish his words, a bullet quickly flew towards him, followed by a loud bang, shattering the watermelon on Zhang Hao's head, leaving him sweating in fear. Fang Hou and Zhang Hao repeated this training process over and over for a week. At this moment, Fang Hou loaded bullets into the gun while feeling impatient. It's been a week. When will we get a mission and encounter those strange creatures? Every day is just a repetitive training. It's really boring. But it's been so long. The Black Rose should have an answer by now. Thinking so, Fang Hou immediately took out his phone to check. At the same time, Zhang Hao was holding a small watermelon with a mocking expression. This watermelon is not as good as Five Fuzz. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on Fang Hao's face as he had seen a message on the murder app, displaying the news he wanted to know. Your order has been completed. Please pay attention to receive the goods. On the other side, on top of a skyscraper, in the urban area of Lu Duan City from a distance, a group of men and women in suits could be seen gathered together, clearly distinguished as outstanding individuals. They all had a cold sweat on their faces with a dark and silent demeanor. The young man in his 20s, tall and handsome, wearing a specially tailored white suit, stood out as the leader. He had a somber expression as he drank red wine. Right after that, with a loud thud, he suddenly smashed the expensive wine glass in his hand to the ground, glass shards and wine splattering everywhere. Immediately, he got angry, clenched his jaw, and said, Lindsay Yang missing. The bronze lamp stand is nowhere to be found. My cousin was also assassinated. Who on earth did this? Surely someone is targeting me. Targeting the light club, my father's life. At the same time, those present there saw the man angry, and each one of them looked unnatural. Some even appeared fearful. At this moment, a woman in a long wine-red dress cooed, "Oh!" At the same time, she twisted her slim waist like a water snake, walking towards the man and sat on his lap. He only saw her seductive face, tall figure, ample where it mattered, and slender where it needed to be. It's okay, young Master Ma. Don't be angry, she said, and then she placed the lipstick-marked wine glass in front of Mr. Ma. The man took the wine glass, looked at the lipstick mark, and then drank it directly. But before he could finish a few sips, Mr. Ma's face darkened. He stared at the wine glass and asked, "What is this smell?" At this point, the woman blushed, and at the same time, she raised her hand to make an oak sign and then put her hand to her mouth. Then she chuckled, "Guess." The strong man was completely furious, his eyes fierce like a tiger coming down from the mountain. He suddenly pushed the woman in the red dress. "You bitch, you used that mouth that licked someone else to touch me." But the woman seemed to have anticipated. She quickly dodged and then looked at him with a smiling face. "Don't speak so harshly, scaring people to death. Anyway, I was just teasing them. I'm only sincere with you," she said, then confidently patted her chest. "Dear, this time just leave the task to me. I will make you satisfied in a week. Ha 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 ha." Recently, Xiao Bai removed the bandages, took off the fashion corpse costume, lay on the bed and made a video call with Wang Dehai. The doctor said that now she could basically function normally, but still couldn't fight. Wang Dehai frowned and said, "So Xiao Bai, you continue to heal, and as for the monster at King Shan Psychiatric Hospital for now, we can only send someone else to rescue Yang Yinbing's team. Just go." At this point, Yang Ming nodded in agreement. Yang Yinbing is already considered an experienced exorcist. Leading a team to deal with a level D demon shouldn't be a problem. But what about Fang Hou? After all, he has already been to King Shan Psychiatric Hospital and returned safely. Should we not let him go as well? Wang Dehai shook his head firmly. Fang Hou is very important, and besides, he is still a rookie exorcist. I should still arrange for him to handle the level D demon event first, wait until he gains experience and improves his spiritual powers. Then we can assign him the level C mission, gradually growing up step by step. Listening to that, Yang Ming looked at him with disdain. You're protecting him too much, and what's the difference between level C and level D anyway? As soon as he spoke, Wang Dehai's face darkened immediately. He scolded angrily. You miserable person, for a level 3 spiritualist like you, there is obviously no difference between level C and level D. If you and Xiao Bai lead the team, he can go, or even to the more dangerous demon world, but currently I'm investigating the card matter, and Xiao Bai is still lying in bed. Of course, safety is important. Don't you understand this principle? At the same time, Xiao Bai also chimed in, your ability is luck. Even if someone dies, it won't be you, so of course you don't care. Hearing that, Yang Ming suddenly became serious. Men must go through blood and fire challenges like flowers in a greenhouse. Not yet finished speaking, Wang Dehai roared, get out right away. Call Fang Hou here for me. Yang Ming's face looked dissatisfied. Call if you want. What are you yelling for? Bothering Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai couldn't bear to look any longer and had to let go of the phone, covering her face with her hand, showing a sense of helplessness. Not long after, Fang Hou came to the office and sat across from Wang Dehai. At this time, Wang Dehai looked serious. Fang Hou, this time I called you here because there is an extremely difficult task that needs to be assigned to you. Fang Hou calmly spoke. I definitely won't take on tasks unrelated to my duties. Immediately after, Wang Dehai handed him the investigation report. This time it is to send you to investigate and resolve the supernatural event at Hai Shui Hamlet. Seeing this, Fang Hou became interested and immediately took the documents for careful consideration. Hai Shui Hamlet, I've never heard of this village before. Upon hearing this, Wang Dehai's expression became serious. It's normal that you don't know about this village. Hai Shui Hamlet is a remote and small village in the outskirts of our Liu Duan city. Because of the road conditions, very few people visit this village, so not many people know about it. Hai Shui Hamlet has a river called Hai Shui Ha, and the villagers named themselves after this river. In recent years, there have been quite a few villagers who drowned in Hai Shui Ha. At first, everyone thought it was just normal drownings, but according to the villagers, there is a water monster in Hai Shui Ha that pulls people's legs when they swim in the river, and then even stranger things happen. Captain Wang continued, it is said that there was a villager who was sleeping in his house, but when he woke up, he found himself lying on the river bank, half of his body submerged in the water. If he hadn't woken up in time, he would have drowned. There are many strange legends like this in Hai Shui Hamlet. After the investigation, it was preliminarily determined that a paranormal event occurred and was named Water Demon, preliminarily rated as level C. At this moment, Fang Hou listened to Wang Dehai's description while looking at the documents in his hand with a pensive expression, because solving a level D paranormal event could earn an additional reward of 10 Su souls. A level C event would earn 100 Su souls, and a level B event would earn 1,000 Su souls, increasing gradually. Fang Hou's hard-earned money would double. In other words, if he could solve the Water Demon event this time, Fang Hou could buy an extra life for the Light Club. At the same time, Wang Dehai looked serious at him. This is your first mission, and your abilities are top secret, so I will assign Shen Ling Su to lead the team, with you and Zhang Hao and a newly joined spiritual master to carry out this mission together. Fang Hou continued to look at the report, nodded, and indicated his agreement. At the same time, Fang Hao's face revealed a sly and contemplative expression. It has been a week since he has not had contact with demonic. I really miss the feeling of plunging a knife into the demonic's body. Although he has tried to take revenge for his wife a few times in the past few days, the distance between them is too great, to the point where he hasn't even been able to act before being counterattacked by his wife and undergoing rebirth, really not feeling anything at all. Just as Fang Hou was deep in thought, a wave of murderous intent unintentionally emanated from him, making Wang Dehai feel frightened. The murderous intent is too strong. Indeed, this young spiritual master is, as the psychological report indicated, so relentless in seeking revenge. After reorganizing his thoughts, Wang Dehai suddenly remembered something and then looked at Fang Hou with a frightened look. All right, the Bureau has arranged for you a partner, a notable person to help you handle some trivial matters, similar to Shenling Xu and assistant Lai Wenhao. That is the Bureau's standard for investigation. After speaking, Fang Hou did not object, so he quickly picked up the landline phone on the table, dialed a number, and soon the internal call was connected. Kihan, come to my office. On the other end of the phone came the sound of a chair scraping and then the gentle voice of a girl. Yes, Chief, I will be right there. A moment later, Fang Hou gently moved his ears and heard the hurried footsteps, but when the footsteps neared the office, it suddenly slowed down, followed by the sound of adjusting clothing and heavy breathing. Hang in there, Kihan, it will be fine. Soon after, the sound of knocking on the door echoed. After gaining Wang Dehai's consent, Kihan pushed the door of the room open, only to see a petite figure with fair skin, a graceful face, and slightly flushed cheeks due to tension, standing at the door and greeting awkwardly. Seeing this, Wang Dehai nodded and pointed to Fang Hou, starting to introduce Kihan. This is Fang Hou in the future. She will be responsible for coordinating with him. At the same time, Fang Hou glanced at Kihan standing at the door with a contemplative expression. An outstanding student who has been thoroughly trained by the Investigation Bureau cannot be unaware of the sensory perceptions of a spiritual master surpass those of ordinary people, deliberately choosing to stand outside the door to encourage oneself, clearly indicating it for others to hear. At this moment, Kihan immediately turned towards Fang Hou and bowed 90 degrees. Hello, Fang. My name is Su Kihan, and my ID number is 1327. Without letting her finish, Fang Hou stood up abruptly, not bothering to look at him as he walked past him, and said with a cold voice, all right, add me later and then send me your phone number. If I don't actively contact you, then don't text me, unless it's something important. Seeing this, Su Kihan lifted his head with a hint of surprise and pity in his eyes, but Fang Hou didn't stop to walk out on his own. At the same time, his low voice echoed, your acting is pretty good, next time don't act anymore. Hearing this, Su Kihan was full of question marks, standing still in confusion. After a moment, Fang Hou had already left the investigation room, when suddenly he received a friend request from Su Kihan. Looking at her profile picture, Fang Hou couldn't help but think, the demonic girl selling candy outside the apartment complex. She looks harmless, but in reality, she's very cunning. After Fang Hou agreed to be friends, Kihan sent a short message. Mr. Fang, perhaps you have misunderstood something about me, but it's okay. Sooner or later, I will prove my professional ability for you to acknowledge. I hope you will help me more in our future work together. At this time, from a distance, a voice urged impatiently calling out, Mr. Hou, wait for me. Fang Hou glanced over and saw Shen Ling Xiu leaning on a car looking impatient. You have a habit of being late. Even a snail is faster than you, he remarked. Chang Hao, on the other hand, smiled and waved. Despite the urging, Fang Hou did not rush to get into the car. In addition to Shen Ling Xiu and Zhang Hao, there was a chubby man in the car. At this moment, he had a self-satisfied look on his face. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Liu, and my name is Dan Ming, a handsome man. I can be considered as an elderly person in the investigation. You can just call me handsome. I am proficient in spatial and hydrokinetic skills and have the ability to instantly transfer, he said. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Hao turned back with a reverent look on his face. You handsome, you can really teleport instantly. I thought my abilities were strong enough, but I didn't expect you to be even more powerful. Seeing this, the chubby guy asked curiously, what is your ability? Hearing this, Zhang Hao blushed instantly, looked at Shen Ling Xiu sitting in front, hesitant and speechless. Shen Ling Xiu, who was driving, saw this scene through the rearview mirror and snorted coldly. If you can awaken such an ability, don't hesitate to speak up. Then she smiled faintly and said, as I am the team leader, let's start with me. I will introduce everyone's abilities briefly. My ability is fire, Fang Hou's is perception, and as for the chubby guy, he just mentioned it. As for Zhang Hao, he's also too embarrassed to say, but his ability is sexual prowess. With these three words just uttered by Shen Ling Xiu, Zhang Hao immediately blushed, and the fat man sitting next to him laughed so hard that tears flowed. Good heavens, my friend, you are truly a genius. Sexual prowess, what are you thinking? How to deal with demons with that ability, or do you intend to make love to demons? While the fat man was laughing heartily, Shen Ling Xiu threw a bucket of cold water on him. Do you still dare mock others? You can only move 10 centimeters in 1 hour. What's there to boast about? Hearing this, the fat man's laughter suddenly stopped as if he had turned into a wax statue standing still in place unexpectedly. Zhang Hao burst into laughter at this moment, using his hand to signal the distance. Ha ha ha! Moving 10 centimeters, this distance is not even half of mine. Seeing this, the fat man became furious and shouted, that was in the past, now I have progressed, I can move 20 centimeters in half an hour. Then, the two people started arguing and Shen Ling Xiu, who was driving, heard the loud argument and frowned. Immediately after, a purple flame flew towards the two people sitting in the seats, and after a sound, the argument disappeared, and the two immediately fell silent, bowing their heads as if they were conversing with each other. At the same time, Shenling Su shouted loudly enough, "From now on, if anyone dares to say another word, I will throw that person out of the car, and they will have to run to Hai Shui Hamlet." Hearing this, the two people didn't have time to wipe themselves, and they immediately shouted in unison, "Sorry," obeying orders. As for Fang Hou, he remained uninvolved from beginning to end, not saying a word. However, in his heart, he had some doubts. An event as serious as this demonic incident, and they only dispatched a spiritual master and 3 people without the ability to fight directly to handle it. Is it because the mission is too simple? Or is it because the investigation team is so short-staffed? Fang Hou didn't know that maybe just going to the village will clarify the situation. A few hours later, the car drove through the mountains and finally arrived at Hai Shui Hamlet. At this time, everyone got off the car at the head of the village. A light breeze blew through, bringing bone-chilling cold. The people standing there looked towards the village and only saw that this village was surrounded by mountains with a treacherous terrain. In the middle of the village, there was a very long river flowing through, called Hai Shui River. Perhaps due to the geography, the water in the river was very deep and there was not enough light. From a distance, the river looked black. By now, it was dark and the faint light enveloped the entire Hai Shui Hamlet, making the whole village even darker because the mountain roads here were becoming steeper. The car couldn't pass, so everyone picked up their luggage and started walking towards the village. But as they walked towards the area of Hai Shui Hamlet, they discovered a fire floating in the air. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the fire was moving towards Fang Hou's group. In the dark and eerie mountain village, the voice of Fang Hou called, "There are people ahead." Hearing that, Jiang Hao was so scared that he couldn't say a word. By now, it was pitch dark and they couldn't see anything. It was a young man carrying an old man. "Are you Shen, the person from the TV station?" The fire earlier was the oil lamp in the old man's hand. The two people looked extremely terrifying in the dim light. Hearing this, Shenling Su smiled and took a step forward, as if she was not afraid of the darkness. "Yes, it's me, and you are village head Wang Online." By now, the old man had come closer. A light from the oil lamp enveloped everyone. Finally, they could see the faces of the two people clearly. Village head Wang nodded in response. "That's right, this is my nephew, Wang Fukui. Shen has had a long journey and is probably very hungry. Let's go home and have my daughter-in-law cook some food for her." Under the guidance of village head Wang, Fang Hou's group finally entered Hai Shui Hamlet. Shenling Su continued to refuse village head Wang's hospitality. "There's no need to bother village head Wang. We already ate on the way here. Plus, driving all day is tiring. We just need to rest early." After some polite insistence, village head Wang led them to their rooms. As soon as Shenling Su entered her room, she immediately went to the bathroom to relax in the hot water. As she reached out to touch a faint pink tattoo, she seemed like she wanted to do something. But suddenly her expression changed and she quickly dressed, looking embarrassed. It's still best to be careful outside. Seeing her coming out of the living room in her nightgown, Shenling Su looked at the 3 of them while drying her hair and asked, "Did you notice anything unusual?" Hearing this, and Bio turned his head with a sad face and said, "Nothing." Seeing that, Shenling Su nodded and said, "If there's nothing, then go to bed early. Tomorrow morning we will go to Hai Shui Ha. According to the documents, the demonic is very likely related to Hai Shui Ha." Suddenly, Fang Hou calmly spoke up, "Hair." Hearing this, Shenling Su immediately turned around and looked at Fang Hou. "What are you saying?" It turned out that Fang Hou had noticed the hair quality of the villagers is too good, especially village head Wang, who is over 70 or 80 years old and doesn't have a single gray hair. Hearing this, and Bio couldn't believe it, it's probably just hair dye and hair treatment. But in Fang Hou's eyes, this was completely unnecessary. At the same time, Shenling Su bowed her head in thought and nodded in agreement. Fang Hou is right. Hai Shui is such a small hamlet where everyone knows each other. Village head Wang is a very traditional person who doesn't need to dye his hair. Besides, if you want to buy hair dye, you have to go to the town, which is a few hours' drive from the city. Too much of a hassle. After speaking, she looked at the 3 of them with a serious expression. "The 3 of you are newcomers, so it's best to take turns standing guard while sleeping in the same room." Before she finished speaking, Fang Hou suddenly stood up and went outside. This sudden action made Shenling Su suspicious, and seeing this, Jiang Hao hurriedly asked, "Ku, where are you going? Are you not sleeping with us? How will you handle encountering a ghost alone?" But Fang Hou didn't respond and went out of the room alone. Because compared to facing a demon alone, he is more worried about everyone gathering together. On the contrary, it would prevent demonic from appearing. Moreover, what makes him most suspicious is that since entering Hai Shui Hamlet, Fang Hou has found that there is no demonic here. After observing, he went into the room and lay on the bed lost in thought. Because there is no demonic here, Fang Hou only met one time like that, which is the demonic at King Shan Psychiatric Hospital. Because demonic has merged into reality, demonic has also become tangible from nothingness. Could it be that Hai Shui Hamlet is also demonic, but demonic does not come out? However, there is no phone signal at the psychiatric hospital, while here, although it is a mountainous area, the signal is weak, but there is still a network. With this suspicion, Fang Hou quickly fell asleep. At midnight, around 3 in the morning, the sound of rushing water echoed in Fang Hou's ears. In a daze, he suddenly felt disoriented, and the surroundings seemed to be getting colder. Fang Hou abruptly opened his eyes, then sat up and looked around, saying, "Has it appeared?" In front of him was pitch black, unable to see anything clearly. But what was even stranger was that he vaguely felt the bed slowly moving, and there was the sound of water flowing. At that moment, he suddenly realized something, hurriedly grabbed the phone on the bed, and turned on the phone's flashlight to illuminate the scene under the bed, revealing a river. Seeing this, Fang Hou was extremely shocked and immediately made the judgment. This is Hai Shui Ha. And around him were also a few shadows. As he shone the flashlight in their direction, he discovered that it was Shenling Su. Jiang Hao and others were sleeping soundly. When the light shone, Shenling Su immediately woke up, then alertly sat up on the bed. Hearing this, Fang Hou calmly replied, "It's me." At this point, Shenling Su's face suddenly changed, quickly questioned, "When did you come into my room? What do you want?" Fang Hou, not in a hurry, shook his phone, looked around first, and then talked. Then he loudly shouted to Jiang Hao and the fat man, "Hey, wake up." At the same time, Shenling Su looked around. Her face immediately changed, quickly took out her phone, turned on the flashlight, looked around in the dark, and under the bed was water. Shenling Su was puzzled. Where is this? What's happening? At this moment, Jiang Hao rubbed his eyes away from his dream. What's going on? Suddenly, a shadow quickly rushed towards him. Still shocked, shouted, "Damn it." It turns out that the fat man, after seeing the scene around him, was so scared that he didn't know what to do. He panicked and hugged Jiang Hao next to him, as if hugging a lifeline. Where is this? Are we supposed to be sleeping? Why suddenly appear on the river? This doesn't make sense at all. Jiang Hao, strong as he was, also felt uneasy about this sudden movement, causing a sense of fear in him. "Fat man, don't move around recklessly with your weight. If you move around recklessly, the bed will overturn. Save me, Mr. Hao." But at this moment, Fang Hou did not pay attention to him, but calmly observed the surrounding scene. He keenly noticed, "This is Hai Shui Ha. Demonic has appeared, and we are moving towards the center of Hai Shui Ha." Immediately, he shone his flashlight towards the center of Hai Shui Ha, vaguely able to see a black and deep vortex, like a giant mouth wanting to swallow them. Seeing this, Jiang Hao's and the fat man's faces changed. They immediately hugged each other tightly. "It's a whirlpool. Run away." The fat man panicked and replied, "How can we run away? There's water all around us." Then the two argued again. "It's okay. I know how to swim." The fat man immediately scolded, "What do you mean you know how to swim? What if there's a demonic waiting for you to jump into the water?" Hearing the argument, Shenling Su felt her head about to explode. At this moment, her face turned pale, full of anger. The next second, she angrily shouted at the two, "Shut up, all of you. No one is going down. Paddle with your hands." So Jiang Hao and the chubby guy immediately split up and started paddling, while Fang Hou stood by calmly. But in his eyes, paddling with hands was a foolish thing to do. A demonic could quietly move someone to Hai Shui Ha. So how could it be easy to leave? He just saw the chubby guy paddling nonstop, but there was no sign of movement shortly after. He looked panically at Jiang Hao, whispering, "No, we've been paddling but not moving. Is there something pulling us under the water?" Hearing this, a sense of fear rose in Jiang Hao's heart. Before he could finish speaking, Shenling Su immediately interrupted his thoughts. "This demonic can control the Hai Shui Ha water, which is its home, so we absolutely cannot go into the water. Furthermore, even though I have the highest combat power in the team, my fire abilities are restricted by water, so I can only defend myself." Hearing this, Jiang Hao habitually looked towards Fang Hou and asked, "Ho, what should we do now? The tornado is getting closer." Suddenly, Jiang Hao's expression changed, his panic turning into curiosity. "Ho, what are you doing?" He saw Fang Hou taking out the items from his backpack, including rope, a shovel, pliers, and various other tools that he had prepared. At this moment, Fang Hou held the rope and shovel of the soldier, connected the two together, and then stood up to spin the tool in his hand, while observing around looking for a suitable throwing point. The next moment, he suddenly threw the shovel out, the shovel carrying the rope like an arrow leaving the bough, quickly flying forward and accurately hitting the trunk of the tree, getting stuck in the middle of the branches. He then tried to pull it several times to confirm that it was secure, then immediately turned to look at the other three people. Everyone come close, grab onto my bed. As they grabbed the rope and began to move slowly, suddenly Shen Ling Xu found that a demonic was pulling the bed, and the bed was sinking continuously. Even all of them fell into the water. At this point, the distance to the shore was only 3 meters. Zhang Hao immediately smiled. Ho, it's right to rely on you. But at this moment, Shen Ling Xu suddenly discovered something unusual. She exclaimed in astonishment. The tornado in the center has disappeared. Hearing that, everyone turned back to look, and all of them looked terrified, while Fang Hou calmly thought the tornado could very well be a hiding place of the demonic. But now that the tornado has disappeared, it means it may have passed us. However, this possibility is not high, so the only other possibility is that it has found its way to us. Hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately became frightened, dropping the rope and shouting in panic. At the next moment, everyone suddenly felt their bodies stinking, or more precisely, the bed was sinking. Seeing this, Shen Ling Xu's face immediately changed. This demonic is pulling the bed. She quickly shone the flashlight into the water. The dark water seemed to be able to swallow the light, making it impossible to see clearly, only able to vaguely see something dark hair swimming under the water. At this moment, Shen Ling Xu tightly gripped the white table. A bright, hot flame appeared in her hand. With a hiss, she threw the flame towards the river. The water immediately boiled, countless hot steam rising up. However, it had no effect. The bed continued to sink. At this point, the bed had sunk more than halfway, about to be completely submerged. Seeing this, Shen Ling Xu was not resigned to die here, so she continued to throw fire into the water like attacks on the surface that had no effect on the demonic. She could only watch as the bed continued to sink, eventually completely submerging. Everyone fell into the water. At this point, the fat man flailed in the water, continuously gulping down the cold river water, saying, "Save me, I can't swim." In the midst of panic, the fat man hugged Zhang Hao tightly. Zhang Hao immediately felt suffocated, saying, "You damn fat man, don't drag me down with you." Seeing this, Fang Hou grabbed the fat guy by the neck, causing him to immediately pass out. Zhang Hao successfully lifted his head out of the water, then took a deep breath and grabbed the fat guy with his other hand, saying, "Damn it, you almost killed me. Thank you, Ho." After that, everyone followed the rope towards the shore while the fat guy was tied up with the rope. But at this moment, Zhang Hao noticed that Fang Hou suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Zhang Hao asked anxiously, "Who? Are we going to the shore?" At the same time, Shen Ling Xu wondered, why haven't we been attacked by the demonic creature, even though we fell into the water? Hearing this, Fang Hou immediately turned around and stared at Shen Ling Xu, causing her to blush. Then she quickly hugged herself and asked, "What are you looking at?" Fang Hou calmly replied, "Shen Ling Xu, ignite the fire. Water opposes fire. This water demon is refraining from your power. It will only appear when your power is depleted. Then we will have a chance to deal with it." Upon hearing this, Shen Ling Xu immediately became frightened. "So what should I do when my spiritual power runs out and the demonic appears? None of you are capable of direct combat." As soon as she finished speaking, Fang Hao looked at her seriously. "It's okay. I will take care of it. I have seen a glimmer of hope." Seeing this, Shen Ling Xu hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed through. She raised her right hand and made a swift motion, and a bright, hot flame erupted. At the same time, Zhang Hao, standing beside her, casually remarked, "It's so warm, like bathing in hot springs." As Shen Ling Xu continued to burn the fire, 10 minutes later, she finally couldn't take it anymore and said, "I can't do it anymore. My spiritual power is depleted." Then the flames slowly died down and darkness once again surrounded them. The only sound that could be heard was the flowing water, and Fang Hou remained calm, his eyes scanning the surroundings without blinking. As soon as Shen Ling Xu's spiritual power was depleted, Fang Hou had focused his mind on observing their surroundings. At that moment, Zhang Hao suddenly screamed in fear, "Water! There's something in the water demon is here." Hearing this, Fang Hou immediately turned to look in the direction Zhang Hao pointed, only to see a few dark, snake-like figures lurking in the murky water. Seeing this, Shen Ling Xu was drained of all her courage and looked at Fang Hou with a hint of concern. "What do we do now?" At the same time, Zhang Hao looked at Fang Hou in astonishment. Fang has always been very calm, but why do I see him so excited? Like a lustful man who hasn't been relieved for a long time, it's hard to see the seductive scene of a woman pretending to be noble, but this is not an illusion. At this moment, Fang Hou was truly very excited, with a hint of extreme joy in his eyes, as if there was an additional suppressed pleasure, and he plunged into the water without hesitation. Underwater, in front of Fang Hou, everything was pitch black, only able to vaguely see things resembling water snakes swimming towards him at high speed. Immediately, he opened the blood vessels in his right eye, and suddenly countless red colors densely formed a patch, until the entire white of his eye was covered in red, only leaving an eye resembling a copper bell floating, thanks to the perspective of the blood vessel. Fang Hou was suddenly shocked by the sight before him. It turned out that those black water snakes were actually hair, and these strands of hair were extremely similar to the strands he had seen on the village chief before, all black and shiny. These strands of hair continuously advanced towards Fang Hou, seemingly wanting to entangle him and pull him down into the water, but how could Fang Hou give it a chance? He only saw a glint of silver in his hand, a dagger emitting a cold and eerie breath swiftly slashed towards the strands of hair. After a few slashes, the strands of hair were immediately severed, but after being cut, they regrouped at an incredibly fast speed and dove to the bottom of the river like cut earthworms. Seeing this, Fang Hou was extremely angry. He hated this type of demonic the most. Not only were they fake gods and demons, but they also ran away when attacked, basically unable to enjoy the thrill of killing demonic. At this moment, Fang Hou didn't hesitate to dive to the bottom of the river. He activated his spiritual sense and his body became as agile as a happy fish. He chased after the direction his hair coiled back, and finally, a glint of joy flashed in his eyes. I found you. Let's see where you can run this time. Only when he arrived at the bottom of the lake did the figure of the demonic appear before his eyes. It was a dead female body in a white dress, with white skin that couldn't see the face clearly, as her face had swelled and decayed. Even her eyes and mouth had decayed, only leaving behind 2 green eye sockets. But this dead female body had long, shiny black hair, very long, the hair of the dead body floating under the water, spreading all over and constantly swaying from a distance. They looked like a dense mass of food. Seeing this, Fang Hou became even more excited. His blood seemed to flicker with a red light. He rushed straight towards the dead woman, brandishing the knife in his hand, continuously chopping at the woman's hair. Perhaps this action of Fang Hou had angered the dead woman. Her hair seemed to wriggle like thousands of water snakes, swaying towards Fang Hou as if Fang Hou was not afraid at all, only to see him open his right eye wide, immediately emitting a strange red light. Under the shining of the fierce red eyes, the dead woman seemed to be struck hard, even letting out a desperate scream. Her hair that covered everything suddenly rushed forward, as if it was terrified by something, suddenly shrinking back. At the same time, Fang Hou at this point felt dizzy from holding his breath underwater for too long, causing him to start running out of oxygen. However, he didn't stop there. Taking advantage of the agony of the dead woman, he tried to swim to the front of the dead woman's body because he had to make demonic feel pain. But at this moment, the dead woman seemed to sense the danger, approaching her with swollen white hands, quickly squeezing Fang Hou's neck. At this moment, the dead woman tightly squeezed his neck, cold and firm as iron tongs, a throbbing pain and a suffocating feeling. But this not only did not hinder Fang Hou's actions, but also made him feel more excited. At this point, Fang Hou's face became more fierce and terrifying, and the next second a loud noise rang out. Fang Hou aggressively wielded the knife in his hand, the sharp blade, immediately cutting across the dead woman's forehead, then sliding down her forehead, eyebrows, nose, and mouth. These areas immediately cracked, creating a deep wound several centimeters long. Fang Hou even saw in the brain wound that had rotted and the white bone. Just one strike, under the influence of pain, the dead body could not even scream. The hands that used to grip the neck also unconsciously let go motionless. Seeing this, Fang Hou secretly lamented in his heart. I haven't even had a chance to use all the power of pain, just 2 stabs and she would be dead. A demonic can move the weak water like that. But before Fang Hou could react, the head of the dead body had separated from the body, swiftly swimming away far, like a black ball floating at an extremely fast speed. It disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, the killing intent in Fang Hou's eyes flared up. It's interesting. Turns out this is the body of a water demon. Just hearing a bang, Fang Hou jumped out of the water. Zhang Hao and the others quickly looked back, seeing that Fang Hou was finally relieved. At this moment, Fang Hou took a deep breath and calmed down a bit. Without waiting for anyone to ask, he spoke up first. It's a pity that demonic has run away to the shore. After that, everyone pulled the rope and carefully moved towards the shore. The fat guy was also pulled up by Zhang Hao and Shen Ling Su, struggling and difficult to pull up to the shore. As soon as they reached the shore, Shen Ling Su immediately performed artificial respiration by pressing on the fat guy's chest. Then she looked at Zhang Hao with a frightened look. Save him first. Liu needs artificial respiration. Who will do it? As soon as she said this, Zhang Hao instinctively stepped back, then angrily pointed at him and objected. Why? I can do it. At this moment, Fang Hou walked up to the fat guy. Seeing this, Shenling Xiu looked confused with a strange expression on her face. Then her face turned red. She looked at Fang Hou. Fang Hou, you can't. Before she could finish her sentence, Fang Hou slapped the fat guy hard in the face, pressing on it tightly, adding a bit of painful force. Seeing this, Shenling Xiu was extremely surprised and confused, and then the fat man spouted water as his painful power flared up. The fat man's heart also began to beat strongly, and the next second, he held his face and screamed in pain, immediately sitting up from the ground. Who do you think you are hitting me? It hurts to death. At this point, Shenling Xiu's face was a bit difficult to look at. She angrily looked at the fat man and asked, "Were you just pretending to faint?" As soon as these words were spoken, Chang Ha did not hesitate to make a big deal, shouting, "Well done, you damn fat guy. Were you planning to deceive the investigator?" Seeing this, the fat man immediately protested, "I wasn't pretending to faint. I really fainted." At the same time, Fang Hou calmly looked at the river water. "Just now, under the water, I saw a dead woman. After I attacked her, her hair automatically separated and escaped. So I guess the hair is the body of the demonic, and the dead body of the woman is just being controlled by it." When Fang Hou mentioned this, he emphasized, "The head of the village, their hair is exactly like the dead woman's hair. Tonight, we can't go back." As soon as he finished speaking, Shenling Xiu bowed his head in contemplation. "The hair of the dead woman? Then tonight we will camp here, wait until morning when my psychic power is restored. We will deal with this water demon, because if a fool like you can drive it away, then perhaps its fighting power is not high. Just think of a way to lure it to the shore. I will use fire to deal with it." Fang Hou then looked at him like a fool, standing beside him without saying a word. Immediately after, Fang Hou took out his phone and called Cho Su Qihan. The phone connected quickly, and on the other end came the soft and sleepy voice of Su Qihan. "Hello, is this Fang? It's too late for you to call." Fang Hou didn't wait for her to finish speaking and directly interrupted. "Notify the superiors immediately, arrange for a special task force to go to Hai Shui Hamlet, and request the largest capacity water pump. The more the better." Upon hearing this, Su Qihan asked Mr. Fong in confusion, "What is the urgent task for which we need a water pump?" As soon as these words were spoken, Fang Hou immediately became serious again. "You don't need to know the reason, just do as I say right now. If there are any problems, look for Wang Dehai and say that I instructed you." After saying this, Fang Hou hung up the phone directly. At the same time, Shenling Xiu repeatedly questioned Fang Hou next to him, "What is the meaning of this phone call? Do you look down on me?" Immediately after that, Fang Hou turned to explain to the other three, "In any case, we now rely on the investigation, and we can mobilize more manpower and resources. Of course, we have to make good use of them. Blackwater River is only deep in the middle, and it's very difficult to hide in other parts, so we just need to block the flow at the source and downstream, and then pump out all the water from the river." Listening to that, the three immediately became dumbfounded, exclaiming in astonishment, "So it can be like that." At this point, Tham Lin revealed a look of embarrassment, unconsciously looking in another direction due to subjective thinking. "So I unconsciously thought that only the spiritual master could deal with the demonic. Now, scientific and technological means are truly much more economical and efficient than risking a spiritual master." However, Fang Hou seemed very indifferent, because in his eyes, he didn't care that New Lin was a normal person. As long as it could cause the demonic pain, then any means could be used. Time passed quickly, and in the early morning the next day, everyone slowly woke up. Fang Hou had been standing by early in the morning. When he saw Shenling Xiu and the other three had woken up, he put on the prepared black glasses. Then he led Shenling Xiu and the other three towards Hai Shui Hamlet. When they stepped into Hai Shui Hamlet, they immediately caught the attention of countless villagers. However, the gaze of these villagers was mainly curious, without any hostility. Two women next to them saw Shenling Xiu's clothes and immediately whispered, "These clothes are beautiful, and her hair is so beautiful. My dry and brittle hair is almost falling out." Hearing this, Shenling Xiu looked helpless and blushed, but the hair of the villagers was black, shiny, and smooth, as if they had grown up eating black sesame seeds. Seeing this scene, Shang Hao and the chubby man were terrified. Their hair looks just like the village heads. Could this whole village be demonic? At the same time, near Blackwater River, a special operations team dressed in combat gear and armed with M416 rifles had tightly surrounded Blackwater River and also set up a perimeter to prevent outsiders from causing damage. Another team inside the perimeter had started working, digging trenches with shovels to prepare for irrigation. They clearly and professionally allocated tasks, with some pulling plastic pipes and others installing water pumps and generators, showing accurate and professional calculations to irrigate the nearby low-lying areas. At this point, Fang Hou and the others had arrived. From a distance, they heard two people arguing with the action team. Only seen two people, one man and one woman, both wearing mountain climbing jackets and backpacks, looking like they were on a trip. At the same time, Fang Hou approached them from behind, taking out his credentials, Investigator, Management Bureau Fang Hou. Fang Hou's sudden voice startled a male tourist, while the members of the action team immediately changed their expressions and approached. Investigator Fang, Special Action Team 10 reporting. Fang Hou nodded, and as the man and woman approached, as soon as the woman opened her mouth, a harsh and arrogant tone burst out. He is their commander. Why do you rely on? But Fang Hou didn't give her a chance to finish speaking, directly crossing the boundary line and ordering the members to drive them away. The Special Action Team immediately took action, with two members going out to escort the couple. The man behaved obediently without any resistance, while a woman pointed at Fang Hou and continuously shouted, "Wait and see. I will file a complaint against you. Do you know who I am? My father is Zhuang Ha." As the couple gradually disappeared from sight, Fang Hou turned to ask the Special Action Team, "Do you have all the necessary equipment?" The team members all replied in unison, "We have everything we need." Satisfied with their answer, Fang Hou began to give them orders. Start pumping the water. Following Fang Hou's command, the sound of machines roaring filled the air. Under the influence of dozens of water pumps, the water level dropped rapidly. Seeing this, Zhang Hao was amazed and exclaimed, "These are truly professional people. Their efficiency is incredible." Fang Hou remained calm. If the hot weapons are not significantly effective against the demonic, then I'm afraid the spiritual master would have nothing else to do. After 3 hours of continuous water pumping, the river water level had dropped, exposing the mud at the bottom of the river. However, even after the water level had dropped, the water demon still did not appear. Suddenly, Zhang Hao stared at a spot in the mud and shouted, "Dead body! There's a dead woman over there." Underneath the mud in the middle of the river, there was a dead woman with her head shaved and half buried. Seeing this, the fat man was extremely shocked. Who could be so cruel to cut someone's face into 4 pieces? At this point, Fang Hou didn't answer, but directly opened the bloodline. Taking advantage of everyone's attention on the dead body and the cover of dark glasses, he used the bloodline to search in the mud. A moment later, with the assistance of the bloodline, Fang Hou quickly discovered the target. At this point, the bloodline's vision stopped at a small frog in the middle of the river, and in that small frog, there were a few strands of black hair. Seeing this, he immediately closed the bloodline, pointed at the small frog and said, "Shenling Shu, use the fire dam to attack that frog." Hearing this, Shenling Shu did not hesitate at all, following Fang Hou's instructions directly. She held out her palm, and a bright purple flame appeared. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose. Right after that, she threw the flame in her hand towards the direction Fang Hou indicated. The flame, now resembling a long dragon, charged straight towards the puddle of water, resulting in a loud explosion. The flames erupted violently, a wave of heat spreading everywhere. The water in the puddle immediately boiled and evaporated, and even the damp mud nearby began to crack. At the same time, a desperate scream suddenly came from the bottom of the puddle. Immediately, a bunch of black burning hair with a pungent smell emerged from the ground and wildly shot into the air. The burning hair was thrown out directly, as strong as a lizard losing its tail. Zhang Hao exclaimed in horror, "The demonic has appeared." Fang Hou remained calm, putting his hands in his pockets and calmly staring at the demon with long hair. At this point, the demon seemed to be provoked, and its hair began to spread quickly, looking like a spider web spreading out. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, it seemed like it wanted to engulf everyone there. Just then, Shenling Shu intervened, clenching her jaw and saying, "Last night, I was soaked in freezing lake water all night. I have to seek revenge." She raised her hand and condensed strands of fire continuously shooting towards the demon with long hair, but at that moment, the crisp sound of a gun being fired echoed, signaling trouble. Fang Hou instinctively furrowed his brow, feeling that something was not right. Clearly, these trained soldiers know that guns are ineffective against demonic beings, so why are they shooting without orders? While hesitating, Fang Hou calmly glanced at the Special Operations team, only to see their guns all pointed at Fang Hou and the others. Seeing this, Zhang Hao shouted loudly, Hey, what are you planning to do? Do you want to kill people?" At this moment, Shenling Shu angrily rushed forward. "If you don't want to die, drop your weapons, I warn you." Before she could finish speaking, a member of the Special Operations team sternly shouted, "Quick, get out of the way, we can't control ourselves anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the Special Operations team crouched, and the sound of gunfire rang out. Bullets shot towards Fang Hou and the others. In the blink of an eye, Fang Hou and the others were shot down. Just now, Fang Hou was shot and killed by the Special Operations team, the group lying in a pool of blood. However, he quickly retaliated, and as time went on, the story continued to unfold in Hai Shui Ha. At this moment, he looked at the two backpack-wearing tourists. The woman was cursing Fang Hou. "Are you their leader? Where do you rely on?" But Fang Hou didn't bother. He looked at the other two and sank into thought. They look normal too, there's nothing unusual about them. But to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, he decided to use his own methods. Soon after, a silver light flashed. The woman's voice suddenly stopped. Not only that, the whole world became quiet at this moment. Shenling Su and the others, as well as the special task force, were all stunned, looking at Fang Hou and the two backpack-wearing tourists, only to see the male tourist lying dead, his eyes wide open in a pool of blood, while on the woman's pale neck, there was clearly a bloody knife stuck in. When the woman fell, Fang Hou drew the scalpel from her neck, but at that moment, he had some doubts. "I don't know if I acted too fast, causing them not to react, or if I was wrong. They're just ordinary people," yet they didn't resist. He held the scalpel, looked at the two of them who had fallen, and thought again. But the timing of their appearance is too coincidental. Ordinary people wouldn't have the leisure to travel to such a remote place like this. At that moment, Shenling Su's angry voice broke the silence and his contemplation. "Fang Hou, what are you doing?" Hearing this, Fang Hou stood up and explained in a hurry. "They have a problem." Then he ordered, "Special Action Team, immediately disarm all weapons. Start pumping water." As soon as these words were spoken, Shenling Su immediately spoke up to stop him. "Don't rush, Fang Hou. I seriously suspect that you have lost control now. You'd better explain to me at this moment." Fang Hou remained calm, looking directly at Shenling Su. "If I say there's a problem, then there definitely is a problem." Seeing this, Jiang Hao seemed to understand something and hesitantly spoke up. "Who? Have you figured it out?" At this point, the members of the Special Operations Team looked at each other. "So there's an investigator here, surely. There's no problem at all." After speaking, all the members of the Special Operations Team put down their weapons, and a few hours later, the water level in the central area of the Black Water River dried up again. This time, Fang Hou didn't use the blood bronze to test, but instead pointed directly at a pool of water and ordered Shenling Su to attack it, quickly killing the demon with hair. Shenling Su looked suspiciously at Fang Hou and then started working. She raised her hand and the fire in her hand shot straight towards the puddle he pointed at. Just like before, the hair demon was once again knocked out and rushed towards Shenling Su. Seeing this, Shenling Su was not intimidated. Her eyes were filled with anger, and the temperature of the fire in her hand seemed to rise with her rage. She raised two fireballs above her head, then suddenly merged them into one much larger fireball, along with a scream, "Die!" Shenling Su threw the large fireball towards the hair demon like a small sun, and there was a loud explosion. The hair demon was completely swallowed by the fireball, and it burned fiercely until there was only ashes left. Seeing this, Shenling Su's eyes lit up with a ray of joy, but suddenly a scream from behind took away her happiness. Shenling Su turned back in suspicion, only to see the people in the Special Operations Team resembling wooden puppets, slowly advancing towards her. Meanwhile, they uttered stiff sounds. "Be careful, we can't control our bodies anymore." Seeing this, Fang Hou immediately guessed the hair demon may be dead, but the control over the team members has not been lifted. It seems that the thing controlling them is not the hair demon or other hair demons, but there are other parts that have not been completely dead yet. Right after that, he moved like a phantom among the Special Action Team. Countless silver lights flashed only for a moment. All members of the team had a blood stain on their legs. The blood stain was initially very faint, almost invisible, but just a second later it spread until the blood gushed. Then those who were cut down one by one fell. However, the strange thing was that these people, although they lost their mobility, seemed not to feel pain. They had to crawl with their hands and also kill Fang Hou and others. Seeing this, Fang Hou directly used a sword strike to the neck of a member of the Special Action Team. At the same time, he ordered Jiang Hao and others, "Knock them out, tie them up." Hearing this, Jiang Hao and the fat man immediately rushed forward, running towards the members of the Special Action Team. Just before that, the Special Task Force had been controlled by the hair demon, so they were all tied up by the two of them, and now the fat man and Jiang Hao were panting. "Damn, thankfully Hao told them to disarm beforehand, otherwise we would have been shot to pieces. It's true that we should listen to Hao." At the same time, Fang Hou was making a phone call. It's best to arrange for the specialists to thoroughly check all the members participating in this operation. A moment later, after everything was arranged, Fang Hou looked at the unconscious team and thought, why is the Special Task Force still being controlled? Could it be that besides the couple with backpacks and the hair demon in Blackwater River, there are others involved? After thinking for a while, Fang Hou looked calmly at Hai Shua Hamlet and said, let's go back to Hai Shui Hamlet and see what happens. Outside Hai Shui Hamlet, Fang Hou observed the villagers with their dark, sleek hair, lost in thought. Normally, after the demon hair is destroyed, the villagers' hair will return to normal. At this moment, Zhang Hao stood next to him, trembling with fear. The more I look at these villagers, the more scared I become. Shenling Su, behind them, showed disdain. At the same time, the village chief bowed and walked towards Fang Hou. Seeing this, Fang Hou seemed to have made a decision. Faced with the unusual, the best course of action was to kill everything unusual until everything returned to normal. He then walked towards the village chief, calmly looking at his hair. "Village chief, may I ask, how have you taken care of your hair? You're already old, yet your hair is darker than even the younger ones." The village chief appeared surprised, then squinted at Fang Hou. This city boy really knows how to joke. The old man's hair has been white for more than 10 years. As soon as he said this, the corner of Fang Hao's mouth suddenly lifted. On his pale, calm face, a sinister and excited smile appeared, revealing his snow-white teeth. Abnormality has been confirmed. Feel the pain. As he finished speaking, a silver light flashed. A sharp surgical knife cut through the air. Fresh blood immediately sprayed out, and at the same time, the horrifying scream of Shenling Su sounded from a distance. Stop! Only the head of the village chief was easily cut off, now slowly slipping to one side. Seeing this, Shenling Su angrily said, "Fang Hou, what do you want to do in the end?" But before she could finish speaking, the anger on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by a look of astonishment. She could see that the village chief's neck was not bleeding, and the wound inside was not blood and flesh, but strands of cut hair, black and shiny. Seeing this, Fang Hou remained calm, but the other three were dumbfounded, their faces incredulous. At that moment, the village chief suddenly flew up into the air around him instantly freezing as if engulfed in a terrifying silence. Meanwhile, the villagers walking on the road and those working in the fields were emitting demonic energy, all beginning to change, the black hair on their heads starting to grow long, like small black snakes twisting and turning. Seeing this, Shenling Su realized that something was wrong. Damn it, all the villagers here are demonic. They can control so many demons like that. At least it must be a level C demon or even level B. The intelligence information was wrong. Everyone be careful. Immediately after that, countless villagers let out horrifying screams and rushed at them like zombies, baring their teeth and glaring as if they wanted to tear them apart. Seeing this, Fang Hou woke up with a start. No wonder there's no demon in Hai Shui Hamlet, because there's no living person in the entire village that they can eat. At this moment, Shenling Su's face was extremely heavy. "I will use fire to open the way, Fang Hou. If I'm not wrong, then your scalpel is the demon's weakness, right? These hair strands are very tough. So right now, only the two of us can deal with them. Liu Ganming, Zhang Hao, stick close to us." Following Shenling Su's orders, she threw two brightly lit fireballs into the midst of the demons. The demonic shields in front immediately exploded. Fang Hou continued to wield his sword, each slash cutting a demon in half, but they only managed to rush a few dozen meters before being surrounded by more and more demons. Soon after, a terrifying scream rang out. "It's the fatty!" Only a few strands of hair wrapped around him, entering his mouth and nose as he tried to cry out for help. "I don't want to die, save me." Before he could finish speaking, Liu Danming rushed over towards Shenling Su. Her spiritual power had completely depleted, no more fire left. Even though she didn't have any spiritual power, she was like a martial arts master who had lost all their inner strength. In just a moment, countless black hairs wrapped around her, just like black snakes, constantly squirming into her mouth and nose. Shortly after, Shenling Su was also caught. At the same time, Zhang Hao was also tightly entwined by numerous thick hairs, forming a large net, and in an instant swallowed Zhang Hao. He frantically cried out for help. "Fang Hou, save me!" But because the hair was getting thicker and thicker, Zhang Hao hadn't finished speaking before he stopped breathing, leaving only Fang Hou. But Fang Hao's failure was only a matter of time. Moreover, with only 5% of his psychic power in terms of endurance, he was not even comparable to Shenling Su. Although he still had a trump card, but if he didn't find the mastermind behind it, using a trump card now also meant that it would be impossible to completely resolve this demonic event. In the face of such desperate situation, Fang Hou remained calm as usual, but he did not want to die a miserable death like Shenling Su and others, so when he felt his mental strength about to run out, he immediately raised the scalpel in his hand. "If I commit suicide fast enough, no demon can kill me." He then used the scalpel to stab himself in the forehead, eliminating abnormalities with each stab, and the number of corpses increased. After recovering, this time, Fang Hou decided not to act according to the norm, because investigating the truth is the job of detectives. For abnormalities, he only killed and did not bury. It was only seen that he took out his phone and called Suki-han. Suki-han informed the special operations team to buy all the gasoline at the nearby gas stations, then place it at the village entrance and return to the investigation. After speaking, he hung up the phone directly, while Shenling Su and others immediately looked at him with surprise. Three puzzled faces asked in unison, "Fang Hou, what are you planning to do?" Hearing this, Fang Hou stretched a chilling smile. "We will burn down this village." At that moment, in a secret dense forest near Hai Shui Hamlet, two women had appeared. At this moment, one person was kneeling on the ground as a chair, and the other was kneeling in front of a woman, only to see the couple licking her white calf, while the woman in a long dress murmured angrily, "It's hard work to sew these two puppets in the special task force. Just a little more and we can control them. After killing the spiritual masters, I didn't expect that guy named Fang Hou would directly send them back, and we would have to find another opportunity to intervene. I wonder how long we will have to stay in this deep forest and mountains. It's really frustrating." When it comes to this, she immediately kicked the couple in the face, but they had no reaction. Only a lifeless, soulless look like a piece of wood lying still on the ground. At the same time, the woman in a long dress lifted her dress, widened her legs angrily, and shouted at the couple, "Help me relieve this anger." Upon hearing this, the couple stiffly replied, "Yes, master." Then they crawled in front of the woman, and the couple lifted their heads and began to help the woman in the long dress relieve her anger. At this point, the woman in the long dress, after being relieved, felt as comfortable as the tide coming in, her face joyful as she exclaimed, "Listen, why doesn't Fang Hou immediately go die?" At the same time, Fang Hou began to check the fuel. It must be said that the special operations team was very responsible, carrying out orders absolutely, yet bringing nearly 100 barrels of gasoline and diesel fuel. At that moment, he looked at the gasoline in front of him and calmly said, "I've realized it. The entire population of Hai Shui Hamlet is now under the influence of the demonic, and there is no one left alive. We need to find the source of this demon in order to address this situation completely." Upon hearing this, Shenling Su and the others were astonished. "If what you're saying is true, then this demon could be at level B. We should report to the investigative bureau and wait for assistance." Fang Hou seemed helpless and stood still without answering. Seeing this, Shenling Su asked with confusion, "What's wrong?" Fang Hou turned to her calmly and said, "I'm asking you, how many spiritual masters are there in the investigation team in total, and how many of them are new? How long do you think it will take for them to send someone down? Furthermore, have I ever made a mistake in judgment before? There's only one life and I won't take any risks without being sure." And then he picked up a nearby gas can and started pouring gasoline out with an indifferent look on his face, saying calmly, "There's no reason for Hai Shui Hamlet to exist anymore." Time passed quickly and it was already 10 p.m. Fang Hou and the others took advantage of the darkness to divide up the tasks. They poured gasoline and diesel oil all over the village. After a while, Fang Hou looked at Fang Hou with concern and said, "Hu, we finished pouring the gasoline on our side too." Hearing this, Fang Hou wiped his hands and told Shenling Su, "Set it on fire." At this moment, Shenling Su hesitated a bit, but ultimately chose to trust Fang Hou. She extended a slender, pale finger and a small flame immediately appeared at the tip of her finger. When she flicked her finger down, the small flame fell onto the gasoline, causing it to burst into flames. The fire soared into the sky, creating a magnificent display of flames in front of everyone in just a moment. At this time, the trees, houses, everything was accidentally engulfed by the flames. Under the light of the towering flames, the entire Hai Shui Hamlet appeared as bright as day, with waves of heat continuously rushing in. Fang Hou and the others couldn't help but step back, watching the ferocious fire burning in front of them, silently worrying, "If we do something wrong, we will commit a great sin." At this point, Bao became a little restless. "You guys find it too quiet? Such a big fire and there's no desperate cries, no one running out." But Fang Hou didn't pay attention to him, calmly watching the fire burning in Hai Shui Hamlet, the flames reflecting in his dark eyes, flickering incessantly, even full of anticipation. Go, go, it's time to appear. At this point, the entire Hai Shui Hamlet was completely engulfed in flames. Suddenly, a terrifying roar emanated from the ferocious flames with a voice that was extremely penetrating, causing even Zhang Hao and others who were far away to feel a piercing pain in their eardrums. Tai hugged and groaned in pain, while Fang Hou was extremely excited, displaying a sly smile and taking off his sunglasses to reveal gleaming, excited eyes, saying, "Finally, you condescended to appear." Amidst the blazing fire, a woman slowly emerged from the rubble. Her hair grew endlessly, and she spoke in a rage. "Initially, I didn't want to kill you all, but you dared to destroy my home. Therefore, all of you must die." She was thin, with rough skin, wearing a red floral shirt resembling a rural woman. When she appeared, a terrifying gust of demonic air began to spread. In an instant, the sound of roaring waves from the Blackwater River echoed, and a sudden horrific scene appeared. A giant wave, over 10 meters high, as if pulled by some miraculous force, surged from the Blackwater River towards Hai Shui Hamlet, and then quickly crashed down like a giant dragon, rushing towards Hai Shui Hamlet, extinguishing the towering flames in an instant. Seeing this scene, Shenling Xu was extremely shocked and hurriedly shouted to Fang Hou and others, "He is not demonic, but a spiritual master at level 2, with the ability to control water. However, it seems that his head is possessed by a demonic entity. All of these demonics are controlled by him." At this point, Fang Hou gradually understood everything. It seems that last night, he was the one who transported us to Blackwater River, and then used demonic to control the dead bodies. At the same time, the fierce woman raised her hand to kill them all. According to the woman's voice, more than 100 demonic creatures beside her were roaring and rushing towards Fang Hou and the others. Seeing this, Shenling Xu asked anxiously, "Spiritual Master, level 2 plus more than 100 demonic creatures, Fang Hou. Can we win as you said, but where is the chance of winning?" Faced with the attack of over 100 demonic creatures, Fang Hou not only didn't panic, but also smiled coldly. "The chance of winning lies with me." After speaking, Fang Hou began to think, because he is a spiritual master, choosing to resurrect after death to mobilize heavy weapons is the best solution, but that is too boring and tasteless. I will defeat him when he is at his strongest state. Fang Hou continued, using powerful demonic energy to infiltrate the mind, thus achieving my training goal, lighting up more spiritual power, strengthening my own power. Only in this way can I make the demonic creatures around the world suffer. Seeing the demonic creatures getting closer, Fang Hou finally drew his sword, but he did not attack the demonic creatures. Instead, he suddenly stabbed his companion. His companion's face showed the difficulty, immediately clutching the bleeding hand, constantly groaning in pain. "Damn it, what are you doing?" At the same time, Fang Hou directly threw a copper candlestick towards him. "Next, you guys take responsibility for controlling the demonic creatures. I will find an opportunity to deal with him." Instinctively, his companion caught it, then with a suspicious look asked, "What is this precious spirit again?" At this moment, Fang Hou both broke through and explained, "The bronze candle is used with blood containing spirituality. The candlelight can protect against demonic. Bao, I give you the candle to use." Hearing this, Bao exclaimed, "Oh my god, so this is why you suddenly stabbed me. You see me as a blood bag." At the same time, he tightly covered the bleeding hand with the candle. When the blood came into contact with the candle seemed to come alive and naturally burst into flames, the light slowly enveloping everyone. At this time, over 100 demonic creatures rushed in front. Bao was so scared that his face was pale and he couldn't even speak. He then held out the candle with his hand, and immediately, the demonic creatures screamed and rushed to the light of the candle. The candlelight seemed like sulfuric acid, crazily corroding the bodies of the demonic creatures. Countless hissing sounds filled the air as their hair began to twist and contort, emitting black smoke. However, at this time, Bao couldn't help but laugh because his face was pale at a speed that the naked eye could see, as if it had been continuously scooped out for 2.5 hours. "Hurry up, I can't bear it anymore. How much further to go?" Hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately tore the palm of his hand, directly grasping the candle tightly. "We're almost there, Bao. Hang in there. I'll help you." At the same time, Fang Hou rushed forward, a gleam of silver light flashing neatly, decisively cutting off the head of the demonic, at the same time shouting loudly to Shenling Xu, "Hurry, clear the way." Hearing this, Shenling Xu didn't hesitate at all. She suddenly raised her hands, and the flames gradually rose, and then the flames blazed hot, as if turning into two streams of fire rising from the palm of her hand. At the same time he raised his hand, the flames on top of his head formed a giant torch, like a small sun. At this moment, he single-handedly raised the small torch, his face serious as he shouted loudly at Fang Hou, "I can only do this much. The next step is up to you." Seeing him about to throw the small torch in his hand, suddenly a loud thud, one liter of cold water fell from the sky, directly extinguishing Shenling Xu's small torch and making her soak wet from head to toe. This unexpected free shower caught her off guard, causing her to not react in time and directly be slapped to the ground. Her originally flowing hair now flattened and her exquisite makeup smudged. The most pitiful thing was that she was slapped straight into the mud mixed with water creating a slimy mess. She struggled to break free from the mud, but the deep and angry voice of the dark-haired woman rang out, "Despicable woman, damn it, do you think I'm invisible? How dare you play with fire right in front of me?" Listening to this, Shenling Xu went crazy. She had never struggled like this before. Bitch, you dare. At the same time, her palm burst into a raging fire, but at this moment, 1 liter of cold water fell from the sky, extinguishing her fire once again, and she slapped him hard to the ground. At this time, a black-haired woman laughed strangely, as if she found it extremely fun to see the beautiful girl in such a struggle. What are you relying on that makes your whole body white clean and yet still dare to act like a goddess in front of me? Go play in the mud. At the same time, Fang Hou and the fat man each held a bronzed candlestick, which had now been completely drained, and they struggled to say to Fang Hou, "Ho, there are too many demons, we can't take it anymore." At this moment, the situation is extremely dire. Without the help of Shenling Xiu, the speed of demonic's destruction has decreased significantly. However, the distance between Fang Hou and them is too far, and it is impossible to rush in to rescue them. Also, due to the distance, the fat guy's abilities cannot be effectively utilized either. Fang Hou calmly observes everything, knowing that the team is reaching its limit. Shenling Xiu is trapped in the mud. Fang Hou and the fat guy have lost too much blood, and after killing 10 demonic creatures, his spiritual power has decreased by half. At this moment, he looks at the surgical knife, wondering whether he should die and start over or use the knife's trump card to take a risk. Right at this moment, behind Fang Hou, a confident, optimistic, and charismatic voice suddenly comes, "Fang Hou, please make way." Listening to that, Fang Hou turned back in suspicion. He did not expect that. Behind him, there was another unfamiliar person, moreover, appeared silently without a sound. He saw a man 185 tall, with sharp facial features, fair and smooth skin, shiny hair, and a model-like figure smiling at the demons around. But this person seemed even more strange, calling him Brother Hou. Suddenly, Fang Hou thought of Fang Hou's ability. After 11 o'clock at night, he would become tall and handsome. His physique would be enhanced, mainly enhancing his sexual ability. This person was Fang Hou, and this ability should be called the transformed male duck to be correct. At this moment, the young optimistic man smiled charmingly, looking at Fang Hou with slight suspicion and said, "That's right, I am Hou, I am Fang Hou." At the same time, Bao looked at Fang Hou with a pensive expression. "Who are you, my friend?" At that moment, Fang Hou did not answer but walked forward. He then put his hands in his pockets with a proud look, standing in front of everyone alone. "I know you are all surprised now, but please don't be surprised anymore, because there is still something even more surprising behind." At this point, the demonic group saw him, stepped out of the range of the candlelight's protection. Like sharks smelling blood, they madly rushed towards him. At this point, Fang Hou finally took his hands out of his pockets, then crossed his arms and cracked his fingers, making a grating sound, facing the oncoming demonic group. At this point, he was no longer as panicked as before, but instead had a proud smile. "It's time now." Before he finished speaking, with a swish, Fang Hou's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. 2 seconds later, he pounced on the demonic like a tiger, rushing into the middle of the group. His arms suddenly stretched out, and the demonic on both sides were immediately gripped tightly by his iron-like arms, like autumn winds sweeping through yellow leaves. With just one strong blow, he knocked down 10 demonic. Next, Fang Hou threw a punch, and the head of the demonic immediately exploded. At this moment, Fang Hou's fighting power was simply explosive. An uppercut was thrown, and the demonic on the tree immediately flew up into the air, bursting like fireworks, turning into countless black threads flying across the sky. At that moment, Fang Hou easily lifted the demonic up, then used his hands to tear it apart. As Fang Hou continued to exert force, the demonic suddenly shattered into pieces like a broken guitar string. At this moment, Bao looked at Fang Hou displaying extraordinary strength. His eyes widened as he whispered to himself, "Fang Hou's power is too strong." At the same time, Fang Hou gently asked, "How did you see Fang Hou transform?" Bao nodded, swallowing his saliva. "Well, just now he was weak, scared, leaning on me. But who could have guessed that at 11 o'clock a suddenly bright light appeared on him, and then he seemed to transform into a different person, becoming extremely confident." Suddenly, Fang Hou interrupted him with a hint of doubt. Transforming to handsome can be explained by ability, but what about the bald, shiny head? Could his ability also create hair gel out of thin air? Bao explained with an embarrassed face. "Actually, it's not hair gel. I saw him spit into his hand, then directly applied it to his head." As soon as this was said, Fang Hou, who was fighting in the distance, seemed to have heard some unfavorable words for his image. He turned back, looking a bit embarrassed. The handsome and gallant appearance almost made him fall to the ground. However, he quickly pretended as if nothing had happened, continuing to strike demonic. Only in the next battle, his striking force was clearly a bit heavier with added grace. He continuously overcame obstacles, heading straight towards the woman controlling demonic. When she saw her demonic killed, the woman immediately became angry, her face full of rage, suddenly raising her left hand. Her hair immediately flew in the wind, while the strands of hair torn around Fang Hou also slowly rose. Quickly, billions of strands of hair under the moonlight turned into a black spiderweb, as if covering the sky and the earth, fiercely rushing towards Fang Hou. But at this point, Fang Hou was not afraid at all, still confidently standing upright. "Do you think this little trick can control me? It seems you still haven't realized the distance between us," he said, and then suddenly exerted force to tear it apart. Under his terrifying force, the black spider web was immediately torn to shreds. However, a sudden surprise happened. The torn hair began to grow back at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly wrapping around Fang Hou's hand. Seeing this, Fang Hou's face immediately stunned. No matter how he tore the hair, the strands bound would always grow back, as if they were endless. Feeling desperate, Fang Hou was about to show his frustration when he was suddenly slapped in the face. This was truly embarrassing, so he frantically tore at the hair but failed to notice that the broken strands around him were increasing. In the next second, these strands of hair, like mad black snakes, rushed towards Fang Hou, targeting him. And at that moment, he couldn't avoid them at all. Then, in horror, he shouted, "Ho, save me!" Before he could finish his sentence, there was a swoosh, and a silver light descended from the sky, swiftly cutting the bound hair. Yes, it was Fang Hou who had intervened. What was even more miraculous was that the hair severed by Fang Hou could not regenerate. It turns out that he had used a power of excruciating pain. At the same time, Fang Hou was hastily stabilizing his body, spitting out a few mouthfuls of saliva, trying to adjust his hairstyle, even pretending as if nothing had happened, once again sneering arrogantly. "I didn't expect you to push me this far. You could be proud, but it ends here." Immediately after that, he slightly bent his legs, suddenly exerted force on the ground he was stepping on, leaving deep footprints, and his whole body shot out like a bullet from a gun, quickly rushing towards the woman. The woman, seemingly provoked by his disdainful attitude, immediately let out a cold sneer, suddenly flicking her hair. Her long silver hair swung out in an instant, like a long whip, striking fiercely towards Fang Hou. Just as it hit his chest, there was a loud crack, and with a desperate cry, Fang Hou was quickly knocked out, flying into the forest, piercing through countless large trees, leaving a long trail and scattering a large cloud of dust before coming to a stop. I only saw him fly for 2.5 minutes, and then fell into a pile of trees. Obviously, this is the real power of the woman, completely not on the same level as the demonic creatures that Fang Hou slaughtered. At this moment, the woman stared fiercely at Fang Hou lying on the ground, showing her hostility. I hate those who pretend. At this moment, a silver light with bone-chilling cold descended from the moon. Instinctively, the woman looked up, only to see Fang Hou descending from the sky, rushing towards her ferociously. At this moment, the moon hung high, as if becoming his backdrop, the clear moonlight and the silver blade reflected in the eyes of the silver-haired woman. Seeing this, he concentrated. The silver hair on his head swayed, like a powerful whip, rushing towards Fang Hou at extreme speed. As expected, Fang Hou's right hand holding the surgical knife was immediately entangled by the silver hair like being tightly clamped by iron, unable to move at all. Without waiting for Fang Hou to react, another strand of gray hair flew out, rushing towards Fang Hou's left hand and wrapping tightly around it. Perhaps from watching 79 episodes of horror movies, Fang Hou used his left hand to hold the surgical knife. At this point, both of his hands were tied and he was suspended in midair. However, Fang Hou remained calm as usual, showing no sign of fear. He only felt that this gray hair was much tougher than when it was black. At this moment, the woman immediately smirked triumphantly, looking at Fang Hou. "Ha ha ha, are you scared now?" However, not only was Fang Hou not afraid, but he also seemed victorious, even speaking in a cold tone. "Look into my eyes." Immediately after, the four eyes locked, and a strange spiritual fluctuation suddenly burst from Fang Hou's fierce red eyes. That fluctuation, in the blink of an eye, shot into the woman's eyes, causing her mind to be struck heavily, a ringing sound echoing in her head. Next was the sound of a splash. She fell to her knees and rolled her eyes before passing out. After the woman fainted, her gray hair immediately fell loose from Fang Hou's grasp. Fang Hou calmly fell from the midsection. At the same time, the knife in his hand once again stabbed the woman. But at this moment, suddenly there was the sound of a tearing wind from afar. Two bright flashes of aura quickly shot towards Fang Hou. Faced with this sudden aura, Fang Hou was not afraid, even smiling coldly. "Finally, you have appeared." Only to see his knife immediately change direction, quickly cutting through the air. The two metal clashing sounds rang out crisply, and the aura shot by Fang Hou's strike was also broken in half, falling next to him. At this time, from within the forest, two men and two women slowly emerged. Leading the way was a woman in a long dress, accompanied by a couple on a trip. both holding guns aimed at Fang Hou. There was also a strong towering man over 2 meters tall, his entire body hidden under a hood. After the woman in the long dress appeared, without saying any meaningless words, she directly pointed the gun at Fang Hou and ordered, "Kill him." After giving the order, the 2 travelers immediately fired continuously at Fang Hou. Seeing this, Fang Hou quickly dodged and hid behind a large rock. For those who have opened up 5% of their spiritual power, this speed is as easy as turning your hand over, but at this moment they continued to fire until they ran out of ammunition. At this point, Fang Hou slowly poked his head out, looking towards a woman in the long dress, finally realizing her true intentions. He only saw the silver-haired woman fainting on the ground, not knowing when she had been carried by the strong-hooded man, walking towards the woman in the long dress. Shortly after, the woman in the long dress looked at the silver-haired woman being brought over, her charming eyes revealing intense joy. "Quickly bring her to me." Then the woman in the long dress placed her hand on the forehead of the other woman. A strange, soulful fluctuation emanated as if a parasite had burrowed into her mind. Immediately after, a horrifying scene occurred. The previously unconscious silver-haired woman suddenly opened her eyes, but now they were lifeless, her body stiff like a puppet. After that, she stood up with a thud, directly kneeling in front of the woman in the long dress. Wang Erlai pays respects to the owner. Not only that, she also took the initiative to pucker her lips, approaching the high heels of the woman in the long dress, gently kissing her exposed instep, showing obedience. Seeing this, the woman in the long dress suddenly burst into laughter, her charming face blushing. Level 2 spiritual master and the strange secret technique are both mine. This feeling is even more pleasurable than reaching the peak. When I return, I will be the leader this time. It's his turn to be the dog. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Fang Hou's calm voice cut through her insane laughter. "Have you laughed enough?" Hearing this, Wang Erlai slowly stopped laughing, turned to look at Fang Hou with a charming expression as if her eyes could pull strings, and with a little surprise, she spoke. "Fang Hou, you know me, don't you? Do you also love me? Honestly, thank you for giving me the opportunity to control Wang Erlai and demonic. So to show my gratitude, I will bestow upon you the highest honor. Come here and kiss my feet, obediently become my puppet, and you will be allowed to live." Facing the humiliation of Wang Erlai, Fang Hou remained calm as usual. "Wait for you for so long, and only now dare to come out with so much to say. Aren't you just a coward?" Wang Erlai frowned slightly, at the same time looking at Fang Hou's calm face. A sudden nameless fire surged in her heart. "Huff, handsome guy, I thought you were someone who knows the situation, but I didn't expect you to not know how to differentiate the situation. Kill him." At her command, the 2-meter-tall man beside her suddenly let out a roar. Immediately, his clothes were torn apart, revealing grayish-green muscles underneath, and those muscles even emitted a metallic sheen. In an instant, he, like a giant tank, rushed towards Fang Hou. At the same time, Wang Erlai also took action, the silver hair on her head lengthening and a speed visible to the naked eye, rushing straight towards Fang Hou. Facing such a scene, even a level 2 spiritual master would despair and await death, but Fang Hou laughed. His cold and eerie laughter echoed everywhere, like the demand of a demon from the 9th hell. "How can I lose like this?" Immediately after, he controlled his spiritual energy and directly ignited the strange power within the surgical knife, the power left behind after killing countless monsters. In an instant, countless strange, terrifying, and chaotic energies rose from the surgical knife, turning into streams of black smoke roaring out. Furthermore, in each stream of black smoke, it seemed that there was a terrifying monster roaring. Then, the streams of black smoke, like giant black pythons, continuously wrapped and twisted around Fang Hou. Then, these streams of black smoke, with their strange power, continuously poured into his mind, causing it to become distorted. His anger also became stronger, and his laughter became more and more twisted. And when the strange power contained in the surgical knife completely flooded Fang Hou's body, his suppressed mind was finally completely released at this moment, as what was seen. Madness is his nature, a terrifying and brutal laughter continuous emitted from his throat. At this moment, he seemed to have completely turned into another person, his strange right eye emitting a bright red light. The previous calmness had turned into today's madness. Seeing this scene, Wang Erlai was extremely shocked. He let such a strange and chaotic power invade his body again. This is the rhythm of mutual destruction. A madman. This is a madman. Hurry up. Everything is urging me to kill him. However, everything was already too late. Along with the horrifying laughter, Fang Hou acted. He held the surgical knife in his right hand, his figure like a demon, rushing towards demonic. Only the sound of his footsteps on the dark ground could be heard, as if a red flash of lightning illuminated the entire battlefield. When Fang Hou once again came into view, he had reached the other end of the battlefield, leaving hundreds of demonic pierced through, frozen and placed as if paused. As the breeze blew, the heads of demonic began to fall to the ground with a thud. In the midst of dodging, Fang Hou also kicked 2 pieces of rubble, and in the next instant, the 2 pieces of rubble seemed to shoot like bullets into the foreheads of 2 people. Immediately after, the 2 fell backwards, stiff and unmoving. Seeing this, the sturdy zombie slave roared and charged towards Fang Hou. Seeing the looming punch, Fang Hou didn't even bother to look at him. He just slashed with a swift motion, and a silver flash quickly appeared. Right after that, a line of blood appeared on the body of the zombie slave, and he screamed out. His whole body convulsed as if experiencing extreme pain, then stiffened and fell down. Seeing this, Wang Erli's astonished eyes almost fell out, because the zombie slave had already opened 15% of his spiritual power, with an intensity that could not be broken. Initially, to turn him into a wooden mess, Wang Erli had to use a lot of effort, and even got hit several times. But with just one wave of his hand, Fang Hou immediately killed the zombie slave. Quickly, Wang Erli joined the battlefield, unleashing all of his force. His silver hair fluttered incessantly, and in just a moment, it grew to a length of 10 meters. Meanwhile, Fang Hou continued to swing his knife in the silver hair, while also closing in on Wang Erli. But at that moment, billions of strands of silver hair entwined together, instantly condensing into a sharp cone shape and forcefully stabbed into Fang Hou's body. Facing such a fierce attack, he did not dodge or avoid. Only his right eye emitted a bright red light, and the corner of his mouth formed a cold smile. Then he raised the scalpel in his hand and casually made a slash. A loud metallic collision rang out, but the short and thin scalpel easily blocked the giant's sharp spike. Seeing this, Wang Erli's face immediately stiffened. It's impossible. Just a spiritual master with a strange and terrible explosive power like this should have been immediately destroyed. Why hasn't he been destroyed yet? At this moment, Fang Hou acted again. His fierce face strong, he brandished the scalpel and directly cut off the tip of the silver sharp spike. In an instant, the silver hair fell to the ground. Seeing his beloved hair destroyed by him, it seemed that Wang Erli was provoked and continuously brandished the silver sharp spike, attacking Fang Hou from all directions. But instead, it's just getting shorter. At this point, Fang Hou's face lit up with excitement, his right eye emitting a bright red light. It's not stranger than strange, his voice suppressed and changed. Too weak. Everything is too weak. Why can't they let me kill them all? At this moment, he was completely immersed in the scene of slaughter, indulging in the strange pleasure of killing. But in the process of killing the silver-haired woman, he did not hear the screams of pain as he had hoped. So with a cruel expression, he stared at the woman in a long dress, preparing to replace the silver-haired woman who endured the pain. Immediately after, he lifted the hem of the long dress, revealing a row of silver knives tied to the white, soft thigh. These knives were all made of soul steel, though not 100% pure. Each knife contained at least 50% soul steel. In the next instant, the sound of wind and wheels echoed as 10 sharp knives drew beautiful curves under the control of the wood entanglement ability. They twisted and turned towards Fang Hou from different directions. Seeing this, Fang Hou took action. His figure moved like a shadow in the narrow space, a black air swirling around his body, almost turning him into a dark figure, invisible to the naked eye. In an instant, all the knife attacks slid past, all of them hitting the point where Fang Hou had just stepped. At this moment, Fang Hou turned his head slightly to look at Wang Erli, with a hint of disappointment in his voice. Is this all the skill of a spiritual master, second realm? It seems that the 200 spiritual power I spent to acquire it was a waste. After saying that, he moved like a shadow emerging from a crevice, quickly approaching Wang Erli. I only saw his figure constantly flickering in the air, and finally, with a twist of his neck, he arrived in front of Wang Erli. But at this point, he may have felt too bored, so he did not directly kill Wang Erli, but suddenly jumped up and slashed the knife in an inverted manner. The knife immediately emitted a dazzling fluorescent light in an instant, overshadowing the moon. Seeing this, Wang Erli was extremely horrified, raising his hand in vain and screaming loudly, "Don't," but Fang Hou paid no attention. He quickly went behind Wang Erli and then gently slashed his neck. Wang Erli's neck immediately appeared a wound. Then Fang Hou looked coldly at him, eagerly wanting to hear his screams of pain. Immediately after, Wang Erli's head separated from his body collapsed to the ground, but from start to finish, no sound was made. Seeing this, Fang Hou was extremely disappointed. Why didn't he scream? Why wasn't there any cry of pain? At this moment, he seemed to think of something, suddenly turned around, and with his piercing red eyes, he stared at Wang Erli. Wang Erli immediately felt frightened and trembling, Then, Fang Hou's subdued and changing voice rang out, I understand now, because you turned him into a wooden statue, so I'll let you take his place and endure the pain. Under the cold moonlight, Fang Hou's whole body was wrapped in a dark aura, taking slow and deliberate steps towards Wang Lai. Each of his steps were slow, but each felt like stepping on his own heart. As Fang Hou approached step by step, Wang Lai finally understood, so all this time he was waiting for someone to appear behind him, then capture them in one fell swoop. But what made him doubt was why Fang Hou could absorb such a strange and powerful force and still remain rational, not being deformed. At the same time, Fang Hou was standing in front of Wang Lai, smiling and staring at him intently. Why don't you run? In the darkness, his tall figure loomed over the moon's shadow, enveloping him. Thin strands of dark energy emanated from him, wrapping around and rising, faintly hearing the cries and struggles of strange creatures. Witnessing this scene, Wang Lai was extremely frightened, seeing Fang Hou in front of him, showing fear. At your speed, I can't escape. Immediately, Wang Lai's fair feet knelt on the ground, preparing to use the previous tactic to beg Fang Hou for mercy. Although this man in front of her did not resemble any of the men she had been involved with before, she was not sure whether he would spare her. But now, she could only take the risk. She was sure that no man could reject the submission and weakness of a beautiful woman. Only on her charming face did she overflow with a pitiful fear, red-rimmed eyes, shedding tears like pearls. Please, please don't kill me. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want to transfer my pain into your body. Hearing this, Wang Lai was immediately shocked. Putting the pain into my body, is this a new trend on the internet? If that's the case, then there might be hope. After thinking for a moment, she quickly opened her heart, the pleading look on her face. As long as you don't kill me, you can do anything you want to me. At this point, she raised her head with a captivating and pitiful look on her face with a hint of seduction. Combined with the fact that he was kneeling on the ground, a white and deep groove, it looked very attractive. However, Fang Hou was totally unmoved. On the contrary, when he heard Wang Lai say that, the excitement in his eyes became more intense and the smile on his mouth became more menacing. It's because of what you said. After saying that, Fang Hou raised the scalpel, and the shadow created by his arm and the scalpel fell on Wang Lai's face. Seeing this, Wang Lai's face immediately changed drastically. She realized she had misunderstood. Putting the pain into her body didn't mean what she thought it did. At this moment, the scalpel had touched Wang Lai's chin, causing her to sweat nervously. She quickly and softly pleaded, Please don't beg, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have hurt you. I'm willing to be your sexual slave, just forgive me. I promise to make you feel pleasure like never before. I will do anything to satisfy you. At the same time, Wang Lai unexpectedly stuck out her tongue and licked Fang Hou's finger, saying, Don't believe me, you can try it first. If you're not satisfied, you can kill me at any time. She looked at Fang Hou with romantic eyes full of tenderness and seduction. Many men had said that the most seductive thing about her was her eyes. She was confident that Fang Hou would not be an exception. Indeed, under this gaze, Fang Hou's initially fierce face slowly returned to normal, and the dark aura around him gradually disappeared. It turns out that it was Wang Lai's eyes that reminded him of his small wife at home. At this moment, Fang Hou looked closely into her eyes, and in them there was a peculiar and even entrancing gleam. She even lightly caressed her smooth face and softly said, These eyes look so much like hers, it's truly striking. Suddenly, Fang Hou uttered a seemingly meaningless sentence, which Wang Lai keenly sensed. She immediately retorted, Do they look like his former childhood sweetheart or his wife? No matter how special a man is, he's not exempt. Thinking about this, Wang Lai felt even more pleased as she believed she had successfully passed the test of death. Carefully feigning innocence, she asked, Do my eyes resemble someone? Listening to that, Fang Hou stared into her eyes and said, Your eyes are exactly like my wife's. Seeing this, Wang Lai took the opportunity to increase her charm. Then I can be her replacement. You can do with me all the things you did for her. I can even satisfy you more than she did. However, before she could celebrate, Fang Hou's demeanor suddenly changed. He bowed down in front of Wang Lai, a terrifying face filled with endless hatred, and in a moment, his crazed voice resounded in his ears. So, you must die. After saying that, Fang Hou raised the knife and stabbed towards her neck, causing a spray of blood. Immediately after, Wang Lai's pupils began to dilate, unable to control her thoughts as her mind became clouded. However, no matter what, she could not understand. Why should his beloved wife have to die, after all? One night of marital affection should be forgiven. Why not forgive each other when there is so much resentment? Truly, men are not good at all. Normally, the surgery knife is very short and the speed is very fast. Time passes in the blink of an eye. But Wang Lai felt it was very long, as if he remembered the past, the things that made him regret and suffer. Seeing that, Fang Hou's mouth smirked. It seems like you remember something painful, but your pain has nothing to do with me. A murderer should be killed. Feel my pain very carefully." With a terrible scream, Wang Erlai fell into endless agony. In the end, Wang Erlai died in agony. Perhaps Fang Hou did not know about Wang Erlai's tragic past, but even if he did, he would still kill her. When Wang Erlai was completely helpless, Fang Hou grabbed his surgical knife and began to wipe it clean, wanting to rid it of bloodstains. He then looked at the knife with disgust, saying it's dirty, killing people cleanly is better. At this moment, Fang Hou suddenly heard a strange movement behind him. He immediately turned around and saw Wang Erlai's long silver hair unexpectedly falling down on its own, then swiftly crawling on the ground like a spider. Just as Fang Hou thought she was about to escape, he was surprised to see her silver hair heading straight for Shen Ling Xu in the muddy puddle. In no time, the silver hair reached Shen Ling Xu's head, sticking to her golden hair as if dyeing it, gradually turning it silver. Seeing this, Fang Hou was shocked, but his face remained calm as water. Only when the gray hair clung to him, Shen Ling Xu was in a coma, and suddenly he opened his eyes strangely. First in his eyes, a faint light flickered, then filled with hostility, hatred, and anger. At the same time, his body began to twist and stand up. As he stood up, a strange energy began to spread, clearly the desire of the hair demon to parasitize the awakening host. At the same time, Fang Hou appeared like a devil behind him. At this point, there was only a loud noise, and Fang Hou ruthlessly struck without any mercy. This blow seemed to bear a personal grudge, and Shen Ling Xu was also knocked out. When the pain exceeded the limit that the human body could bear, Shen Ling Xu immediately passed out again, and the gray hair that had been flying fell down. At this moment, Fang Hou walked up to him, grabbing his long silver hair in his hand, and at the same time, a surgical knife started to glide over the silver hair. In just a moment, Shen Ling Xu's long hair had turned into a bald head. Fortunately, the silver hair hadn't infected to the root. If the root had also been infected and turned silver, he would have become completely bald. At the same time, the hair suddenly seemed to come alive, like living octopus tentacles crazily twisting and winding around Fang Hou's arm, as if trying to climb up to his head. Seeing this, a seductive smile appeared on Fang Hou's lips, and he said lightly, "Trying to parasitize me as you wish." Immediately after that, he made no resistance, standing still as his silver hair continued to crawl up. After a moment of itching, he took out his phone to check, only to find that his black hair had long disappeared, replaced by a silver waterfall of hair. Right after that, Fang Hou felt a very strange and evil air beginning to invade his mind, as if wanting to twist his mind. But when this strange and evil air invaded his mind, Fang Hou's inner self did not waver, even wanting to laugh. "Just like this, and you want to invade my mind? It's ridiculous." Only seeing Fang Hou control his black as ink diamond-shaped body, reflecting his long silver hair with the power of pain carrying endless hatred, rushed into the long silver hair, it seemed to receive a kind of terror, standing up in an instant. After that, the silver hair began to constantly contract, even shortening rapidly and unable to hold on tightly. Finally, the silver hair turned into Fang Hou's shape, and the original silver color turned back to black. Seeing that he had finally defeated all of his enemies, he sneered, coldly snorted, and withdrew the scalpel in his hand. The terrifying black chi that terrorized his body and the countless strange ghostly figures screaming gradually dissipated. At this moment, his face no longer looked terrifying and returned to its usual calm appearance. In the next moment, a burst of sound, the sound of bursting blood vessels, and at the same time, the sound of breaking bones, all transmitted. Fang Hou's body at this moment looked like a burst vessel, suddenly spraying fresh red blood. In just a moment, he had turned into a bloody figure. However, such intense pain couldn't make Fang Hou change at all. His face remained calm as if nothing had happened. The only thing was that his body couldn't hold on anymore, falling straight towards the ground. But just as his face was about 10 centimeters away from the ground, Fang Hou's body suddenly stopped in a strange way, as if some force was pulling him back. I only saw the corner of his mouth lifted, revealing a sardonic smile, as if he had already foreseen it. Immediately after that, he gave orders and a surprising and miraculous scene appeared. His body straightened up again, the silver hair in front of his eyes tidying up the battlefield, as agile as a needle. After Fang Hou stood up, he again controlled his hair. In the blink of an eye, the long silver hair, like countless threads of needles, pierced into his body, then began to sew up the wounds and broken blood vessels. In just a moment, the wounds on Fang Hou's body, which were originally bleeding profusely, were immediately stopped, but the wounds on his body were still not completely healed. At this point, he looked at the chaotic battlefield around him. Knowing that his decision was correct, it was a last-minute trump card. Using the strange power in the surgical knife, this power is too powerful. Once used, it will cause great damage to the mind and body. Although the mind is not afraid of being invaded, the human body cannot endure it. If used too early, after a short period of explosion, the body will completely lose its ability to fight. Even if one side is defeated, there is still another side. Then, when the body falls into a collapsed state, that is the situation of killing without mercy. After thinking, he controlled his gray hair and began to clean up the battlefield. Some went to the bodies of Wang Lai and others to search. Some went to clean up the battlefield, picking up pieces of fallen knives and darts. After cleaning up the battlefield, these strands of hair quickly gathered everything into a backpack, not knowing where they came from, then put it on Fang Hou's back. Next, another strand of hair took out a foam and called Suoki Han. Then, Fang Hou calmly said, "The mission is complete. Send someone to Hai Shui Hamlet to pick us up and call for medical staff." After speaking, he hung up the phone. Next, he controlled his body and began to search for Zhang Hao. However, he did not worry about Zhang Hao's injury because with his transformed physique as a prince, he was sure that not even Shen Lingsu could fight back. He had a completely chance to challenge beyond his level, so he was probably not seriously injured by that blow. Quickly, he followed the broken trees in the forest and easily found Zhang Hao. He only saw Fang Hou controlling his silver hair pull the broken trees off his legs. At this point, Zhang Hao had returned to his usual weak appearance. He looked at Fang Hou with teary eyes and said, "Oh, Hao, you're amazing. I knew you would come to save me, but I am truly weak." Before he could finish speaking, Fang Hou immediately interrupted, "Stop talking." Hearing these unfavorable words for the solidarity, honestly, looking at Zhang Hao crying and wiping his nose, he felt the contrast was too great. During the day, he called for help from Mr. Hao, but when night fell, its time had come. Fang Hou truly dared not associate these two with each other. After that, he went to Shen Lingsu and Liu Danming and slapped each of them hard, along with the transmission of painful strength. He woke them both up. Shen Lingsu only fainted from the painful strength, while Liu Danming only lost too much blood, as if he had just lost weight. There was no big problem. But at this moment, Shen Lingsu was in unbearable pain, suddenly waved her hand, and a blazing flame burst out. "Fang Hao, can you be more gentle?" The flames blazed up in an instant, startling Zhang Hao and Liu Danming. Both of them stared at Shen Lingsu, her hair. Hearing that, Shen Lingsu frowned and looked at the two with an unhappy expression. "What about my hair? Isn't it just a little messy?" But when she touched her hair, she found that her long, flowing locks had disappeared. Shen Lingsu was completely terrified as her once soft hair had become as stiff as a man's, feeling like she was touching spikes. Immediately, a loud scream echoed, "My hair." Fang Hou calmly replied, "It's been eaten by the hair demon." Shen Lingsu cried and covered her face, while Liu Danming stepped forward and said firmly, "Lingsu, you are still beautiful without hair. Many people with hair are not as beautiful as you without hair. Besides, not having hair is good, no need to wash it every day." Angered by this, Shen Lingsu said, "Shut up," and a fireball quickly flew out. Seeing this, Danming jumped back and used teleportation to dodge it, angrily saying, "I was just trying to comfort you, and you hit me." Suddenly, Fang Hou looked at Liu Danming and said, "How far did you teleport just now?" Upon hearing that, Liu Danming was a bit shocked and suddenly stood still. Then, after looking at the distance, he immediately became overjoyed. "I teleported 1 meter just now. My agility has increased by 5%. It's amazing." It turns out that just a little increase can create such an effect. "Lingsu, how about you?" Fang Hou calmly said 5%, which meant that when Fang Hou said 5%, it was an increase of 5%, not his own agility being at 5%. Just now, Fang Hou had harvested a lot in the battle at Hai Shui Hamlet. Not only did he subdue the ghost hair as a foundation, but he also directly increased his agility by 5%. Therefore, he finally entered the top 5 of high-level martial artists. This was equivalent to breaking through a small realm. Fang Hou could clearly feel that his body's potential had been more unlocked and his 5 senses had become sharper. At this moment, Fang Hou finally understood why Shen Lingsu always claimed to be a high-level spiritual master on normal days. It turns out that the difference between a new spiritual master and a high-level spiritual master is so great. This difference is not only reflected in physical and sensory abilities, but more importantly, it has a greater reserve of spiritual power to support long-term use. Newcomers to the spiritual realm often have too little spiritual power, and their abilities can only be used a few times before their spiritual power is depleted. Fang Hou has experienced this feeling many times. The contributions of Danming and Zhang Hao have increased his spiritual power by 3 points and 4 points respectively. However, using the strange power in the surgical knife that trapped the evil spirit, both support only increased by 5%. This means that with the same amount of corrosive demon energy, he achieved the lowest percentage. Perhaps this is because after experiencing countless deaths, his mind has transcended the range of ordinary people, and all of this is thanks to his gentle and lovely wife. At this moment, Fang Hou quietly communicated with his hair. Previously, when he controlled the demon hair, he vaguely discovered some fragments of memories in the demon hair's body. After watching these memories, Fang Hou laughed. After watching Wang Erli's life, he became more interested in the peculiar of people. These sorcerers use strange powers to deal with the strange. So when the power increases after the spirit reaches 100%, what will happen? Will they directly transform into something strange, or in other words, the ultimate goal of a sorcerer is strangeness? If this is the truth about sorcerers, and for humans, it is truly desperate. All of this has nothing to do with Fang Hou. He doesn't care what the demon is or who is strange. He only knows that between him and the strange, only one can live, and unfortunately, he will not die. Time flies fast. Finally, Fang Hou returned home. The moment he stepped through the door, his gentle wife, like always, greeted him with a smile, saying, "Honey, you're back." And this time, his task was to improve his temperament. Seeing his wife, an immediate thought popped into his mind. At that moment, he revealed an excited, sinister smile. Transmigrating to this world, the first thing I saw was her. "There are some things that must be tried at least once," he said. "Isn't that right, my dear wife?" Hearing this, his beautiful and gentle wife showed a joyful expression. Her gentle smile turned sinister, and at the same time, she looked at Fang Hou with a weak expression and said, "Do you see me?" Right after that, her fair skin cracked in patches and her black hair twisted like it was curling. She grinned as if she wanted to swallow him whole. Fang Hou refused to show weakness. His black hair turned silver in an instant, and the surgical knife in his right hand continuously released strange and chaotic power, every black energy flowing into his nose and mouth. Next, Fang Hou, holding the surgical knife, quickly rushed towards his wife, seeking revenge right before his eyes. Fang Hou's calm eyes suddenly boiled, turning into flames of hatred. At this moment, his right eye was filled with blood vessels, turning into a cool red pupil. His whole body emitted a strange breath, enveloping him. Then the surgical knife pierced into his wife's body, a painful power overwhelming her. At this point, she seemed to have lost all strength to fight back. Seeing this, a sense of joy almost visibly appeared on Fang Hou's face. Die. But right after that, her joy suddenly disappeared. She didn't feel okay. She felt like something was wrong. She bowed her head to look at the spot where she was stabbed, realizing that it was like stabbing into a lump of mud, accompanied by a strong suction force. Immediately, she wanted to pull out, but it was too late. Under the influence of inertia, Fang Hou's hand was also sucked in, then his arm, even his whole body. Seeing Fang Hou about to be sucked in, no matter how he struggled, it was futile. He could only angrily curse, "Bitch!" At the same time, the wife bowed her head and gently licked him. A look of suppressed fury appeared on her exquisite face. "Darling, merge into my body." That was the last thing Fang Hou heard before losing consciousness. After that, even his head was completely sucked in, completely losing consciousness. Not long after, Fang Hou returned to the scene just as he had come home. At this time, he tightly grasped his hands and looked at his wife. Still a little weaker, it seems that his current strength is still too weak. After thinking for a moment, he decided to ignore his wife and go straight to the kitchen. Very quickly, he prepared breakfast while his wife sat at the table, resting her chin on her hands. She looked gently at Fang Hou eating breakfast, while Fang Hou silently set a goal. "My beloved wife, even if the endpoint of the Spirit Master is strange, even if I still haven't killed you, there will come a day when I will make you kneel at my feet, crying and begging. I will make you feel all the pain that strangeness brings to me in this world."